Alright guys, welcome back to NASL here, North American Striker League, sponsored by Odyssey Interactive themselves. Thank Aesop. And I'm your host, Kaz the host, and thank you for coming in and tuning in to KMDR TV. For the first match here, we have Prodigies versus Comeback Kings, with our returning caster, Magic 8 Ball, and first-time caster, Fem Bison. So, if you give it away to them, and let's have a good match.
What's up, everybody? I'm Fem Bison, without Kaz the host, doing Kaz the most. We're gonna have an exciting match here for us today. Got Comeback Kings and Prodigies, two of the stronger rosters in the league, but they will be, their records are a little shot, so we'll see if they'll be able to save that. Magic 8 Ball, you got any thoughts and introduce?
Well, obviously, hello everyone. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and this is going to be, like you mentioned, a very good match between some teams that have been struggling. Even though they are a very strong team, players like WBO3, Daftgrass, Liari, who have been at the top of this game for a long time, have not been doing as well in this league, going up against, I mean, the heaviest of hitters, so it makes sense, but they're going to have to show up this week.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have to show up this week. If they draw, I don't think they'll move too much. They'll move too far up in the standings. So I think one of these will need to take a win for sure. Standings definitely on the line right now. Very excited to see how this match is gonna go. Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting as well because both of these teams have two somewhat interesting play styles. It's not super cut and dry. Especially with the developing meta, with this new patch that has thrown so much into disarray, but there's a lot of damage to be had, especially with some of these awakenings that can open up the start, especially on maps like Demon Dias. It's going to be a very brawler-heavy kind of fight, and both of these teams need to adjust to that.
Right. I think Prodigies will have a great time with that. Pangui, known to have a real strong brawler playstyle. We'll see if Comeback Kings can handle that. Comeback Kings also fielding a new midfielder today. Daftgrass couldn't make it, so we've got Mystic subbing in. We're going to see if that roster change will be of, we'll be able to shake things up for them.
Right, and Mystic has been around for a while as well.
Yeah.
Like a very known tournament force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So these are definitely no slouches on either of these two teams. Even Prodigy subs are looking stronger than most of NASL. So it's kind of crazy that both these teams are down in the standings.
Right, but the players that have been beating them have been, I mean, playing out of their minds. I know Dogleg Spike has just had such clean play from the first week, like onwards, as well as Core Overflow has been completely showing up every week. And these are the kind of teams that they've been having to run into. It's going to be looking a little bit better. I think that some of these teams' both of these teams' schedules are looking a little bit better, kind of fighting within these lower rankings for the upcoming 2 weeks. So we should see them rise at least a little bit there, but I believe for now we are getting into this first match.
Yeah, and it's gonna be Auten City. So actually,
Ooh.
you mentioned earlier something about brawlers, but this map does not tend to favor brawlers. Those wide, just that massive area makes it hard to chase down those kills. Yeah, we're gonna see the Zentaro hovered by double best of three. If it gets banned, then obviously we won't see it. But Zentaro is probably like one of the few brawlers that are going to work well on this map. His mobility, those dashes, those are really going to come into play, trying to close that distance.
Right, and we're going to be seeing a lot of the midfield options shut down, like Drek and Era, who have such good control, can completely negate any kind of pressure that is being sent their way. So, good bans. I agree with both of these bans coming in from both sides. You especially do not want Liari getting that Era.
Yeah, I think both teams are actually going to be. Oh, I'm surprised. I thought both teams were going to be running the same comp. I was talking to Yish about this, and we were both discussing how Kai is probably one of the few goalies that work really well on this map. But it looks like Prodigies is looking to turn this into a bit of a shootout. The IME goalie showing up, the ice midfield Zentaro. That damage is definitely going to come into play here. Excited to see how this match.
Yeah, the double siphoning wand, which has been a force to be reckoned with in terms of the forward gear, has been the main option for a lot of players. As you're seeing the first go around, you see Penguin's health already a bit low, but like you mentioned, can't really chase down these kills when all of these orbs are giving them back their health.
And I mean, Yeesh finding that barrier there, digging into his aggressive goalie playstyle, the momentum boots come into play. But it looks like Liari and Penguin are laying on the pressure. Mystic gets the glitch pop down midfield, but Xeno, Gemini, Liari, Penguin all covering well. Just a bit of some boxing here. It will be interesting to see if that damage is going to matter, as you were just talking about, or if the more core control focused playstyle of Comeback Kings is going to make a difference. And Double is going to find a kill on Liari, surprisingly, even though their team is lower on the damage. Mystic has the flip, goes out, scores. It's 1-0 in the first set.
Well, that was super clean, but you saw how much that Xeno Gemini was struggling. And last week brought out this IME pick as well against Dog Like Spike, and although they did well in those matches, did not put out as much defensive pressure as they needed. And you see this goal barrier is already going down. This is a hard map to defend on, but they need to at least be standing for a little bit longer, because Yeesh is defending these perfectly.
Right, I mean, as I was saying before, Kai is one of the few goalies that can hold this map's barrier well, though Liari's going to manage to take it with that Vice Supernova. Penguin and Mystic both on life support, but Mystic falling back. Yeesh comes up with the flip, scores 2-0, crossing the Yeesh line, doing his trademark.
I forgot about that. But yeah, no, those rotations have been so clean from Yeesh is something else I've noticed. Even when playing IME or whichever, just coordinating with that midfielder to keep that offensive pressure going, especially when he has something like the core flip.
No, absolutely. I think, I mean, in an organized play setting, Yeesh's playstyle is going to be much stronger than in something like solo queue. Also, they're looking kind of dominant right now. Comeback Kings not seeming to need to have to make a comeback of 2-0. Barrier still up for them. Goal open for Prodigies. I spoke a little too soon. Penguin finds it, but he is on life support double, fishing for this kill. Not going to be able to find it just yet. Liari almost scored. The Supernova goes out. Yeesh, what a well-timed barrage, saving inches from the goal line. The flip goes out from Xeno. Yeesh still holding on.
I can't believe that Yeesh has been so clutch with a couple of those really, really nice clears. Able to send these things away and be super patient on those strikes has been so clutch. Penguin, though, is looking like the bar is almost ready to go. Has the IME turret for help, able to KO Mystic, and the stun, able to at least hit Yeesh, but not able to prevent him from clearing it. He's got the core flip as well as Double is another one now in the goal. Finally gets the flip off and is able to curve it around Liari, stalling just enough for Mystic to come back. But are they going to have an opportunity to score this and steal this set away?
The goalie rotation is happening again. Mystic, I mean, oh my gosh, the flip goes out and they score. But I will say, Comeback King still playing incredibly well at that point, and Mystic's got the has the defensive chops to rotate with Yeesh. So I think the strategy is working out well for them. We're going to see if they can close out this set here. Mystic starts the kickoff with the glitch pop, manages to find some pressure early, but Prodigies manages to push back. Penguin looking a little low, double hunting for that kill. I think the team needs to commit here. Mystic looking for it. They're not going to find it, it seems. The Supernova goes out, takes the barrier. They almost lose their own. Liari's got the flip. It's looking dangerous right now for Comeback Kings. Penguin still on life support. A survivor, really.
Survivor. No, but this is the second time that this has happened, actually. Like, last volley, Penguin was low again, and Mystic ended up fishing for kills and just not getting anything off of it. And this time around, it seems like it's the same thing as this gold barriers are down, and there's a lot of pressure going out. The Zentaros are slashing at each other, trying to find a way through. Penguin's able to at least heal a little bit of health back, but that's a Mystic core flip and the set win. Comeback Kings looking like the Kings this time around.
Big stuff from CBK. This carousel is going to definitely go into their advantage. We'll see if they get lucky on the draft. The Stinger, huge that Comeback Kings actually won this set, because if they let Vice or Zentaro get that, or even the Ivy goalie, that would have been trouble. He's definitely probably going to look to deny. I'm surprised he took the Ponderer. That makes sense though. Aten City with the 6 orbs. Ivy's going to get the Stinger. I don't know if that was the right play. Vice Zentaro is the highest damage forward duo for sure. And having that Ivy with Stinger with like insane kill pressure, insane damage pressure from the goal box, this might prove dangerous for Comeback Kings.
Right, exactly. They got all of the damage awakenings that they need, which is going to play right into their hand, and you can tell that Comeback Kings is going to be trying to play for a bit more of a controlled style, but I don't know if that's going to end up working out here as these turrets are going. The Penguin's in a good position. Liari's not able to catch the pass back, but it's okay. Things are clear for the time being, and they're setting up. Penguin almost has flip, and Liari's able to get a clean KO. This is looking really good. They just need to send this one forward a couple of times, try and get it past Mystic, but the Glitch Pop and the Cyber Swipe able to come through and clear that barrier. Xeno Gemini has no cooldowns, and all of a sudden the power play gets reversed on the comeback. The Comeback Kings able to reverse it.
Yeah, making a comeback for the point. But also that damage definitely playing a part now. Double best of 3 immediately going down. It's a lot of heavy impact Vice, build different Zentaro. Both of them having 3 impact tags each. Kind of crazy that they were able to get a draft like that. And also the Stinger. I think they should have been drafting to deny Comeback Kings, I mean. And Xeno is going to be pushing up. Penguin, however, going to be the one to get staggered. Mystic and Penguin both on life support. It's dangerous. Double does not manage to find the kill, but Liari does find the barrier. Penguin up top looking to apply some pressure. The flip goes out from Xeno. He finds the angle. It's 1-1 in set 2 of this match.
This is looking like it's going to be a bloodbath, if I'm being quite honest. Both of these teams are looking really good, and Double BO3 has been just stellar on landing these combos to make sure that he's keeping up with the damage from these other players. Everybody is stuffed in this corner. If Double has an ultimate, that could have been huge. I don't think it was up though. Finally, it's here and not gonna find anything. But he's targeting down Xeno Gemini, which really could be big in the long run if he can land that KO, and they do with the help of Mystic.
That's good stuff. However, a little unfortunate for Comeback Kings. Double was not able to get the kill. He needed that comeback XP, and they lost the barrier. But goals open for Prodigies. The flip goes out. Liari with the catch. Good stuff. Crazy reactions there. Supernova goes out. Another flip from Mystic. Liari again. Her reactions are looking on point. They're going to find the kill on Penguin, though. The pressure is on. Imi turret goes out. Xeno having his clear paths blocked. But the Cyber Swipe is going to be able to stuff it through Double. And Yeesh, unfortunately, over-aggressive, punished for it.
Oh, the Yeesh line. Poor Yeesh. It's a good play, too, because the Ivy turret was out, and they cut off Liari, and they had every reason to get that goal, but the secondary, the Thunderstruck, able to make sure that that did not happen.
Yeah, no, good play in holding from Prodigies there. Plus that Cyber Swipe, the well-timed clearing through Double best of 3. He got him in the hit stun, so of course he cannot strike back. The Imi turret down, putting the pressure on Yeesh. It's looking dangerous for him, but he managed to find the clear. And they get the kill on Liari. 1v1 in the top corner, but Penguin is not going to have the advantage. What a good glitch pop from Mystic. Xeno with flip up though, so scoring is a bit of a tough ask right now. You know, having that much coverage from the flip and just being able to, you know, get out of jail. Good Giga Blast from Yeesh, finds the angle to save that. And
oh, it's not enough.
It's not enough.
I really thought they were going to save that, but no, a couple of well-placed abilities, because that Giga Blast really had nowhere else to go. You know, they couldn't have cleared up in that situation. Like, that's just so rough.
And oh my gosh, Xeno's gonna be looking to take Timeless Creator, or maybe he's gonna deny Stagger Swagger for his team. Would be good options. Timeless, the best in slot for Imi, and that's exactly what I expected to see. Just making that turret so much stronger. Double getting the Stagger Swagger makes sense. He's looking to brawl. Mystic getting Super Surge, that's going to help him finish some kills. We're going to see if any other notable drafts come out. Big Fish for Zentaro, he's got build different already. That size, plus all those melee tags on his abilities, he's going to be really hitting like a truck right now, and we're going to see if Comeback Kings can handle that damage. Yeesh, however, with the Replicator and Ponder, I didn't even realize after the first draft, that might be huge. Later on, he's got the 10 stacks.
Right, exactly. And since those were already stacked up, it's going to be coming into effect pretty early, but it's not going to be able to help Mystic, who was able to get the goal barrier, but it's looking a little dicey. Double's trying to sauce him up, but not able to find much. Yeesh went all the way forward, knowing that Mystic was there on the respawn at the perfect time, and is able to try and help stuff this one in, and able to clean up some orbs as well. Liari's low, and Penguin has Flip. Finally, it's looking like the tides are swinging back into the side of Prodigy.
You know, Yeesh's play there, absolutely genius stuff. Actually, Gemini having to burn Flip there, and now Comeback Kings up a barrier. Goals open for Prodigy's. Double with the Flip is looking dangerous. Does not score. I think it was Penguin who finds the parry there. Great striking from Penguin. Special goes out from Mystic trying to combo. It's not going to work. The Imi turret is up. Good defense from Liari and Xeno, but it's not quite enough. Mystic catches the clear and shoots it at the top angle to score one for Comeback Kings. 1-0 in the 1-1 set.
This is I'm so flabbergasted. The fact that Prodigy is putting up like such a good fight, even if they're not able to completely convert on every single opportunity, they're putting up such good numbers to manage and deal with the pressure that they've been getting put on in terms of the clears, in terms of the switch arounds, in terms of the rotations. It's been hard to deal with, but they've been dealing with it well.
Right, yeah, Yeesh just so good at the offensive pressure from the goal line. Those rotations definitely mixing it up too. You're not sure what to expect at any given moment. Double actually going to be standing in the goal box. Zentaro goalie coming out for a second here. Interesting stuff. Yeesh looking to walk back. He does. Mystic and Double have the pressure on though. Penguin's low. It seems that the damage output of Penguin is actually not going to be enough despite his great drafting. Double with the flip finds it. The cyber swipe not quite there.
And Xeno Gemini was prepped for that. You could see that, and you a frame or two too late just to stop that core from getting in. It's rough out here for Imi goalies, right? Like, sometimes you just don't have the cooldowns, and that's really unfortunate. But if you're a Kai goalie, sometimes you just miss the barrage, and that's also rough.
Oh my gosh, the passing pressure from Penguin and Liari. The flips both go out, and they manage to find the clear. Insane catch from Mystic there. Looking like he was going to clear up, but good mix of clearing down. Turret goes out, though, so they're caught in the bottom corner. Liari's going to find the kill on Mystic. It's dangerous for Yeesh. Yeah, they're going to score. But back to what you said. I'm sorry, I actually forgot I had something to say about that. It was fine.
Listen, I forget to. We were both up late. Like, we're good. It's fine. The passing plays are what I really want to see from Liari and Penguin, though. Like, the difference in how much pressure they were able to put out during that last volley was so different from what they've been doing for most of the game. And because of that, they were able to secure a really clean goal, even if they missed it the first time.
Yeah, no, for sure. Though I will say Mystic and Double have been doing a good job of cutting that off, positioning well in between the two, to make sure that they can't do that to Yeesh. But right there, after Liari found the kill on Mystic, it was a little hard. Yeesh not flipping there, surprisingly. Maybe a bit of an intentional choice to save it because they still had their barrier up. So even if you flip, it might have been rough getting the point. We'll see if saving the resource was the right move there. Mystic is going to start this kick off. The turret goes out. They find the barrier early. They're playing fast. Double putting the damage on Liari, and the pressure on Yeesh goes up with a flip. That's what he wanted it for. I mean, it's Yeesh. Of course he wants to score. But the Chain Lightning catching all three and the goal, just a bit too aggressive. I don't think he should have saved the burst.
I don't think you should have saved the burst either. I think that you have to just put put it out on cooldown, or else situations like that are going to arise. Even if you walk forward, even if you know exactly what you're doing, sometimes you can't get that core through if there's 3 people standing in your way. And this draft is going to go in the favor of Prodigies.
Vice getting missile propulsion pretty big, having that extra range to just keep her damage output up from a safer distance. Aimee getting the Monumentalist and Heimless Creator. That turret is so strong. It's not like Mystic is going to be able to compete with counter turrets right now. The Twin Drive, though, he's got the Super Surge. Maybe those blinks will be of some use in finding kills or damage or scoring. Interesting draft from both teams. Nothing super crazy going down. We'll see how that happens. But that turret, oh my gosh, just as I was saying it, they find the barrier using it immediately. Though Mystic and Double, I mean, the Cyber Swipe, that's what I was talking about. They're going to find a kill, and he's in life support.
And the turret is just the exact reason why you want Aimee here, right? You want it for that consistent pressure, that locking it away in a spot where they can't easily clear because of this wide open map all of a sudden getting constrained. And now there's open goals on both sides as Penguin's a little bit low. Double BO3 and everybody on the side of Comeback Kings has core flip, and Mystic uses it aggressively. Finally, Zeno uses his, not going to be able to manage much, and all of a sudden this big damage is going on to Zeno. An energy burst and he's dead, or a cyber swipe, that works too.
Oh my
and
God.
This is a good turnaround for Comeback Kings.
I mean, that Twin Drive Super Surge really coming into play. Double not even having you to use the flip there to score. And it's, as you said, something you mentioned with the turret, putting that pressure on the fragile barrier, but also Aimee's weaknesses are exacerbated on this map as well. She definitely turns this map into a bit of a shootout. She's got the pressure to take that barrier fast, but weak at the defensive line with abilities that are mainly used proactively on a map like this means that you're going to have to play very on top of your game defensively. Double pushing up, and that's going to come into play right now. Mystic gets the cyber swipe, stacks some damage on Penguin, keeps the ball upfield. Penguin's going to get to it first, but Yeesh is right there. That flip is going to go out, looking like they might score. Double almost hits it to Zeno, but Zeno does not find the save. 2-0 for Comeback Kings.
A little bit early on the strike. I think he was trying to clear it out from the first pass and not from Double, and that's so rough. That's so rough.
Very rough.
Because you know exactly what you want to accomplish, and it's just a couple of missed opportunities, missed executions, and that's all it takes really at this level of play.
Yeah, Yeesh using that barrage at a good timing, keeping that barrier up. Double opting to try to fish for the kill instead of saving the barrier, but does not find it, and it looks like they might get punished for it here. Not quite. The turret finds the clear despite the Monumentalist turret. Instead, Liari and Zeno playing some defense right now. They find the clear, but it's hit right back. Some midfield boxing going on. The flip goes out from Liari. Mystic finds the catch. Double flips first. Zeno's is burned. It's 2-0. That was a fast one for Comeback Kings. They're not going down easy. 3-0 on this scoreline. Oh my gosh.
And you can see after that first volley, they really started dumping their damage onto Mystic, which I don't think is the right call. You don't want to be just trying to dump this damage on a midfielder that can just keep you away anyways and push out turrets and push out cyber swipes from a long range. You're not going to be able to catch them if you don't have the speed for it. I don't know. I don't think it's the right call.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't have any thoughts on that. I'm thinking about it. I will say, I agree with, like, if the midfielder can keep themselves away from you, you're in a bit of a rough spot, especially on a map like Auten. Also, the draft, real dangerous for Prodigies right now. Double with the Adren Rush. Mystic gets the prime time. Those glitch pops are going to be popping for sure. The spec trading from Yeesh is going to be huge. He's going to be able to, maybe he's going to be able to find those one taps with the Kai Giga Blast, you know, the classic Kai move. But he's going to lose the barrier first. The turret doing so much work from Zeno Gemini.
Oh, this is the second time that, well, beyond that, I was about to start, like, praising Yeesh for being so patient against that power chord, which is really trippy and hard to clear if you're not ready for it, and then he just walks away from the goal line. So, that was rough. The Zentaro was in an insanely good position, and not much you can do.
And Mystic is going to find the offensive pressure early. Oh my god, the Super Surge, Twin Drive, Cyber Swipe, he's got that up, ready to score, ready to kill at any point. That core was moving real fast, not too sure why, but it was able to take a barrier from Yeesh. The barrage goes out, what a clear, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be, the burst goes out, he finds it. I was wrong. What good defense from Yeesh. Mystic with the glitch pop to make sure Liari cannot get that point. Insane stuff from Comeback Kings right now. So close. Double's got the flip up, misses. Mystic misses the cyber swipe. They're not going to be able to score here, it seems. But they will be able to stay alive when it looks like all hope was lost. And Mystic surprising us all. What a cyber swipe, sniping that angle in.
I don't think you all realize he needed that Giga Blast to land to get that core flip. Like, he needed that, and he hit it at the exact right moment just to get enough meter on the energy to make that core flip happen and defend that. That was insane.
Yeah, no, that was absolutely crazy. Mystics got the flip up, the turret going down, looking to put some pressure on. Double best of 3, got the special out, but they're holding at the barrier. I'm surprised it doesn't go down. Good defense from Prodigies. Liari's staggered, using that supernova to keep herself alive. As you know, Vice gets 100% knockback resistance when that super is cast. Mystic putting on some pressure, double fishing for the kill. I think they both need to commit to killing Liari and or both need to commit to scoring at that point. And their indecisiveness, I think, cost them the barrier there. Liari.
And it's going to cost them a little bit more, I think, because this is a really open goal barrier. Even if Liari goes down here, this is so much pressure, and you're not in the driver's seat anymore. You've got about 8 seconds to turn this thing around, but with Pengui's size, it's so hard to get it past him. The turret finally comes up, but so is Liari. The core flip comes through from Xeno Gemini, and Pengui's able to stand forward, trying to make sure that everyone's walking away. Double is able to land the ult, and Mystic's able to land the cyber swipe, and Pengui is almost KO'd. Finally, Mystic gets the glitch pop and is able to land it, but both open goal barriers means anything can happen. Clearing up into the Ivy turret, but Liari's missile propulsion, power core is able to KO, but it's not enough. It's not enough because Double was able to just wipe that one into the goal.
Right, and I think the secondary from Liari cost them the goal just now, leaving it right there for Double. Bit unfortunate, but what else can you do? You're trying to take control away. Not many options there for Xeno and Liari. The defensive play was trying their best. Mystic on life support once again. There's just so much damage going out this game, even if Authenticity is not a brawler favorite map. 2 players at the end of the rope. Pengui finds the evade on Double. Yeesh just playing patient, looking for the clear to Mystic. Liari almost snipes it in, but Pengui is going to be the one to score. Incredible stuff. Prodigies just capitalizing on the slightest of opportunities there.
No, for real, like, that was the opportunity for Yeesh to, like, really show that what he's made of and clear that one away, and just one lazy clear is all it took to get it right back to Pengui, and he wasn't able to get back in time. That's such a hard job being the goalie on Authenticity, but he's been doing decently. He needs to show up right here, right now, though, with an open goal barrier and a core flip to try and get it past, but no, there's no options, there's nowhere to go, and Prodigies sticks it out and is able to turn it around on the Comeback Kings themselves.
That was a close one. That went to game 5, set 5.5, and that flip was just unfortunate. Not any angles he could clear there. Very close match from Prodigies and Comeback Kings. We're going to be going into game 2. If Prodigies can take another one, they're going to be getting quite a few points in the standings and improve their rank. Comeback Kings probably looking for a tie here, but they are definitely not going to be able to rise in the standings just yet.
Right, and this is really important for playoffs, because just one win is all they need to just, like, rise above the rest of that pack. And if Prodigies can secure this, then it's great. And if Comeback Kings loses this, it's not going to be anywhere close to getting the points that they need to try and rise above the rest of the bottom of the pack, because it's only top 4 getting to playoffs. They need to start getting those wins.
Right. Both teams played incredibly well that game, but it just looks like Prodigies came out on top. I guess a bit of the return of the prodigal sons and daughters. We will see if Comeback Kings can stage a bit of a comeback here, but the format is not going to allow them to take a win, unfortunately. But if... Oh, sorry. Continue.
No, you're good. You're good. I like to do what's called just like slight affirmations while other people are talking, because it is just something that my brain does. So, apologies.
No problem. I'm curious about your thoughts about what we're going to see going into the next one. Anything you might...
Adjustments?
Yeah.
Well, obviously it's going to depend on what the starting situation is in terms of map and awakenings, but you have to think that maybe they don't want to let that Vice through, right? That was really what kind of spun the game in the other favor. Like a lot of times it was the pressure from Liari, from the Thunderstruck, stopping the core when they need to, the Supernova able to completely shut off an entire section of the map, and the damage was just too much. So I think that that's something they have to consider. I think that, you know, as well as maybe we go for more of like a brawler opportunity here.
Right, I will say, trying to compete with Pangui on the Brawler and Liari in the midfield is definitely a big ask, though. Also, how do you ban out Liari? She plays like everybody.
Right.
So it's like, oh man, Liari's nuts on the Vice. What do? We can't just ban her other characters. But I will, Comeback Kings not being able to make use of the core control on Aten, which is the map that definitely favored that playstyle, is a bit, alarming for them. But we'll see if they can make an adjustment and if the next map will be something more brawler favored. If we see the Aten and Demon Deus, which are like the polar opposites of playstyle, that would be
Right.
super interesting. Or maybe we'll see one of the more balanced maps like Atlas Lab, Imizap. Though Imizap is very brawler favored as well, so let me not speak too soon.
Right. I mean, hey, we could see a stray Rasmus just start yoinking people into the void, so anything can happen. And that really is what I think is something that isn't talked about a ton. At least I haven't seen it talked about a bunch on the cast, is there's a lot of randomness in terms of what is going to happen at the start of these matches, right? Like you can adjust as it comes your way, but there's no way to really prepare for which stage is going to come up, which awakening is going to be the starter, and how that's going to affect the draft, the bans, and, you know, even pick order is something that is randomized and you can't really do anything about.
Right, yeah, I will say though, that does add a bit of interest and spice, which is something the dev said that they wanted to accomplish because, you know, in the beta trainings pages and stuff like that, people said they felt like they were playing the same game over and over again. And definitely there's a lot more variety with the map gimmicks and the bit of RNG, but sometimes it can be a bit punishing. In this case though, I don't think it played too much of a factor, as you saw even with Pangui getting an insane draft and the heavy impact Vice. It wasn't really the damage that made the difference,
Right.
but just good, solid, fundamental play from Prodigies. So I'm going to see if Comeback Kings can tee up and produce some of their own, but they definitely were no slouches in their last game.
No, definitely not. I mean, the score speaks for itself. It was a 2-3. It was one of the closest 2-3s we've had, and we've had a lot of close 2-3s. And obviously, it's like, oh, 2-3 isn't a win, but like the fact that they put on such a good showing means that they're still fighting for that 5-4 slot. They just need to get a couple more things cleaned up under the rug, and then they can manage to finally come out on top.
Right. And we're still waiting around for the next game, so I'm curious if you're excited for anything in particular from either of these players. I'm hoping that Prodigies might field KFC Manager. I doubt it, but it would be very fun to see the duo come out. I'm curious if you have anything like that for yourself.
I don't know if I'm looking for specific players specifically, but I definitely want to see something more, not necessarily like core control heavy, but something a little bit more stable from WBO3, because I know that he can play a lot of different characters, and trying to use that to his advantage to try and like maybe mess up the draft, try and go with something that they're not expecting, like a Rasmus on something like Aten City, to just try and throw them off.
Right, and it looks like we're going to be loading into the game. The queue just popped for Saya's Spectator, so we're going to get to see some fun stuff go down.
Ooh, I do think that we just got some info in the chat. Daftgrass is going to be in for Comeback Kings.
Ooh, Daftgrass is going to make it. I'm excited to see this Night Market. Definitely probably going to see the Kai come out if he doesn't get banned, one of the stronger goalies on this map. Xeno on the Imi makes total sense. She's very dominant on this map, that turret putting down so much pressure. If you can keep it in one lane, it's an easy barrier every time. Pangui looking to ban the Kai, not surprised. Yish's best pick. Era banned out from Comeback Kings, making sure Liari cannot get that, but they're sticking with the Vice Zentaro. They really want to capitalize on that damaging forward duo.
Right, exactly. It's their bread and butter, and it's going to work even better on Night Market, where there isn't as many places to run away, there aren't as many orbs to heal up on. This is going to be their bread and butter, and if they were able to do it there, they're going to be able to do it here. But that Drekar could be the difference maker because of the core control and because of the counter damage that it can put out.
So we're actually going to see Yeesh on the Aimi as well. It makes total sense that she is easily the strongest goalie on this map and most of the maps in the game. We're going to see, just offensive pressure from both goalies here, but Yeesh known for that. Maybe it'll make a difference. Daftgrass coming in now. The Drek and the Julie might be able to find some kills before Vice and Zentaro can stagger up some damage. Liari looking to put some pressure on Pengui, just a little too far down, having a bit of a boxing duel. The barrier almost going down for Yeesh, close one, but he manages to find the strike in time. Pengui putting the pressure on, and he's going to find one. Daftgrass save two, and he's not. Liari is going to get the kill and almost kill double. Pengui's going to find the kill on double. It's dangerous for Yeesh, and it's going to be a quick 1-0 for Prodigies. What a point to start the set.
And this is exactly what we talked about, and the damage come through as these levels get higher and higher. Like, are these abilities going to be even more impactful? And they are. If they target down the same players, it's going to be almost impossible to keep up with the damage. They just need to try and keep this core control active. They need to try and keep Liari down. And hopefully they're able to do so here, as finally some staggers are coming through, but so is double. I really like this Julie pick, though. This is what I was talking about. Come up with something that they aren't expecting. Come up with something that is going to put on a good amount of more stable forcing KO pressure. Even if he's staggered, he's still a threat, as this core just keeps circling the stage perimeter.
Right, this is really a bit of a lead blend. That Penguin's going to find the kill with the core flip and two barriers. The boxing coming to an end as they get 2 kills on Comeback Kings. I mean, that damage is really ramping up. Though Daftgrass holding well, but it's not going to be enough. The shotgun does not get it past Penguin. Penguin's going to score. Yeah, I think Double's really going to have to start finding some of those famed stray Juliet kills with that dash punch if they want to have a chance at surviving. Because if they can't take out Penguin or Liari, that damage is going to keep ramping up. And even now, look at Daftgrass's health bar, already staggered down a barrier.
That was a perfect opportunity while Penguin's just sitting there waiting for the orb. That's a perfect opportunity for a dash punch to completely just KO someone, as Yeesh is struggling to keep these barriers up and alive. Finally, the glitch pop comes through, but it's not looking great. There's so much on the line for Penguins. Finally, Daftgrass comes back, but this open goal is so concerning with that core flip. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and Penguin's going to find it. I mean, Comeback King's going to have to stage a monster comeback here. The momentum's so in favor of Prodigies even after just set 1. And set 1 is definitely one of the more important sets you can play. Getting that early advantage means you're going to scale. You're going to have that carousel advantage once again. Not sure what Zentaro's going to look to take here. Probably big fish for that size, maybe. Or maybe denying Aimi the glass cannon. Stacks on stacks also makes sense. Being able to move around faster, fight for that night market midfield buff, and chase down some kills. Yeesh is going to get the glass cannon, though. Great for Aimi. He's not getting hit as much as his forwards, so he's going to be able to build those stacks a little faster. But we're going to see if it's going to make the difference.
Big fish on Infinite, though, is pretty big for double. That's one of Julie's, bread and butter awakenings, and it could be the difference maker. Catching those strays was really important, but I think Daft actually caught a stray himself, getting absolutely sent to the blast zone by Liari.
Yeah, Penguin and Liari just so coordinated on focusing a target down, finding the kill, and just putting the pressure on, and Yeesh is going to go down 2 barriers early again. It's looking real rough for Comeback Kings right now. Zeno stepping up a little bit to the plate. Penguin's going to primary that right through Yeesh. Not much you can do there. You're in hit stun. You got to evade a little bit early, but even then you're contesting 3 hits total for Zentaro. Very hard to outstrike, even if you manage to evade through that.
Look at the level differential already in the second set. Double's only at level 2. This is insane. Finally, Daftgrass is able to use these passes, the shotgun, to land these goal barriers down, which is going to put some pressure on Xeno Gemini not being able to step up as far forward, as Yeesh steps very far forward with the core flip, but is not going to be able to get past this Ivy turret. Oh, double staggered. Penguin might finally go down for once, but this goal barrier standing tall. Maybe this is finally the opportunity the Comeback Kings need to try and land a shot.
Right. They almost had the kill on Penguin there. Would have been huge for Double getting that comeback XPs to not be down so much in the stagger difference. But Penguin's going to find the barrier instead since they couldn't kill him. And Double up top, though, putting the pressure on. The turret goes down, the flip goes out. They find the clear. But it's not over yet for Prodigies. They're not out of the woods. Actually, yes, they are. Penguin and Liari putting the pressure on. Daftgrass positioning well to cut off the passing. He's gonna find the clear. Double still on life support. Great evade, but they're gonna find the kill anyway. Penguin waiting for the strike to punish.
Oh, and you see that Yeesh's glitch pop and Daftgrass shotgun went at the same time and couldn't clear it past Liari there. Finally, Daftgrass has the speed needed, but decides to just chill out for now. Let Double come back online, but that cyber swipe isn't gonna land. This is a 2-0 set already for the members of Prodigy, and Comeback Kings, well, they're going to need to go to their namesake if they want to win this thing.
Absolutely. I mean, the momentum's still so in favor of Prodigy's. Double's still level 2. They've been keeping him out of this game, making sure he cannot ramp up, get that Julie absolutely going. They're going to find 2 barriers immediately again. I mean, Prodigy is playing so well right now, being absolutely dominant. The flip goes out from Daftgrass. It's not even going to matter. Penguin right there to stop it in its tracks. Xeno right behind him. Double, though, gets the core up top. Manages to fight it through Liari. Prodigy surprisingly on the back foot, but they're going to hit it through the turret. Yeesh! Missing the flip.
Oh, my
Unfortunate. Goodness. I guess they're a bit shook. They've been, getting hammered this set.
Yeah, getting hammered is exactly correct. They've been nails poking out of a piece of wood, and Prodigies has just been going to town. This draft is also looking really good if you're that Zentaro and the Ivy up in the first 3. Like, all of these are good options.
Absolutely. This carousel, I mean, yeah, Zentaro getting the build different, probably looking to leave the heavy impact for Vice. Though Ivy's going to take it instead so that Drek can't get it. Makes sense. Not much else for Drek here. The tempo swing from Liardi, denying Julie any chance of healing through the damage. Bit of a rough draft for Comeback Kings. It's looking like Prodigies is in position to take this 3-0, but if Comeback Kings can mount up a solid defense and find some opportunities, they might just be able to hold on.
It's definitely not over, right? This is Omega Strikers. Anything can happen in reality, and it's double BO3 goes up 3 levels from 1 KO. Anything can certainly happen as this goal barrier finally falls. And there's a little bit of life, it seems, coming out of the Comeback Kings, as Daftgrass might be able to push this one through.
It's as you say, anything can happen, and as we just saw, Double the comeback XP, and Juliet's going to be able to make a little bit more of a difference now. Looking for another kill, and Liari almost staggers her, but Daftgrass also looking pretty low. The special goes out from Double, does not quite crack Liari, but Penguin's not going to be able to put the pressure on without his midfielder backing him up. The flip's still up from Yeesh. He's holding on to that just in case he needs to make a save, or maybe he wants to use it to score again. Double's going to find another kill. Looks like Comeback Kings are ramping up, mounting a comeback indeed. Double, no dash punch, unfortunately, using it to KO Liari. They're not going to find the barrier, but that was a close angle for sure.
They really need to start getting these opportunities to convert, or else it's going to be a lot of work for a little payoff. Daftgrass finally able to manage to do so, stuffing this Imi as Yeesh is far forward and is going to send Double into the blast. Is going to send Penguin into the blast zone. They're staggered though. If they are not able to get this one through, if Xeno Gemini is able to completely clear this one, then Penguin's going to come up, and it's going to be all hunky-dory. Finally, Liari is able to get this one in control. Daftgrass is going to come meet her. And a nice cross-up from Double, and this is one of the first points they've gotten in a long time, and it's exactly what they needed.
It's the first point they've got in this match. It was 2 quick 3-0s from Prodigies, but Double absolutely waking up. Becoming the monster we all know he is. Daftgrass shotgunning that right through, getting the first barrier, the Imi turret coming out from Yeesh, looking for the second. Penguin hits it back. Double's gonna capitalize. Unfortunately, Zentaro's special just a little bit misplaced. The turret goes out though, looks to find the clear Liari, Gonna get that supernova still in Prodigy's goal arc, but Penguin's gonna be able to hit it past midfield. Doesn't matter as Yeesh hits it right back. The flip goes out from Xeno. They're holding an open goal against 2 barriers. They're definitely on the back foot. It looks like this this point is certainly in Comeback King's favor, but Penguin is definitely laying on the pressure. The flip goes out, does not find the barrier. Daftgrass holding it on well.
And this is a good opportunity. The Ivy turret is out. Even though Daftgrass is a little bit low, so is Penguin. Xeno Gemini is deciding to step a little bit far forward here as Daftgrass is trying to get this KO, not able to find it. It's still a great opportunity for them. They're keeping up the damage. They're keeping up with the pacing, and the positioning out of Daftgrass and Double have been so good in these last couple volleys, but finally, Daft is going to get turned around. Yeesh has the core flip and really wants to walk forward. It lands on beautiful angle with the core flip to get them into set point. And my goodness, man, this is insane.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say but yeesh? Like, that was absolute monster angle from Yeesh finding the sniper. The turret's going to go down. He's putting the pressure on now. We're seeing the classic Yeesh. We all know and love that aggressive goaliing style. Double using the flip to try and score, but good defense from Prodigies there. Daftgrass positioning well to survive, but Penguin's going to be able to take a barrier for Prodigies while Liari is looking for the kill in the back. Unfortunately, it looks like they're not going to be able to find Daftgrass. Just barely missing the dash. Everything blown. Strike shot finally goes out and finishes him off, but he was able to survive for quite a while. So Prodigies is down some resources there. If Yeesh and Double can hold on, they might be able to keep this barrier up. No cooldown of Prodigies. They're back now, but so is Daftgrass.
There are 2 players right there. I mean, that was such a knowledgeable clear from Yeesh, and he's been doing so much better. It looks like he's finally up and awake and alive. Although Julie is not, and that is important. They can hang around, though. They can hang around for at least a little bit longer, and this is a good opportunity one more time. They've been doing such a good job at drawing pressure away from Yeesh to make sure that he's got room to breathe, positioning around Liari to make sure that whoever is low on the midfield cannot come forward with their other member on the side of Prodigies, and it has been so effective in preventing them from collapsing on these barriers. Now Penguin's staggered, and this is a really good opportunity with the Ivy turret and the Zentaro finally going down. Core flip is up though for Xeno Gemini, and it might be able to be enough to stall.
Right, and something I want to point out here is that Yeesh actually has not been positioning super aggressively compared to last game. I think part of that is because he had Mistake able to make those goalie rotations with him, and also he was getting punished for it a little bit last match. So this defensive playstyle working out for Yeesh. He's still got solid strike fundamentals. He's still one of the best goalies in NA, and we're gonna see his defensive skills highlighted more often here. Just some midfield boxing going around. Both IME turrets out. The pressure is not going to be there from that. But Daftgrass finding the corner angle to take that barrier. Yeesh holding on from his own corner. The flip's still up for Yeesh just in case he needs to hold. Double low, but Penguin staggered Double, moving up the fish for the kill. Doesn't seem like he has cooldowns. Not gonna matter. Daftgrass from nowhere.
And like you talked about, I want to hone in on that. Being a goalie is a balancing act, right? You need to be able to step forward and help keep the midfield pressure up while also still having your defensive resources and opportunities available. And Yeesh, I think, is finally learning where that line stands in this match in particular.
Absolutely. The stagger swagger going to be huge for Double, though. Oh my gosh, that speed. I mean, so much damage is being dumped onto him, and now he's going to be able to punish for that. They're definitely going to be looking to focus Daftgrass a little bit more. Prime Time on Infinite, you already know multiple people are going to be looking for that, but Super Surge, best in slot for Zentaro. Daftgrass opting for the Orb Dancer instead of the Prime Time side. Can we see the builds? Does he have a Replicator?
He has the Ponder.
He has the Ponder. So, okay, there's a bit of an argument, but I'm surprised he did not go for prime time there. We'll see if the orbs are going to make a huge difference for Daftgrass right now. Liari finding some big damage on Double and Daftgrass early. Double already staggered, but that stagger swagger keeping him alive. He's just so fast. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Pixels from death. And he
gets a
the
turn. What in the world? How do you turn that around? Just walk up. I guess the added speed from the stagger swagger, Liari was not expecting. And even though this goal barrier goes down, this is still, I think, a perfect opportunity for the members of Comeback Kings to make sure that they can keep this one alive. Xeno Gemini almost got a little bit too far forward, and Double just tried to collapse on him. This is exactly what the kind of play that we need to be seeing from this team. The coordination is finally there.
The glitch pop from Yeesh finding that second barrier, but Xeno Gemini performing a good evade clear, evading the rest of the hits of Julie's special, making sure he does not get stuffed in. The flip goes out from Yeesh, but the patient supernova from Liari almost finds the parry, but Yeesh is a little more patient. Daftgrass covering for Yeesh on the bottom side there, managing to find the clear. Double still staggered, but that speed is going to be dangerous for Prodigies if Double's looking to score. Double healing back to about half. If he can take just a little bit of damage, he'll actually be in a better place. Looking to take some damage from the Ivy turret. Yep, it's as I was saying, he finds the kill on Pangui. The pressure is on for Prodigies to hold this goal. The flip goes out from Xeno, almost a demon angle, but Yeesh reads that perfectly. Oh my god.
And even if Liari's shot there was a little bit more on mark, Yeesh had the glitch pop. He's been controlling these cooldowns so well and making sure that the resources are up anytime that he needs it. And whenever he's not, Daftgrass is always right there. And this is the kind of defensive play that we've been needing to see and has been working for the past set. Liari's going to try and find this one, though. Dot is gonna really send Pangui down and force an elusive. Daftgrass and Double are so coordinated on these damage dumps, and this is a perfect opportunity. Liar needs to try and use their resources defensively. Julie is almost online again. They're clearing into the turret!
Oh no! Yeesh, no! The Ivy turret clipping on the corner. Just a little bit unfortunate, but Comeback Kings looking like they're playing well right now. And as you said, Daftgrass has been doing great on defense. It's almost like he's played goalie for Comeback Kings before.
Right.
But that defensive help definitely coming into play right now. And also the offense from Double, taking 2 barriers, the turret goes down, so they're not going to find the goal. Pangui finds a kill on Double, on Daftgrass instead. Flip goes out from Yeesh. What a glitch pop from Xeno Gemini. Read the future there. Penguin's going to find the barrier. The pressure is on Comeback Kings to save this. Liari's going to snipe that into the corner. They're up 2-0. It's match point for Prodigies. Comeback Kings in a dangerous spot right now.
And I think what's really, another thing that's really a big difference factor here is Xeno Gemini took that stinger and is able to put on so much more damage pressure now. Look at that. Daftgrass's health is probably going to be like super in the red right now and is going to be primed for a KO if they could just land their abilities. But speaking of landing abilities, the members of Comeback Kings have been doing that to land these goal barriers. Both goals are open. The core flip is online for Double. Super patient and is able to get that one through. It's match point. It's match point. But so Comeback Kings needs to play perfectly from here on out.
They're down, but they're not out. And also just something about that core flip Double, making sure to hit both, I think it was Pangui and Xeno Gemini, making sure they could not strike that core flip back. Genius stuff from him. But the offense is just so strong from Liari and Pangui, and they're already on their back foot, and just like that, both, I was speaking and they were already finding the final goal. Prodigies is gonna save their record in the standing, but of course Comeback Kings is gonna have some more opportunities later down the line. Amazing stuff from Prodigies in this last game. Absolutely dominant performance.
Dominant is correct. After the back and forth battle that we saw in the first match, they turned things around. They learned from every single volley that they needed, what they needed to do and how to adapt and exactly which ways they could hit the core to send it into the goal. It was super interesting play, super high level stuff, not only from Prodigies but also from Comeback Kings. But Prodigies was just a step above, it seems like, at the end of the day.
And it was close too. Even that last set, even though it was like what, 3-1, Double was absolutely playing incredibly well those last 2 sets. It's just that they could not capitalize as well as Liari and Pangui. I mean, as soon as Liari and Pangui got those goals open, they were laying down that pressure. As you saw at the end, they're just sniping those goals in. Bit unfortunate for Comeback Kings that they could not mount the comeback, but they played well and they should be proud of themselves. I'm sure they will do great later on.
And yeah, and they almost have to, right? It's something that we haven't talked about much is they might be facing relegation, and that is a very scary thought to think about. But if I believe it's places 6 through 8 in these leagues in either West or East have to play in a relegation tournament and play against the winners from the open qualifier at the end of the season. So it's a big deal. You know, each win is really important right now. And if they weren't able to scrape out the first one and got completely denied on the second one, which is unfortunate, but they need to try and pick themselves up and keep things going.
Well, judging by their quality of play today, it's looking like they'll be able to hold on. They were playing incredibly well. Yeesh just a little too aggressive in that first game, got punished for it, but that game still did go to set 5.5. The play from Yeesh on that second, he was holding it down, as you saw. He had insane core control, great defense. Daffgrass was helping him out. If they can continue to play like that, they're definitely going to be able to take some over some of the other teams. Prodigy's just a little too strong today.
Right, and something they've really been needing. You know, their level of play, I think, isn't matching what their record is right now. They've played super well throughout the entire tournament so far, but they've not had the record to show for it, and they finally got one today.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are very strong teams, but they've been getting a little unlucky with the matchups. I mean, Prodigy's especially. What do you do when your one of your first matches is DLS?
Right.
And I think we are ready to head into the next best of two. We've got an interesting one today, 7th and 2nd in the rankings. Core Overflow versus Team Name for Saya. Team Name for Saya definitely a bit the underdogs. I should also include that, of course, it's a slop team, so he put the dot in front of
right, dot, and then just absolute nonsense in between all of the other shenanigans that are going on. But on the other side, Core Overflow has been a monstrous team in this season. They've been coming out and getting wins against some of really strong teams, including Light, Comeback Kings, who we just watched, and going 1-1 with Finesse, who has been kind of a powerhouse. Yeah, exactly. So they're here to stay, and Team Name for Saya has a mountain to climb in front of them.
Absolutely. But if they can make an upset here, it'll be massive for the momentum in the league. But we might also just see some absolute dominant play. I mean, Core Overflow, 3 of the best players in the world easily. Streak, former rank 1, as he likes to talk about in his videos. In Overflow, Evo Heaven, literal brothers.
Yeah, exactly.
Very good synergy there. For sure, Team Name for Saya is on the... it's their match to win, for sure.
Right. The bands coming through. What are you thinking about these? I do like the Zentaro band, actually.
Yeah, as we just saw, I mean, Zentaro able to output so much damage. I wasn't able to catch the second band, I guess. My eyes kind of glazed over. Who was it?
I believe it was... Oh, I looked away for a second to check my notes.
I also looked away for a second. Yeah, okay, Drek coming out from both teams. I mean, just such a strong and versatile pick right now. He could be goalie for Team Name for Sai. He could be forward, though looking like Aimee is going to be the goalie. Drek Juliet, a strong comp, going to be able to get some KOs. And seeing the Asher pick is a bit of a surprise, knowing how buggy she is, but she's not exactly entirely out. Slop on the goalie, Lumos, and Borg on the brawler. Going to be a interesting match for sure.
Okay, I'm getting info from the chat that it was an Atlas band.
Atlas band.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. Also, if Awakenings were in Atlas's favor, definitely something you want to watch out for. Evo Heaven positioned to take that first barrier in Overflow, looking like he's going to get the second, misses the shotgun, and gets punished instead. Great stuff from Lumos. As he might say, it's so chill for Team Name for Saya right now. In Overflow, putting on some midfield pressure, looking to give Asher the rock so she can stuff it right into Slop's face. Evo Heaven instead going to stuff Borg right out of the game. The Aimee turret goes down. They're going to find 2. Do not find the barrier. Instead, Slop on stagger. Looks like he's going to die soon. In Overflow, just waiting for a pass. Borg coming back up, though, so maybe they're going to be able to hold on defense. Slop actually positioning more aggressively.
Wait a minute.
Is he going to steal their orb?
He was about to steal the orb! Oh my goodness. Lumos is going to have to play second goalie here for the time being, but it's looking like it's going to be able to give them enough time to respawn. Oh, this is already a great game. This is already a pristine night market game, if you ask me. Streak sends out that turret, and Evo Heaven sends out that giant shield, trying to get some KOs, trying to send Lumos into the blast zone, but instead it's going to be Evo Heaven getting sent in, and Slop going to have to try and find some way to keep this core ahead of him.
I mean, look, I was in a call with Kaz, and he was coaching Arcane Chicken, and also Lumos. Just what a shotgun, easily parrying streaks clear there. Good stuff. But I was in a call with Kaz, and he was coaching Arcane Chicken, and something he gave Arcane was there are two modes for Juliet. You got Borg mode, which is killing people, and Bell's mode, which is scoring. But as we saw, Borg, absolute master of just finding those kills and able to remove some pressure. And Overflow looking for the second barrier. The core flip goes out. He finds the pass to Elo Heaven. It's a quick one for core Overflow. I mean, they're showing why they're the second ranked team right now. That coordination, absolutely monstrous.
I watched last week's match from Team Name for Saya versus Comeback Kings, and Slot pulled out the IME on Atlas's lab, I believe. And I just wasn't super impressed by it. And I don't know. I don't think it's the world's... It's his best pick. I think his Kai is a lot better. I know the arguments can be made about which one's actually better, etc.,
Right.
etc., but...
Yeah, I think he's trying to play for the meta, but sometimes comfort is what you need. However, Borg easily finding the kill on Elo Heaven. They're focusing that damage on Asher. Drek and Juliet, such a strong killing combination. That Drek special outputting so much damage. What a clear from Streak. Slot barely missing that cyber swipe, losing a barrier for it. Elo Heaven's going to come up. Borg is on life support, almost cracked. If in Overflow and Elo Heaven can find a kill, they'll be in good shape to take this point, I think. The special goes out from Lumos, spreading that damage all around. It doesn't last long enough to make any significant difference, but he does almost get the barrier. Borg staggered, staying alive very well right now, but Elo Heaven's going to find that kill. And in Overflow, Elo Heaven putting the pressure on Slop right now. He has the flip, and Lumos playing some incredible midfield, making sure it does not get past. So it looks like they're going to be able to stall out the death timer for Borg.
I can't believe they did, and that core flip was so huge, able to land that onto that barrier. Borg is able to walk up here. Nice dribbles, and as he goes into Bell's mode, but Slop is not going to be able to clear that one away in time. The brothers are here, and they are battling with this core, trying to land the passes, trying to make sure that they've got the good opportunities. Lumos with a great stuff to make sure that core flip does not end up with Slop not able to getting the clear, but a couple of really quick shots, and that's another score for the members of Core Overflow. They're on set point.
Yeah, it's on this map, especially sometimes it can be real hard to read the bounces and angles. There's some whack geometry going on there. That was just barely out of Slop's strike range. Borg taking some heavy damage, but so does Elo Heaven. Finds the kill with the special strike shot from Slop, caught by In Overflow, but the pressure is still being put on the midfield by Lumos. He finds the clear. Borg looking to take a barrier. He does. The Ivy turret goes out from Streak. Defensive use there. All those hits being able to help find a clear. In Overflow almost gets the double lock.
Wow.
Elo Heaven catches on the rebound, and in Overflow, just that coordination, just the rebound to Elo Heaven, he gets the barrier, rebounds right back to Overflow, and they're going to score. I mean, it's that synergy from the forward duo.
This is the kind of collapse that you need to see on Night Market, is hanging around that middle block and being able to play around it, play with each other, and collapse in that way.
Absolutely. The draft in favor for Shriek, but he's not going to take Timeless, actually looking to deny the Adren Rush. Interesting choice. I think the pressure might be better. Slop also not taking Timeless, actually opting for extra special. I don't know if that's play. More turrets are great, but the quality of a Timeless turret, all those hits, so much pressure. But it's definitely kind of a toss-up. Interesting draft for sure. We're going to see how this works out for both teams.
We also see that Borg is going to take Unstoppable here, even in the face of this Asher Shield, which can do some very wonky, funky things if there's an Unstoppable player at the end of it. I see the reasoning, but it's going to create some interesting situations for sure, as Elo Heaven is actually... For sure.
Lumos staggered into Overflow, easily finds that kill with his Drekar shotgun sweet spot. He's also got 2 sparks, power and agility, so those stats are definitely coming through right now. In Overflow, putting the pressure on Slop, struggling to hold a little bit, but he does find the pass to Lumos, who can find the clear. Borg waits out the good patience from Borg, waiting out the glitch pop. Turret goes down. The ball in a bit of limbo right now, but Elo Heaven is going to manage to clear it out. The core flip goes out, bouncing it off the corner. What a demon angle.
That's a demon angle and a half, and as you play more, you realize, like, oh, there's a little bit of geometry like right on that corner that isn't like a complete like just clean angle, so you can bounce it off of there. But there's no way that was intentional, right? Right? Surely.
I mean, who knows? These are some real good players. They might just have that
Right.
unlock. Borg finding a quick barrier streak. Easily finding the clear though. The flip goes out just from the punch from Borg. The turret goes down. Defense streak right now. No, he's playing Imi goalie. I mean, Imi's not exactly dead at the goal line, but she's not the strongest there either. So it's great to see Streak holding it down. Lumos is staggered and they're fishing for the kill, but instead they're going to be able to score. What a strike shot from Streak,
Wow.
inches from the barrier. They're able to get that save. Borg though, right up there, putting the pressure right back on them. Staggered on Borg, but he's got the flip. Slop also has the flip out. If Borg can catch this with a flip, it might be a point. What a catch and save from Streak.
And that's where that extra special might have come in handy, right? The little bit more, the one more shot from that turret might be what the difference was in that strike war. And now it's Borg is going to be KO'd, and they're able to collapse on this barrier. If they could just get out of the Lumos out of the way, they finally do. Oh, that's so frustrating when you're the Drek right there, but it was enough for Borg to come online and stuff it right back into that Imi, and that's so unfortunate if you're Core Overflow, but it's a lot of momentum if you're Team Versailles.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing capitalization from Borg there. Just off the respawn, walks right up, stuffs it right in. It's looking like this match is actually surprisingly even despite their places in the standings. Both teams having some real strong players. Slop holding on well right now. Lumos also playing some great defense. Borg on life support. Flip up for in overflow though. We're gonna see how he uses that. He might actually use it to get the kill if Borg mispositions just slightly though. Borg is positioning very well to survive right now. And it's not gonna be the unstopped player that gets killed by the Asher Wall, but is instead going to be Drek. Elo Heaven looking to get 2 kills and another barrier, and he does. Incredible forward play from both in overflow and Elo Heaven. The special parrying Strop Slike there.
That was such a good, like, there were 2 really good passing plays. That volley at the end, but also the core flip. That was a pass right to Elo Heaven to get the other barrier and dodge the Ivy turret. That's so smart, and it's kind of, I don't want to say a lost art, but it's definitely something you don't see a ton of. The core flip pass.
Right, though I think we will see more of that in NASL. These players are, you know, in a coordinated setting, it's definitely going to be a lot easier to call those things and coordinate off that. Elo Heaven, I mean, just barely in time to take the first barrier and right in position to take the second. The flip on Streak, he's going to use it. Almost at the demon angle, but Slop, oh my gosh, dies for the clear, but what an incredible save. Backing up to get the distance. Punished for backing up, but it's what was needed to clear that out. Borg trying to hold on for defense, but in overflow, just shotgunning him into the goal and the core.
I mean, it's just been clean execution, and this is something that I have in my notes from every set that I've watched from this team. Is they are always understanding exactly where to be and how to position their shots. It's a masterclass in how you play in a coordinated environment.
Absolutely, and Elo Heaven getting the stagger swagger is going to be pretty huge. They've been stacking the damage on him, and now if they do, they'll be punished for it. The Slob getting built different, forcing forcing Streak onto the heavy impact, but both those characters, I mean, they're both on Imi, obviously. Multiple impact tags, going to make good use of that. Or getting the Orb Ponderer. Lumos getting the hot shot, very, one of Drek's best in slots for sure. Great draft for Lumos. It's both teams one out there, and we're going to see what happens. The barrier goes down fast for Streak, but Lumos goes down fast as well.
Oh my god, this is murder. I mean, holy cow. Where's the team?
And, you know, before I'm even done talking about one person getting KO, they find 2 and the score. What offensive and oppressive play from Core Overflow right there. Amazing stuff.
They always do this as well, as they dump damage onto the same people at the same time in exactly the right ways. It's just like, oh, obviously you target the same players, but just coordinating those cooldowns is something that is super hard to do effectively, but they always manage to do it. As speaking of cooldowns, that shotgun has just set them right there and definitely is cooling down any momentum that Team Versailles had.
Yeah, it's a bit rough for Team Name for Saya right now. In Overflow and Elo Heaven just playing such oppressive offense. Streak also just absolutely holding it down. Borg and Lumos looking for what opportunities they have, but right now it's looking like they won't have many. Slav has the flip. This is going to be forced to use it, I think, but he's not going to find the clear, and the turret's going to get the kill. No defender there. They're going to score 3-0 so fast. Core Overflow has ramped up. They're showing their dominance right now.
That I it's every time. Every time I watch this team, I'm just floored by just like, oh, wait a minute. This is what like the closest thing we have to like task levels of gameplay, because they place their shots perfectly every time. Like you saw a couple of times during that last set, the way that they did the diagonal right around that IME to catch just the end tip of the night market barrier. And it's like, yes, obviously it's something that we've all done, but the way that they're able to do it every single time is, and setting it up so that they do it every single time, is the difference maker.
Absolutely. They're just so consistent. And going into game 2, Team Name for Saya is definitely going to be on the back foot here. But if they can draw Core Overflow, that would be a huge victory in this case. I mean, after that kind of performance from COW, someone in the chat, Bobadex actually, another NSL player, talking about underperformance from Core Overflow. They usually win 1.25 times faster. And honestly, just might be true. They're just so dominant this season of NASL.
Yeah, I haven't taken too deep of a dive into the stats yet, but that is something that I've seen. I think it was Elo Heaven was just at the top of like every single stat that was important for a forward in the East. He was like in top 5 for like every single one. Yeah, like in Overflow is top 5 in average goals, top 5 in average saves as a forward, top 5 in average damage. Like just the fact that he's able to do so much and so efficiently is the difference. Like, how are you able to be all of that at once?
Absolutely. I mean, Elo Heaven, he can take. I'm sure he could take pretty much any scoring forward and just make it work. He's an absolute monster on the field. Just look at the Asher performance. He was getting focused down for damage. Didn't even matter. They were trying to take him out. Did not matter. He just scored. He kept scoring. He found kills everywhere he went. Absolutely just dominant stuff from him. And in Overflow as well, finding those passes at the slightest opportunity. The synergy is just so strong to deal with. I think Team Name for Saya has to focus on disrupting that a little bit, maybe to make some room for Slop to breathe.
Right, exactly. That is just like we saw in the previous match between Prodigy and Comeback Kings. Once Yeesh had a little bit more room to breathe, he was able to they were able to put on a lot of good pressure in that same situation with the IME on Night Market. And if they can manage that again, if they can somehow disrupt the coordination between those two brothers, it will result in them feeling so much more free to do with the core what they want. But the question is how, and I think it's gonna end up coming to making sure that they are able to consistently put out more damage and make them feel a little less safe.
Absolutely. I do want to see if Team Name for Saya can tee up for a comeback here, but we're just waiting on game 2 of this set, and I'm curious if you have any predictions for how this match might go.
Well,
actually, we're loading in right now, so we're gonna see.
Yeah, we're about to find out as it's
Yeah.
Night Market again.
Yeah.
Wow.
Map draft Luna. Slop looking at the Luna. I'm not sure if he is going to finalize that pick. The triple Asher ban, honestly, in their position, I would too. What do you do after Elo Heaven does that to you? Zentaro banned from Core Overflow. We're gonna see how this match goes. It's gonna be interesting. Slop looking like he will actually take the Luna. Oh, never mind. Okay, got a little excited there, unfortunately.
A little excited. I understand. You never know. You never know what could disrupt them, right? Maybe the added damage from Luna, which is a lot, could be the difference maker. As the X and the Era come online, Is it going to be for both teams? It
I think
is.
so. Yeah. I mean, what else do you do here? Era X, such a dominant comp. I kind of wish we got the full Ember Monarchs, geez, mirror match. But this will be an interesting match as well. Lumos, such a good midfielder. Borg, such a good brawler. But also you're against Elo Heaven and Int Overflow. What can you do? We're gonna see Castellast as actually the start as well. So this is gonna be big. Best in slot for both X and Era.
Right,
Elo
and that's
Heaven.
probably why it was picked by both parties for both slots, right? It is just perfect.
The midfield boxing going on right now. Pace a bit slow. Obviously, X is basically not a character until level 2, but once he hits level 2, oh my god, everybody knows what that character is capable of. The damage still coming out from Borg, though. Elo Heaven on life support. Streak already down a barrier. Pressure is being put out from team name for Saya right now. Elo Heaven staggered. Are they going to be looking for that kill? Lumos also staggered. Both eras in a bit of dangerous position, but a great beam from Lumos is going to finish off Elo Heaven. Down a player, can Streak hold his berry? He has to use the flip. The pressure's still on, though. Lumos covering well. In Overflow is actually going to find the opportunity to kill Lumos and Borg. And oh my god, he's just... it's either Elo Heaven or In Overflow, but you can't stop them both. Slop perfectly defending that double lock there. Oh my gosh.
Then that was super close. It was just a little bit off, a little bit closer up, and it would have been a very different story. But Slop was able to clear that super nicely. And this is an opportunity for the IME to really shine, right? You know, since it's X is going to be lumbering around in the midfield, and Era's doesn't have like the range and the damage to really put on top of you. IME can really shine and put out the damage, put out the pressure, put out that forward aggression that is characteristic of her goalie, but Slop is going to get a little bit bounced around as Borg is waiting to come back online. This goal is open, the goal gates are down, and Lumos is in a prime position to try and help this defense, but it's still very scary. They have a lot of good scoring potential.
Absolutely. The flip goes out from Lumos, almost finds it on Streak, but Streak positions well to find the clear. Borg looking for a kill on Int Overflow. He is going to find it. Elo Heaven getting beat out in the midfield by Lumos in the strike war. Borg on stagger, but without the other brawler, it's going to be hard to find a kill on him. Maelstrom a little easy to react to, and Beam only being able to stuff at perpendicular angles. Both teams' goals open. Borg almost scores on Slot, but great cyber sight from Slot there. Unfortunately, all three members of team name for Saya beat out just barely there. Oh my gosh.
Then that glitch pop was so disorienting. They almost weren't able to react to it, it seems like, and just gonna slip right on by is the core. There it goes, and oh, you hate to see it, but they're not out for the count just yet, as X is gonna be back in this ring trying to box out Lumos. Not going to be good opportunities so far for these goal barriers to go down. And if Elo Heaven could just get one or two more good shots here, then In Overflow and Borg can go at it, and finally someone will get KO'd.
Borg on stagger, but so is In Overflow, and In Overflows and Borg special are down, so neither of them are going to be fishing for kills anytime soon. Elo Heaven, though, is going to fish for this barrier, and the core flip goes out so patient, just waiting for those goal gates to open. He knows Slop can't make it in time. Has to take a bit of a 50-50 there. Unfortunately for Slop, Elo Heaven reads it well. It's 2-0 up for Core Overflow. They're still just so dominant, but it looks like Team Name for Saya is holding on a bit better than they were in the last match.
Right, I think this is a lot more favorable for them now that they have a little bit more room to breathe. Even if Elo Heaven is staggered here, it's not going to be exactly the position that they want to be. They want to make sure that those KOs are good and that Borg is healthy, but he is not, and that is a KO. Lewis has done a good job at staying alive for the time being, but really hasn't found like a lot of these tornadoes that he's really been wanting. Hasn't been able to keep Borg healthy and alive and sped up. It's unfortunate, and finally Borg has come back online, but in Overflow finally gets KO'd, and this is the first opportunity for Team A for Psyaf to really make a difference.
Right, but I mean, Streak has two barriers up. They're going to be fighting an uphill battle even on just this point. Great use of abilities by Slot there to find the KO, but Lumos still on stagger, and now both members of Core Overflow are up. The pressure is on. They find the kill on Lumos. Great glitch prop from Slop to steal the core from In Overflow, but it's not going to be enough. Finds the pass to Elo Heaven. Elo Heaven's going to score 3-0 for Core.
3-0. And honestly, you asked me at the beginning of this match what the score was going to be. I was hesitant to say anything, but I really am expecting another 3-0 from Core Overflow. I don't have faith that Team Nate Versailles can make these adjustments quickly, because from watching them and from seeing how their results have played out throughout the season, they haven't made too many adjustments to really make sure that they can get themselves ahead in these matches. It's unfortunate, but I we need to see something. We need to see some
Right.
vibrato.
Need some signs of life from Team Nameless for Saya, unfortunately. I mean, it's a little hard. Core Overflow, honestly, just basically an anaconda at this point. You're being strangled on the offense. What can you do? Borg is already staggered in Overflow, playing that incredibly well. Elo Heaven looking to place some midfield pressure, but Slob managed to find the clear in Overflow, damaged a little bit. Borg also on stagger, both X's in a dangerous spot. Streak is going to give up a barrier there, but it looks like it'll be okay. The Maelstrom finds one for Core Overflow. Actually, it's going to be the beam from Elo Heaven and not in Overflow to take the kill there. The beam from Lumos almost finds it, not quite enough. Slop loses 2 barriers. His goal is open. That Imi turret is right there. Great clear from Slop, but can he get it out of the woods? Not quite yet. Lumos playing great defense, wins the midfield exchange, wins it again. That's what they need. Goals barriers go down for Core Overflow, and it's looking good for Team Name for Saya for this point, actually. Slop has the flip up, has to flip to save it from the Maelstrom, unfortunately. Great timing from Elo Heaven, and Elo Heaven looking to score right now. Borg moves back to defend. I think it's looking okay so far, but anything can happen, and anything does. The strike shot misses. Elo Heaven manages to sneak it by.
And we talk about streak there. I mean, really, that even though the goal barriers went down during that power play, completely held cool, was able to even keep the core flip, and the rotations that he's been having to put on these aggressive Imi turrets and to put on these, like, the nice strike shots to keep up the midfield pressure has just been really, really clean overall. Even if he gets trounced around by that tornado this time around, he's still got a very good opportunity to stay alive, as he barely does not clip off the side and is able to cyber swipe away Borg, preventing him from really going after that core again. And this is the kind of goalie play that you need to be seeing from Imi. It is, again, towing that line between offense and defense.
Absolutely, and Streak is a master at this. I mean, he's probably the best Imi goalie around, other than You Already Lose. So it's no surprise that he is playing this incredibly well. I'm actually surprised Slop is not banning out the Imi and is letting Streak have it. I think it's better to maybe force Streak onto a different character and then play a more comfortable pick of your own, rather than trying to take Streak to the Imi gauntlet. But Lumos, it's a little hard to defend when both your forwards are down. That Maelstrom is going to tap it in.
Oh, goodness. And not much you can do there. Borg finally finding some KOs, finding the brawler advantage, especially in levels, and that's going to help him a lot to try and get Team Name for Saya back onto the board. But is he going to be able to do it consistently? Well, there goes Loomis.
Right. Slop finding the cyber slight midfield, though, so it looks like they're going to be able to hold. They just need to hold for 7 more seconds. Good striking from Slop, winning that strike war against in Overflow to not lose a barrier. Borg brawling pretty well, keeping his health bar up, not dying too much. He's managing to test Overflow, which is pretty impressive considering how good both the forwards of Core Overflow are. Borg, though, now close to dying. That debuff from Era really punished him in Overflow, finding the damage. Slop, though, holding on well. Lumos holding on well. Streak's got the flip, though, so it's going to be a bit of an ask to score this. In Overflow, also has a flip, finds a kill on Borg. I think he's just waiting for an opportunity to use it.
Oh, and there it goes.
Oh, no, Streak.
Streak, oh no, wait, what's going on? Glitch Pop comes out, and so does the Maelstrom, but not going to find too much here. Slob is able to keep this one alive, keep the barrier from going down. Streak forced to use the core flip there because of a weird angle, and Elohim was able to at least get that one back bounced. In Overflow's in a good position here to collapse, but Elohim's a little bit low and doesn't have elusive, so can't really make too many super aggressive plays. But a wild glitch pop and a good strike from In Overflow, and that is going to be set point once again for Core Overflow.
Lumos missing the strike there, just a bit unfortunate. If he had, they might have found the save and clear and turned the point around. But it's not over yet for Team Name for Saya. They've been playing a lot better in this set, at least. 1-2 is not a dead scoreline. There is comeback potential. Borg pushing up, seeing if he can get some pressure on Streak OS TTV. Streak OS TTV, he does. In Overflow, though, also putting some pressure of his own. Great cyber strike from from Slop onto Elo Heaven. The flip goes out from Borg. They're going to score. Not much you can do when your abilities are mostly proactive. Once again, the wind up on Glitch Pop on cyber swipe, not gonna be able to catch the court in fast situations like that.
Right, exactly. And you could tell that he was ready for it. He was prepared, but even if you're ready, it doesn't mean that you can exactly time this precisely because of how much time there is to wait for the core flip to go. Really good stuff coming out of in Overflow, of course. Excuse me, Borg and in Overflow for getting some good damage here.
Borg managing to take a barrier and find the kill on Elo Heaven. Both gold barriers are going to open Streak without a flip, but Borg just barely misses the bell ringer to score that. Though even if he had hit it, maybe Streak was evading, so he might have been able to save it. Good stuff from Streak, the awareness to evade there. In Overflow is looking a bit low, and the pressure is on. They're just a tad overextended. The Imi turret goes out to keep the upfield. They're going to find the kill on Overflow. Elo Heaven looking dangerous, but he's putting that midfield pressure on. Lumos snipes him with the beam. Are we going to see Streak get scored on here? Lumos misses the shot. No, the glitch pop from Streak TV upfield. So unfortunate. That was an opportunity lost. Team name for Saya unable to capitalize there, but it's not over yet. Elo Heaven and Overflow are back up, but they're not able to keep the core for too long. Lumos and Borg playing pretty well, and of course the core control from Slop tops the turrets. He's playing very well this game compared to the last one for sure.
Oh, 100%. Doing a lot better at just keeping this core downfield, make sure the Streak has to keep performing, which I think is a very big difference here. Slop sends the core flip, sends it to Lumos, able to land it, and that's going to be a good turnaround from Team Name for Saya, getting back on the board. 1-1 in this set, and they're not done yet. They can make this thing happen.
Lumos absolutely with the "it's so chill" in their comms right now. There is no doubt in my mind. Extra spec coming up, one best in slot for Imi, but of course the Stinger is also an option. It's going to be interesting to see what Slop opts for. He opts for the damage. It makes sense, wants to help stack that damage on. Streak actually taking the Deadeye over the extra spec. Once again, extra spec great for scoring, but if you can stack the damage in a brawler comp like this, it's going to be great. Denying the build different from X, but X is going to have X Maximus up all the time. He gets the happy star instead. The bulk up goes up. And actually, we missed the first draft. I forgot about this with spec training. Stagger Swagger is going to be big on Elo Heaven, and I mean, the big fish from Streak is just helping him defend.
Helping him defend just a little bit, indeed. Helping make sure that at least able to keep those glitch pops up constantly. Borg is going to have a little bit of a rough time here. Going to try and contest with an Overflow, but going to get a couple of abilities sending him to that KO. In Overflow might end up to the same fate here if he's not careful, but has to make sure that he can stay alive. Elo Heaven with a great pass back.
Wow. Unfortunate clear from Slop there. They I mean, Elo Heaven reacting well there, making sure to strike that right back, strike on cooldown for Slop, and they're going to score. Definitely that X Maximus is going to make a play here because he's just got it up again. And look, he already cast it. He's swinging. He wants to kill Borg. He knows that if they can get Borg down, then they're always in a good position to score, even if Lumos plays incredibly well on defense. But Borg and in Overflow, both on life support, in a dangerous position. The flip goes out from Lumos. Great stuff. Finds the barrier off the corner angle. The beam goes out, almost stuffs it in, but great defense from Core Overflow. Couldn't tell who struck it there. Oh, they find a stray kill. Find two. Borg was staggered, but Lumos was full HP. Just a little bit unfortunate right there. The Stinger damage is playing out well for Slot, but there's no one to capitalize. But he holds it down. Both his forwards are back up. It's looking all right for Team Name for Siren.
Can I get a hold in chat? That was amazing as this double KO comes out now, and it's time for Streak to hold. Has the core flip, able to use it, but not going to be able to time it correctly. A great stuff from Lumos, and that's another goal for Team Name for Saya as they start climbing this mountain.
Also, just the awareness from Lumos that when he's stuffed, he should pass to Borg for the easy goal. Not that the strike back anyway, but just that's like a top player thing. Just having that awareness of like, oh, I'm in a tight situation, but let me make sure my mouse is correct. You know, and while I'm speaking, Borg is gonna find the kill on Inner Overflow. The pressure is on for Core Overflow to keep this one alive. Both barriers went down so fast. In Overflow went down so fast. Evo Heaven managed to take a barrier of his own, and in Overflow is back up. But team name for Saya holding on well. It's 1-1-1-1.
Most was kind of dancing around the wrong sides a couple of times. Just they kept clearing it away from Lumos, and was not able to keep up that midfield pressure and help out Borg to try and score this goal. But they've got another opportunity this time, a great cross up, and that's another set point for Team Name for Saya. And all of a sudden, Core Overflow's dominance looking like it's getting shut down.
Yeah, there's definitely a chink in the armor right now. Let's see if Team Name for Saya can capitalize. It would be absolutely massive. I'm very excited, personally, to see a Juggernaut go down, but it's not like I don't like Core Overflow. I mean, look at this forward duo right now. Just as I say it, they almost take down Borg immediately, but Borg managing to hold on. Elo Heaven instead going to be the one scared of getting KO'd, and Borg is going to be able to find it. That cast last, making sure he has the time to finish that off. It was the starting training after all. Great glitch pop from Streak, but it's not going to be enough to keep the core upfield. Borg finds a barrier. They're looking for two. The turret goes out. The spec training Stinger in Overflow is his health bar is gone. Imy's got some real damage from Slop's Imy has some real damage this time around. The beam goes out from Lumos, finds the stuff. Borg looking to score. Lumos catching the clear on the bottom side. It's real dangerous for Overflow. They're low as hell. Elo Heavens, okay, manages to get the orb, so he holds on, but in Overflow does not. The flip still up for Slop. Can they find this point? Team name for Saya. Looking like they just might. Streak playing great defense, but Borg, unlucky, knocked right to where he should be to score that. What a set for Team name for Saya.
Oh, that's so frustrating if you're whoever bounced him that way. You have to be thinking, oh, I can't believe I just did that. But if they can, it's a mental battle. I think that they're crumbling right now in the mental category. They just need to bring it back as the draft comes online.
And there's the other best in slot for Imly, Timeless Creator. Surely Streak is going to look to take that, or he might look to take Missile Prop to get some real damage out. Era taking the Timeless to deny, but that is a rough pick for those of you who don't know. Timeless doesn't actually give Era Maelstrom that much. All it does is increase your max charge time, give you a little bit more size. Monumental is definitely the better pick. I think actually Streak kind of smart waiting to force somebody to deny him the Timeless, specifically the Era, so that he could bait them into drafting poorly and getting the missile instead. Kind of a bit of a meta game right there.
Was that a mind game? Was that?
I think Streak just mind controlled Lumos into drafting poorly. Oh my god.
Holy cow. And hey, maybe that's the advantage that they need. Maybe again they're down but not out. As this time around, it's the Core Overflow that needs to mount a comeback and try and keep this tournament match alive. But Int Overflow is definitely not alive any longer. Streak is going to have to try and put on this offensive pressure and keep this one downfield. But finally, Respawn comes alive. Borg is staggered, but so is Elo Heaven. There's so much damage flying around all over the place, and there's so much to keep track of, and this is prime Omega Strikers, if you ask me.
Speaking of flying around, that core definitely flew around when Slop got that barrier, and what a cyber swipe to save the bottom one. Borg just in time to make sure it does not reach the top one either. Goal open for Core Overflow. They're looking a little weak right now against Team Name for Saya. I'm surprised. They've just been so dominant. This is some interesting stuff to see happening in Overflow. Still staggered. Borg managing to heal up off of Slop's orb. Can they find the kill on Overflow? And if they do, I think they might be able to score as well. Though for sure they have the advantage. Unlucky bounce to get that barrier. Night market moment for sure.
Night market moment, and this core bouncing around is going to be a super night market moment. With the overtime and the added speed, it's just so hard to predict exactly which way this core is going to go at any moment, and you have to be on your toes, as Streak is going to be able to send the strike shot to make sure that Borg doesn't get that bounce back score. This is going to be a really good opportunity if Into Overflow can just stay alive for just a little bit longer and walk towards this goal. The bell ringer not going to be able to find the core. Still staggered, and Borg has a good opportunity here. Elo Heaven trying to pass it to his dead teammate, but is going to bounce it off the wall instead, and is going to land in the goal. And Core Overflow is going to be able to finally make some sense of what's going on.
Facts. I mean, incredible angle from Elo Heaven. They're hitting it around Slop. Incredible offense there. Even capitalizing on, once again, they're just so good at capitalizing on like the slightest opportunities. incredible stuff. Borg, though, right there, unable to find barrier, but Streak is unable to stop that flip either. So eventually one does go down. The turret up from Streak OSDTV, the missile prop giving the range it needs, but can Lumos and Borg get another? The goal is open, the flip is out. Lumos almost misses, but Borg is right there to finish it off. Good stuff from team name for Saya. A bit of a scramble that point, so much happened.
Yeah, I didn't. I was like, wait a minute, what sent that person into the blast zone? And
Yeah,
it was a glitch bomb. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Again, just chaos here as Streak
Absolutely.
is gonna try and clear this one away. Elo Heaven finally able to land another goal barrier here as Borg is getting staggered into overflow. Not gonna be able to find this. The strike shot is what's going to be able to finally do it for Borg as both of these Ivy turrets come online, and they're going to try and get this pressure towards the other's goal, but it's just kind of ping-ponging around in the team name for Saya field. Glitch Pop comes alive, and so is the rest of everybody on the field, but into overflow is staggered again, as well as Lumos. And it seems like every 10 seconds another player gets staggered, another player goes down. This Maelstrom might be exactly what they need to keep Slop down, but Borg able to finally secure this KO. If there's one opportunity that Streak has, it could be to KO Borg right here, but it's not going to go for it. Instead, it's going to focus on this core control as the Maelstrom comes through, not finding anything. The Glitch Pop finally into overflow is alive, and Streak is able to save this goal barrier once again. How he's been able to hold on to these goal barriers is insane.
Yeah, unfortunate strike shot from Slop there. I think it just came up, not enough time for him to react and clear into the corner. But Streak absolutely playing some wonderful defense there, and the IME pressure, that turret forcing Slop to lose a barrier. He was down a player, and it didn't even matter. Streak, just such a good goalie. His fundamentals are just too strong. In overflow, going to find some early damage on Borg. Not going to find the KO. It's a bit of a pattern in this game where we see a lot of damage, but it takes a second to get the KO, and that makes sense. X has to burn his cooldowns to get the damage, obviously, so he's going to have to wait a second to finish the job. Lumos finds the clear from for team name for Saya, pushing it out midfield in overflow. Finally staggered. Borg also staggered. He's going to find the bell ringer, though, and the Maelstrom is going to get 2 barriers. Team name for Saya in prime position to score right now. Sloth has the flip up. Surprised he's not playing aggressive for it. But there it goes, and Lumos almost capitalizes, not quite. Elo Heaven has a flip, and everybody is back up. Still, definitely core overflow on the back foot here, having to play a little more defensive with their goal barriers down, while Slop has 2. Borg has the flip. Lumos got his own. Surprised he doesn't flip there just to score, and Borg is going to lose his, dying to in overflow in Elo Heaven. And now it's Slop's turn to be on the back foot, but Lumos, great midfielding, winning out that strike war. Great glitch pop. That beam, so unfortunate from Lumos. This match, at this point, is absolutely like back and forth all over the place. In overflow finds the kill on Lumos.
It's so dicey, right? Because everything is hanging on a knife's edge. There's just one piece of damage that could end up going one way. There's one 50-50 that core flip that could end up going right into your goal. Exactly.
It's as you say it. Like, they get one punish, they find the barrier, and immediately in overflow finds that flip for the goal. Unfortunate that Lumos couldn't flip earlier there. He had his own opportunity to score, but it is going to set 5. Something I did not expect from this matchup. Good performance from team name for Saya so far, and every set has been just back and forth. It's not like they are getting stomped like they were in the first one. Amazing stuff. Great to see them make those adjustments that you said they couldn't.
Right, exactly. Listen, I'm always one who enjoys being proven wrong, but let's talk about the draft.
The stacks on stacks for Lumos is going to be a big deal. The adrenaline rush from Imi. If Slop can pick up some kills, then he can definitely play some Yeesh style goalie. The unstop on Elo Heaven might be interesting, allowing you to get comboed by X easier, but you also won't die to stray cyber swipes, turrets, etc., etc. In overflow, already staggered, eating that turret damage. Borg looking for the kill. Instead, Lumos is going to find a barrier. The glitch hop goes out so that Lumos can look for 2. They're not quite able to. Streak playing well in defense. Elo Heaven winning these strike wars midfield. I mean, he's just so good. Streak's glitch pop not quite where it needed to be to get that. Borg laying out the damage. The goal is open for core overflow. What a finish from Slot. The adrenaline rush is going to proc. It's as I said. Does not find the goal, but he's going to be able to glitch pop it back. Ooh, what a glitch pop from Streak in return.
Wait, can Streak hold this?
Yes. No, oh, he does. Oh my gosh. In overflow is back up, and it looks like Streak is able to hold that glitch pop incredibly clutch.
So clutch, and so is the strikes from the members of Core Overflow as they are completely shutting down any scoring attempts that are coming through from the members of Team Name for Sai. As the core flip comes online, the bell ringer comes through. There's so much damage on Elo Heaven. I think that was his whole health bar. And the Maelstrom comes through, trying to make sure that an Overflow is going to be next, and he is. Streak has to hold this again with goal barriers down. The strike shot not going to be able to do it. Team Name for Saya is in a prime position to upset Core Overflow and take this one home with a tie.
Absolutely massive play from Team Name for Saya. But can we talk about Streak holding that first 1v3? Incredible stuff. I mean, that was the most clutch glitch pop I've ever seen. Just barely sneaking it past 2 forwards. But it's exactly what he needed. Unfortunately for Streak, he was not able to hold the rest of the goal. However, fortunately for Core Overflow, they're going to be able to find a kill on Borg, but they're going to lose 2 barriers for it. It's 2v3. If they can capitalize, though it doesn't look like they will because Borg is going to be coming back up soon. Yeah, it's a little dangerous. Streak, oh my gosh, what a cyber swipe to stop that glitch pop angle from going in Overflow, capitalizing off those rebounds. The Maelstrom from Elo Heaven just tapping it in. What great timing. I mean, as we mentioned before, in Overflow, Elo Heaven, such great synergy. They're just reading each other's plays perfectly.
They are reading each other's plays perfectly, and we talked about how the disruption is what really needed to happen for Team Name for Saya, and I think that this X-era combo is exactly what they needed. There's so much damage, there's so much chaos happening at all times, but if they can start trying to work around this new playstyle, then they can try and find that coordination again, and it's exactly what's going to unlock this double core flip. Getting exchanged, trying to get these goal in while the goal gates are down and everybody's still alive. Inter Overflow is in there, and Streak is trying to walk up to make sure that this goal gets scored. The turret comes online. Inter Overflow is down. Elo Heaven able to go crazy mix up. A crazy cross up to the top corner, and that is a goal for Core Overflow as it is a match point.
1 pixel up or to the right there, and Lumos would have parried it with Beam. Incredible mouse placement from Elo Heaven. I mean, his shot selection is just a little bit unreal. The turret goes down, Lumos finds it with the Beam. They're going to get the first barrier. Team Name for Saya. They've been managing to take early leads every point. They just have to capitalize if they want to make this comeback. But unfortunately, this time it's going to be Core Overflow taking an early lead. Elo Heaven manages to get 2, just a 1-2 punch so casually. Incredible stuff. Lumos has the flip, but and he's going to be forced to use it. Slav taking an unfavorable strike where he was guaranteed to lose if Lumos did not come back to help. So great stuff. What a bull rush from In Overflow, sniping Borg off the map with that dash. And it looks like it's going to be all over from Team Name for Saya. But we have to applaud that performance. That was incredible stuff from both teams. I'm surprised it got that close at all. Great stuff.
That was such an intense set from both teams, really. They've been completely, both teams showed up today, showed that they are deserve to be a part of this league, deserve to be touted as the best of the best because they showed it. They really did. I mean,
oh my God, look at Streak's stats for just a second. Holy 147 saves, 8 assists. I mean, MVP Streak, he was holding it down. I mean, we saw so many 1v3s that he was just incredibly clutch on.
300 redirects. I can't even. That's insane. Like, and just like the little things too. Like Elo Heaven walking forward with the core and forcing Lumos to core flip there. Like that's such a. It's the little things, but dude, the fact that they can force things like that is insane. It's insane the mind games that these teams play.
Also, can we? I just want to. I was so flabbergasted by Streak not taking Timeless to mind control Lumos into drafting poorly. That was absolutely hilarious metagaming. I don't know if that was intentional. Maybe Streak in the chat can answer for us. But I see Vaughn saying weakest Streak performance. It was
most sane Streak performance.
Most sane Streak performance indeed. That was an amazing match from both teams. Great stuff. Lumo said mind control in the chat right now. Mind control the Timeless. Someone give me a brain. But coming up next, we have probably the most massive match of the season. It's going to be commentated by Mystic and Combo, but DLS versus Light. What I mean, those are probably. I think Core Overflow is higher in the standings than Light, but Light probably the second strongest roster players wise. Looking at like. And obviously, DLS, what is there to say? We all know.
Yeah, exactly. They've been on a tear this entire season. That is the 1 and 2 seeds, the 2 invited teams to NASL East are going to be facing off. We're going to throw it to the next set of casters that are going to be Combo and Mystic. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm Magic 8 Ball.
I'm Fem Bison. We're going to be signing out. Have a good one.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to NASL. Still playing the East Division here in Season 1. I'm Combo, joined here by the wonderful Mystic. Mystic, how are we doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. Yeah, I mean, we saw you up earlier on stream playing. How are you feeling after your matches and stuff like that? I know we talked a little bit just right before stream went up too, but, throw on some thoughts here real quick.
Yeah, it was my first competitive match. Like, I really haven't played in tourneys at all, back in beta, and I've been enjoying the game since launch a lot, but haven't really found a team to be on, so I really appreciate Comeback Kings for giving me the chance to play a game, and after that first game, I'm so hyped to keep playing competitive. Unfortunately, I wasn't good enough to win, but expect a dub in the future.
Absolutely. It's looking forward to it. There you have it, folks. The competitive scene here on Mega Striker is still popping and kicking. These tournaments, we got all these things popping up all the time. Vaudable Tuesdays. You're going to have Thursday events coming as well. Of course, we have the NA Strikers League going on right now. So whatever way you guys can get involved, all of you in Twitch chat right now, do it. So the best of your ability, get in there, Because as Mystic said, right, tournament play is just a different beast from solo queue. But that's enough me shilling tournament play, despite me, because I just love tournaments. Let's go hop in here to the first set we've got today for us. And I think we're looking at DLS versus Light. How are you feeling about this one, Mystic?
This is a absolutely huge matchup, I would say, prior to getting into the NASL season, right? All the previous tournaments we've had have always been, I would say, like the core members of DLS, who are Vaughn and Bells now being added on with Ginger Pop. But DLS versus Light is like a long time running back, first and second team finishing. But this is a pretty hyped up match. However, Light hasn't been showing the same performances we've been seeing from them in the past. So with that in mind, it's looking like Light is going to have to do a little bit of an upward battle this week. So that's kind of like my thoughts going into it, but you never know. This is a team that has consistently gotten first in previous tournaments, so they have what it takes to win.
That's right. Currently, DLS are top dogs, right? They haven't dropped a set. They're just way up there perfectly. While Light's kind of got more middle of the road performance at the moment, but both teams have such heavy hitter names that have been around since the betas and these early tournaments and things like that, right? We have You Already Lose and Lilion 500 Corey on Lights up against Vaughn, Bells, and Ginger Pop on DLS. These are names that everyone is seeing all over the place, all across the community, and it's really, really exciting. So I'm hyped. I'm hyped to get this set. We've got great stuff coming our way.
Yeah, I'm excited to get into it. And it's looking like, oh, I got an Amy Zap background and we're heading into Amy Zap.
Oof. What a prediction.
Okay, so the hovers usually at the moment don't mean too much here. I know Vaughn just loves to hover out Octavia because it's a great looking character model here. So let's see what they end up going with. We're opting to ban the Rasmus. So a little bit of a fun 30-second note is we've been doing a lot of in-houses the last couple of days. And I think out of like the 10 matches we played, 6 or 7 of them were Amy Zab. And it was just me and Bells on Rasmus and Bells gapping us every single game. So I would have loved to see him actually pick the Rasmus. I think he's really strong on it. I don't like, yes, he's an amazing Juliet, but I think his Rasmus would perform extremely well in this situation.
Personally, I appreciate when teams go for the handshake to let Rasmus be open on Amy's app. We saw a lot of it at DreamHack Dallas. It was so much fun to watch all the chaos and terror that Rasmus struck into enemies and all the crazy, positioning things you could do around it. It makes for really interesting matches, but I completely understand why the ban is open. And now we have all of our characters on the field getting started super early. Vaughn and You Already Lose on goalies, both playing Dubu, scrapping here off the top side of the field.
Yeah, ever since the Dubu on ice or this Dubu with skates meta has started, thanks to Vaughn here, people are slowly realizing that this is honestly a top 2 character in the goalie position, when previously regarded as like bottom 2 or 3 goalies. So the way the mentality change, oh my goodness, You Already Lose being aggressive, coming out with the kill, walking up, getting the double kill using the core flip. And there you can see how much pressure Dubu has. He gets to walk up. You do not play him like Atlas, right? Do not hunker down. That's not the type of character you are. You will lose in those situations. You need to be aggressive, get KOs. You have such massive hitboxes and knockback, and you can just zone with log, with your tofu wall. And we saw a little bit of it there. So it's gonna be a fun matchup for sure.
This Dubu resurgence is pretty interesting to look at, considering the way Dubu's kind of marketed his initial character was like the quintessential goalie, the one to be using, right? And almost no one was using it. But Dubu's got one of the 2 major stats down, which is size. And now speed being on the board as well makes this character so much more viable. Super interesting. Both goals are already open. Bell's pushing up here with Juliet. We're going to have a flurry back from Leo to push things. Ginger Pop does that core flip on deck. Shotgun blast isn't going to make it. Bell's got the angles. You Already Lose covering it up. Corey's going to be sniping Vaughn away just a little bit. Nice zoning here. There's the evade going to go off.
Yeah, Corey right here doesn't have any evade, so he might end up going down. And there it is. Bell's looking at the evasion bar, knowing that Corey can't get out of it. Ginger Pop's probably going to also look for a kill here. Oh my goodness, just gets the stuff, doesn't need to use anything else.
That's
amazing
right.
Timing
Core
from
flip
him.
goes out. He still gets to keep his core flip as well. Went up on the other side and just kicks it right in. Sometimes that's all you need to do. Now we're 1-1 here in this first game.
1-1, but it is DLS with the advantage. If you just look purely at energy being built, we have nearly 3 core flips up, and usually these type of rounds end up ending super quickly because you walk up, you just pop core flip, get the barrier, someone else pops it again, gets the goal. But that was low from the first assault on the barrier here.
Now Leo take a lot of damage too. Leo's gonna go down. Corey about half health. Bell's trying to push forward. Barrier is down. Walk up here. Here's the 3v2, but Bond's not back to defend. The barrier is gonna go down. Got the speed booster. Another KO and the core flip. Not quite gonna be enough to score, but we had you already lose playing the 1v3 for a second right there. Leo is back. Still have to fight this 2v3. This is the advantage state that DLS really wants to push up for a goal here. Great defense from Light though, not letting it happen. And we're back to a relatively even neutral here.
Yeah, Bells was kind of staying up there because he knew that if Ginger Pop could get him the core, it's pretty much a guaranteed score there, but has to come back and help out just with the positioning of Leo, Leon, and Corey. It's a little bit too much for just Ginger Pop to deal with, and with Vaughn not having any cooldowns, you have to come back and help. So you give up a little bit of the pressure here to help out for a second, and oh no, the bouncing around. We got a little bit of a demon angle there. When it's in overtime and you hit it with a strong knockback, sometimes it just happens.
It just happens. It's going everywhere so quickly. You have no idea where it's going to end up. It just slipped right through the cracks of Vaughn's defense right there. And that's going to be another point here for Light. 1 point away from taking this first game and getting that advantage on Awakening Carousel. But too early to call anything just yet. DLS is very much on the board. We'll see what they can try to make happen. Ginger Pop fighting a 1v2 up here at the top half of the screen. Ooh, the Tofu wall barely almost opening up DLS's barrier, but still keeping it up. That was trying to pass this forward, doing a bit of dribbling. Ginger Pop gonna blast open the Summer Assault to stop it. Vaughn's gonna be here to defend. Look at this aggressive positioning here from Dude. But as you mentioned, right, this isn't an Atlas character. This isn't a character you hunker down with. You move around, you move up, get those chaos, apply pressure. Super, super dangerous.
Yeah, and this is honestly one of his best maps too, because you have the Amy's hole in the middle, which kind of like perfectly synergizes with the Tofu wall, and trading back and forth kills. We have Corey and Bells up as the only 2 forwards at the moment. But right now, Vaughn, super fast. Ooh, gets denied by a really good wall by You Already Lose. Has to go back and protect the barrier. But Bells seeing the opportunity to get the kill on the other Juliana.
Yeah.
Sometimes these kills happen so fast, you can't even tell who's gone.
True. That was such a scary stall there, too, right by Ginger Pop between You Already Lose and Ginger Pop trying to take the score there. But great defense and still keeps the core in play. Oh my goodness, Bells is in the right spot at the right time, gets the KO on the goalie, and a core flip for good measure. Getting this next point now, we're playing up for a final point on this first game.
Yeah, everything about tied in terms of energy here and levels for the most part. Bells is up at level 5 over both of the forwards, but Ginger Pop is still at level 3. Vaughn no longer has his somersault here, but is still walking up because I believe he has a Tofu Fortress. If you can find a good angle to just zone off, it's a solid, a couple seconds where you get to just play super aggressively without worrying. You see You Already Lose walk up for a second there, drops his own, and there's the clear. It wasn't enough though to block the barrier, but if we can get it past You Already Lose, we're probably going to get that barrier for free, and there it is. Now in a prime position to score. Let's see if the 1v1 between Leo Leon and Vaughn is enough. Leo Leon cannot secure it, and now we're kind of going back to this neutral state.
That's right. Ginger Pop trying to push forward here with Bells. They're trying to get these angles covered, but they're going to require Vaughn to really keep on the right side of the field. But there's that risk. If it happens to slip past Vaughn, it's pretty much a guaranteed goal. So always got to be careful. Vaughn is going to walk back, but it's not going to matter once the special applied here from Ginger Pop. Bells is able to follow up, and DLS is going to take this first game. We're going to be heading over to Awakening Carousel real quick.
Yeah, good work from DLS. Let's see what we have here. And it's Glass Cannon, which is what every Google on Ice wants to see, but it's most likely going to end up going to You Already Lose. We have Extra Special Infinite, but I don't think too many good users here. Stagger Swagger taken away by Bells. You Already Lose picking up the Glass Cannon. We might see a Ponder here. I'm not actually sure. No, choosing to go the Extra Special, getting that extra, off cooldown or off kickoff wall paired with, if you get like a Timeless Creator or a Cast Blast in the future, it's such a menace. But Ponder does actually end up going to Leo Leon. And Stinger for Corey. So we might start seeing some kills out here from, or I should say an increase in kills from Light.
That's right. Here we got the Tofu Fortress covering top side. Everyone's playing. There's the opposing Tofu Fortress coming out to you already. Lose moving super quick. That glass cannon coming into play. Summer Assault to stop. There's the special applied onto the core from Drakkar. It's not going to be enough to take it. And barrier is still up. Look at this fantastic defense. I'm pretty sure DLS will be fairly aware if he already loses offensive and defensive pressure with blast cannon. So you're going to be poking him just a bit if they can. Now you already lose goes super fast, but it's not enough. And Bells is able to take this next score. You already lose, just playing a little too aggressively and not staying back for the defense. At the end of the day, you're still a goal.
Yeah, even with all the speed from Glass Cannon, just Vaughn being able to find the perfect angle to get it over to Bells with a wide open goal. It's kind of tough because sometimes in those situations, like, yes, you wanna play back and protect your open goal, but you see it quite a bit in games where your goal is out open. Sometimes it's just better to walk up and be aggressive. Like, look at how Vaughn is playing here. Because if you can walk up as 3, you can lead into these positions where you get a goal, and you kind of just have to work with the consequence of, hey, if it gets past me, it gets past me. But the odds of us getting this point right now with 3 is better than with 2.
Yeah, I love the way the team kind of rotate, almost put Ginger Pop on goalie duty right there and let Vaughn almost play forward, kind of in that midfield area instead. And that perfect setup for Bells to get that score was absolutely fantastic. These are kind of the on-the-fly plays that these teams like to call. Oh no, the core flip has such insane momentum that both players are going to go down in the same strike. And goals are right back to being open. Great response here from Corey in these strike wars. Oh my goodness, passing down to Leo, almost takes as well. The core flip is going to be wasted, but it doesn't matter. Leo's going to get the dash in and take this next point to put Light back on the board.
Yep, still 1 point behind just to tie it out in this round, but you got to start from somewhere. And we're most of the time when these barriers drop or these goals happen, it's just the Dubus playing up and it's just making it through their midfield presence somehow. And whether that's that's, like I said before, that's kind of just part of the play style where you play so aggressive that sometimes it will just slip through. And I think that's completely fine, right? Like, if it means you are the better at offense, eventually you'll just score more than they do. And here we see Bells walking up with a really good dribble, catching it with the flurry, but not enough to score. We have the backup from Vaughn with the Tofu Fortress, and still in an aggressive position here. While they have their barrier up, they can play a little bit more aggressive in general, getting the core flip out of You Already Lose. And it's not looking like it's enough. Bells getting the core once again and able to score on You Already Lose. His signature, bounce it off the bottom. Every Juliet needs to know how to do a simple dribble into a dash punch or a flurry like that. It's so hard to get out of.
That flying Phoenix is so dangerous. But now we got our next set of awakenings here for the carousel. We're gonna have Vaughn here on first pick. Is it gonna be? It's gonna be a prime time. Chrono Boost going here to You Already Lose. We get built different on Juliet. That offensive presence, that size, super important. But we're also got Big Fish on the other side. We see both Juliets playing kind of for the same stats. That's just how important it is to be both as a midfielder and upfront scoring. Size and speed, both super important stats here. Just trying to win strike wars or trying to score these goals. It's dangerous.
I'm gonna actually disagree here with You Already Lose's pick of Chrono Boost. So I think it was a deny for Drakkar. It also, I mean, it helps your stun a little bit and adds a little bit of range to your somersault. But oh my god, Vaughn getting the kill super aggressively with his own somersault. But yeah, the pickup of Chrono Boost, I think it's just better to leave it open and let Corey pick it up on Era instead.
Yeah, I can see that. There might have been some fear of like Ginger Pop getting it or something, and then having the Xenocloak being even that much more dangerous. But it is an interesting deny pick. And we'll see how the rest of the team wants to kind of maneuver around it. Tofu Wall is going to go up in response to Magic Maelstrom. We're going to have more logs going out. Vaughn's small into just a little bit for now. Bells being super aggressive. Junior Pop trying to pass it, putting Bells in the right spot at the right time. Flurry is going to go up. It's going to whip. A lot of damage, though. Just quite not hitting the core presence.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous to clear up right now because Corey is looking for the core right now. And he has his own core flip. But maybe if DLS can be a little bit aggressive on Corey and force the core flip out, that's a big tool gone. But Vaughn trying to play super up front here, gets punished and taken out. But we see Ginger Pop constantly coming back to be that second goalie. Holds it down long enough. Vaughn is up, but might get traded out. Nice hold by DLS.
Yeah, just barely staying alive. Another player is going to go down here on the side. Ginger Pop is down, and Bells and Vaughn. These guys have been in their back foot for a hot second now. But Leo and Corey have not been able to score. There it is. Commentator's Curse finally gets it after so long. These guys were playing a 2v3 for the longest time. You already lose. Wanted to be aggressive, but was still a little bit worried about the potential of the core slipping past. So I kind of like the midfield presence there just in case. We can apply some aggressive pressure, but also be ready for the defensive
It was
pivot.
really smart of him to kind of like walk up to that top side of the midfield and just block off that clear angle. So he's not participating in the forward attack, but he's blocking off an angle for your DLS to clear. And that's kind of like a good halfway point, like you were saying.
Right, now we're back to these wars. Top left screen, trying to open this DLS barrier. Oh, there's the evade. It's gonna go down. Ginger Pop, Bells, and Vaughn still kind of recovering the core, trying to get it to the other side and trying to push an aggressive stance. But Leo, although super far up, still hasn't been completely staggered just yet. Corey trying to pass it along. Leo and Bells really trying to play the same game plan here. But Corey solos the universe and takes this next point all by themselves.
And I think this is the first time that Light has had an advantage in the game. So they have the opportunity here to win the round and get some priority in the carousel, but they have to clutch one more. And it's still like, even with DLS down a point, it's not going to change how they're going to play, right? They're still going to play just as aggressively. You can already see Vaughn, like, look at where he's positioning himself. He's trying to block Leo Leon from making any forward progress. But then you end up with situations like that where, you know, sometimes if it just gets cleared, it's going to break the barrier.
That's
Either
right.
way, though, we have Bells in a really good spot. Is it enough?
That's right. We saw Bells do so much work earlier on, opening the barrier again, almost single-handedly with all your resources. And then Vaughn had a perfect pass into Bells, but it was a very fast reaction foreflip from You Already Lose to save it. And now going to pass all the way back up to Leo in the front. With, again, that aggressive play with the Juliet is going to take this next point. And now finally, Light puts themselves on the board as getting this priority with You Already Lose. The MVP picking up the first Awakening. What do we get?
Yeah, I'm not sure between Missile Prop or Timeless Creator which ones the Dubu players prefer. You wouldn't normally think, if you're not familiar with the playstyle, you wouldn't normally think of Missile Prop being like a high priority pick. It's not just a denial for the Drakar. It is one of like the best picks you can take on this style of Dubu because it extends the range of the ultimate and the log so much that the log has a set knockback, right? Because of the creation, you will just start getting kills really easily.
You're getting those log snipes from across the screen. Your presence is that much more. Your effective range has quite literally increased. And so, again, it's an interesting pick for a character you traditionally think is kind of stay back, big, slow, burly goalie. Playing this very aggressive, almost, you know, third forward with all this midfield presence. But we can see Leo try to apply some, oh, there's a bewitching shot. Big snipe damage here onto Vaughn. Topo Wall is going to go up, but barrier is still down on the side of the MS.
Bell's doing a good job of just holding it down, trying to dribble and stall, maybe get his cooldowns back up. But right now, it's Light with the advantage. They have the barrier up, which means You Already Lose can play this midfield position like he has been doing before. I'm not sure what the cooldown on the Tofu Wall is, but there it is. And you can see how much further, a little bit of an amalgamation created between the two walls, but you can see how much further the Chrono Boost flip is really funny there.
Yeah,
and
the somersault went for so much longer and finally gets the core flip from the other side to score another point here for Light. All those, the Tofu Wall, as you said, amalgamation doesn't, game could describe it. I had no idea what I was looking like. Definitely did not look like any sort of arc or curve I've seen before. It was quite an interesting shape.
Yeah.
We'll be tossing ourselves here into the next game.
Not a clean arc sign curve that we're used to with the Dubu. You know, most functioning ultimate in the game as usual. But if Light can get the advantage, the pressure from You Already Lose's Tofu Wall is insane. Having the missile prop, like let's see if he uses it here. Look how far it goes. You pretty much zone it all off. Vaughn having to trade his back and is enough to get themselves into a better position here. Both barriers still up, but DLS in the spot to try to break the first barrier. And let's see if they can get it. A lot of cooldowns going on, but Light holds on. Going back to neutral here.
Just barely. Vaughn and Bells both corporate available. Ginger Pop building up as well. A lot of stagger in the positive sense here for DLS. It feels like Light's taking a lot more damage across all of these kind of trades and scuffles. There's the core flip here, getting it off their end of the barrier, trying to open up on the other side. Bell's almost in the right spot at the right time, but not quite enough to... Okay, we have a KO off the center. Bells goes down. Now DLS are playing a 2v3. This is perfect positioning. 1v3, just Ginger Pop by themselves. Even though the open wall is up, it's definitely not even close to enough. And all three teammates here from Light are going to walk up and score this next point. Now it's 2-0 over DLS in this next game. Light's looking really good to tie it up for a game 5.
2-0, and it's been quite a bit of time since DLS have scored. We have You Already Lose. Just I feel like the Awakenings are going in his advantage way more, and we're seeing how much more effective his Tofu Fortress is. But even without that, it's Light is picking it up. They're not dying as much. Just as I say, that commentator's courtesy. You see Corey take the dip off the side of the map. But I like the way they're playing. Ginger Bob might have to use his core flip, doesn't need to, finds the angle to Bells. Bells using his punch to get not only the score, but pop You Already Lose. And I wasn't paying attention if You Already Lose had the core flip available there. I know he had it earlier in the round, but if he did, that's a really big loss for him.
Yeah, interestingly, that last score is actually just Pop's score, where Bells had the perfect backup. The punch was so perfectly placed where it was going to counteract any sort of strike back, but it just went straight in because the angle was so tight.
I didn't even realize that. And Bell's taken out. We have Light with the advantage. Already got the barrier. Corey, great self-pass setup so that the primary is able to hit it in that top pocket.
This game's so fast-paced. That was my bad for trying to analyze the final point of the last round, when this next round was almost done by the time I finished that one up. That is wild. We're heading into our next Awakening carousel here. What do you think we're looking at, Mystic?
It's hard to tell without seeing what everyone else already has, but heavy impact going over to Leo Leon. I'm not sure if Jakar is going to take Castellas here, Rapid Fire, Twin Drive, choosing for stacks. It's like, I feel like any of these things are good. Castellas going over to Vaughn, which means that he has Timeless Creator and Castellas. So his creations are going to stay on for a really long time. We're going to see the effect of that in this round here. Everything else looking pretty standard. Era does get a Rapid Fire, which is pretty big. Era has the Stinger and now Rapid Fire combo. So we're going to see someone shrunk almost all the time. Most likely he's going to be targeting Bells, or at least making his own Juliet bigger. And
that support and our debuff presence is going to be super scary with all the hits over time, reducing cooldowns. But right now we're seeing Vaughn again trying to walk up. There's a missile propulsion with the log, and now barrier is down. Oh, Vaughn almost seemed like he missed that strike, but is able to defend on barrier. Great stuff here from Leon, but oh my goodness, this positioning from Vaughn is so perfect, using Dubu's resources so perfectly, the Summer Assault especially, to just stop that core in its tracks. It's not going to be enough with Leon's aggressiveness, trying to pass it back to Ginger Pops and go through the Pofu wall. Bells hasn't been able to play up super hard just yet, nor has been able to land a lot of KOs in this round. It's been really hard. As I say that, Bells is going to go down as Leo's going to land that score. It seemed like Bells was kind of struggling to make an impact in that specific round. Since, they're most known for being super up front and trying to land the scores, or at least being super aggressive and bothering the other goalie. Didn't get an opportunity to do that. Core wasn't on that side. And on top of that, Bells is usually good for also unloading a lot of damage and getting these KOs, which is just really rough last round. See if they can turn around this time.
Yeah, it honestly feels like he's getting outscaled a little bit. And not by Leo Leon, but more so the Era just has such a big presence. You shrink Bells for even one ability, but just as I say that, a Bell showing up while shrunk, putting himself in a great position here, getting the bounce off the bottom corner, and then using that fire Phoenix flying Phoenix, yeah, dash punch. I'm never gonna call an ability by its actual name ever again. Killing You Already Lose and getting the point.
Yeah, that was Bells channeling his inner anger at us, being like, oh no, what's going on? Just completely turning things right around. That's our bad. Bells didn't mean to awaken the beast right there. But Light's going to open up the barrier real quickly. Magic Snowstorm's going to go out. Oh my goodness! Leo's like, what if I just kick the core right where no one else is? And it's sometimes just the simple geometry that gets the scores in right there. And that's exactly what happened with Leo being in the right place at the right time. And they're 1 point away from taking this first larger game in the set. Looking pretty good for Light right now after a middling performance throughout the rest of the season.
Oh my, but that was a massive pickup for Bells to get the kill over there, and it leads immediately to a point. I was just about to say that Leo Leon is in such a great position here. He was only a few strikes away from getting his own core flip, and he was the closest one to it. But now that tool is gone, and Bells is now in the opposite position where he is the one with with the core flip almost available here, getting zoned off by his own Tofu Fortress from his teammate here, ends up leading to a barrier getting broken, but let's see if they can make a little bit of team combination happen here, and it is enough. Great pass up to Ginger Pop, getting the core flip out and still beating it from Caleb, taking game one.
What a tussle up there, whether it be somersault, whether it be core flips, whether it be all these kicks back and forth, your primaries going out. That was incredible. Honestly, I got to shout out You Already Lose defense right there for trying to take a 2v1 up against both a Drakkar and a Juliet. It is so incredibly difficult. You just have to expect to lose that, but for how long You Already Lose kept up, especially that core flip barely saving was about to go in. Absolutely phenomenal. Great stuff there to Light. And I mean, putting up such a huge fight, taking it all the way to round 5, game 5. The last point, it really was the last point there, and it was going to be huge. But DLS is going to walk away with the first one. Light very much looking like they're keeping it competitive. It's been huge so far.
Oh, I seem to be getting a request from the audience here. So I'm told I must put a shoe on my head to verify it is live. So if you guys were in the Texas land, not the Battle for Texas, what was the original? The CECC land.
CCC, that's right.
Yeah. So I have this wonderful, look at this slipper right here.
Yes, I remember those. I have a pair of those myself. Absolutely phenomenal. Please do place the crown on your head, my king.
There it is.
It looks wonderful on you.
Okay, the audience is appeased. We have given them what they wanted. Here we will be going on to game 2 next. Thinking about what could have happened differently. I mean, Light was getting it together, right? They were getting it together, going on to the end of that game. It was almost a 3-set comeback or a 3-round comeback. So they have what it takes, like I said before. Let's see, maybe, I don't know, it was almost a pure mirror match. Maybe you ban the Juliet or the Dubu and let something else through, and then try to differentiate in the goalie or the forward position there.
I think that is an interesting thing to think about, right? You could propose the hypothetical handshake where it's like, both our Dubu and Julia had such insane map presence all throughout the game. Do we let that rock? Do we think that we can run that back? Because, I mean, like you said, it was almost a mirror match. It was almost like dead even. So I think both teams are like, we very well could have won / lost that, depending on which side of the battle you're on. So on one hand, I can definitely see the confidence of sticking with it. I wouldn't doubt that potential decision. But at the same time, trying to throw in a shakeup, especially coming from the side of Light, who unfortunately did not edge out that game in the end. Maybe that shakeup could be what they need. I personally think it's kind of dangerous, and I would like to see everyone stick to what they've already been working with here with the Dubu and Juliet. But I mean, who knows what's going to happen? We're going to have to enter draft and see what the bans are. And of course, what map we end up playing on. Amy's app, again, influenced the Rasmus ban that we saw earlier, but now that slot might be opened up, or maybe a different ban will have to occur depending on the map we get. So, it's all up in the air.
All right.
I'm curious to see what's going to happen.
Let's head into this next game. We have the draft picked up right over here. Going into it, it is Twin Drive or Ponderer Start on Demon Deus. Interesting map. We're going to see a lot of brawling here happen. Looking at the comps, it is Vaughn on Rasmus goalie, and then we have the Bells Juliet with Vice Ginger Pop here.
Ooh, I'm so happy to see the Vice, especially since this is a brawling map. When I think of brawling, I'm like, I gotta see Vice just get in there. Whether it be the Thunderstruck, the Supernova, all the damage output that Vice has to offer makes it so much fun to watch. So super happy to see the Vice pick. Let's see what it can do for him.
Yeah, and it's Light running back the same comp from last time. They were comfortable enough on it, so they're going to choose to opt. They're going to opt into the same comp again. But just looking at pure damage here, I think DLS has the bigger output. Although they did lose the first barrier ring. Let's see how this ends up going. Bells picking up the first kill of this game, taking out Corey, and both barriers are gone. Bells and Ginger Pop walking up in that synchronized fashion here, leading to that perfect finish from the flurry.
Yeah, look at those angles. Bells and Ginger Pop in the right place to line that up so perfectly. It's confusing. It's going up, it's going down. Where do you think it's going to be next? I have absolutely no idea. Doesn't really help that Somersault isn't the fastest move, so you can't really be using that on reaction all the time. It's a lot more of a preventative measure, or if the core is a lot slower. So that's just a little thing that can throw Dubu off compared to some other defensive goalies, or even aggressive goalies that we can see, like Kai or Asher. But oh my goodness, Ginger Pop popping in with the Thunderstruck. Barriers already opened up here. on the side of Light, trying to fight back here. Bells is completely staggered. You already lose. Also, almost completely staggered. There it is. Bells is going to go down. And now we got a 2v3 on the board. Oh my goodness, the core flip is still going to be defended against. Great stuff here. Ginger Pop is super far up here with the Thunderstruck, but it's not going to be enough to secure the goal. And Bells is back with DLS still having their barrier ring up.
Bells is back, and he is trying to get rid of You Already Lose as much as he possibly can, forcing out each bar of elusive until this KO will eventually happen. But Light, on the other hand, managed to get the final barrier here and use this opportunity to score. Leo Leon and Corey were in a great position there, forcing the core right on top of Leo Leon, who was able to finish it off.
Great stuff. Hopping into this next round, you know, keeping it super even 1-1 so far. Ginger Pop throwing out the Supernova, getting that stagger out here onto Leo Leon. And now Juliet very afraid to walk up. Oh my goodness. Still being the opposite goal is going to KO'd from that side. And now Vaughn has a lot more freedom trying to play this 2v3 and open up this last barrier ring. There it is. Corey just about to get staggered. And there is the core flip. Perfect pass right there into Ginger Pop. Great reaction. Throw that right in. And that's going to be 2 points here for DLS.
Yeah. These type of things are something that you just can't see in solo queue, really. Just having that trust to pass it with a core flip at that speed, passing it down to your teammate and trusting that they will be able to finish it off. So really good use of just good comms there, good teamwork, able to synchronize their attack and get that point. And one thing I want to point out here is the difference of the goalies, right? Like we see it is DLS who are the ones who change it up, and on the Rasmus goalie, who has been seeing more popularity because of how much he scales with size, right? You take Pauldrons, if you get something like Big Fish or Built Different, your reach is absolutely insane. But the Rasmus is such a high damaging goalie compared to the Dubu that you're seeing him input, like just him participating in these brawls way more than You Already Lose on Dubu can.
Yeah, and that helps a lot when you have really aggressive Juliet forwards like Leo Leon and Bells. So, you know, if Leo wants to walk up, Vaughn can just help unload the pressure. That's going to, you know, put Leo in these very scary early staggered situations, and suddenly Leo's getting KO'd off their own goal. But speaking of KOs, it's an absolute bloodbath right now. Both teams are taking pot shots at one another. Ooh, Vaughn tries to pass it back, opens up their own barrier lock here, but maybe it was a sacrifice for the greater good. Are they able to land this next point? Not quite. Oh my goodness, the death touch! Almost had an insane angle right there. Ginger Pop playing secondary goalie for a bit as Vaughn is able to recover. There's the Thunderstruck. Bells still, again, taking a lot of damage here, but it's not quite going to be enough. Almost takes the score somersault to stop the core here. Vaughn throwing out the primary, getting that hook for a bit of pressure, but it's not going to be enough just yet. There's the core flip, sends it down. Vaughn's got the angles to defend. Leo way up front. There's the flurry. Vaughn's going to pass it away just barely. This is so scary. Magic Bill's going to go in as well. Core flip from Leo Leon finally closes it out. What an intense round.
What an absolutely amazing set of defenses from both goalies. And although DLS was scored on, that was super impressive from Vaughn holding it down that long, essentially just needing every single cooldown taken out and then using a core flip to finalize it. But unfortunately, a little bit of a mishap there. Barrier goes down and their goal is open, giving Light the opportunity here to end the first round in a positive win. If they can wrap this up. But Bells getting the kill on Leo Leon here. Ginger Pop is cracked, and now they're on the defensive, even though they have a barrier up.
That's right. Corey started the round super strong with just one simple strike into the Bewitching shot, and that was it. Or sorry, the Bewitching beam. And that was it. First ring was already down, and as you said, the mishap, a little bit of a tomfoolery going on top right side of the screen. Suddenly both barrier locks are down. But honestly, you know, it seems like their advantage was pretty strong, but suddenly all these KOs make it way, way harder to actually secure the bag. And now both goals are open with the 2v3 here, favored towards DLS. Bell's trying to close this out, but Corey is here for the higher angles to help defend. Trying to play this 2v3. You Already Lose is back. The goalie is back on the board. What a great response. Look at that momentum increase there. The overtime also kicked into play, and that first game is going to be going over to Light.
And it's tough there because Vaughn wants to walk up there just to force it in. The pendulum swing is so strong at securing points. He has such a long reach due to the size increase. But when you have the core going that fast, you know, if that play doesn't work out right there exactly, it's just a free score. And that ends up leading Light with an advantage in this game so far.
That's right. Now looking over here at our awakenings as well. We're seeing built different here on Corey. Just going to have a lot more physical, right up in your face presence. Trying to maybe even out a lot of this brawl pressure that we're seeing from the side of Light. But oh my goodness. Or sorry, from DLS. My bad. And yeah, these guys are throwing everything they can right off the beginning. The Magic Maelstrom is so huge here, opening that first beer ring and doing a bunch of damage. Ginger Pop is already cracked. We have the flurry as well. Great defense here from Vaughn, trying to keep that second barrier ring alive. Everyone is scrambling right up front. You already lose this, walked up super far, this Dubu. Again, trying to play this midfielder role. Corey's going to drop an elusive. Great save here from You Already Lose. Leon trying to secure this Magic Maelstrom, going out yet again here from Corey. Oh no! Leon is down 2v3. First barrier ring is also down here from the side of Light. Tofu wall should have been enough to protect it. We got some funny angles and it wasn't enough in the end. Ginger Pop's looking to secure it. Bell's also in the right space. That KO again was so rough here for You Already Lose.
Yeah, it looked like DLS was down in terms of stagger. They were down in barrier rings at the time, and they were kind of on the back foot. But even with like the little they have, you can see the way they play. When they are low on this map, you will see Bells still choose to be aggressive. He doesn't swap back that, maybe on some other maps we see these like rotations happen where it's like Vaughn will go up and then Bells will come back, and oh my goodness. I don't know who got the kill there, but the double kill there, it looks like Ginger Pop was able to finish it off. And now they have the two-man advantage here. But Corey holding it down enough for his team to make it back. Will it be enough to save it? And so far it is. Holding it down 1v3, he does lose his life in the process. Bells might go out with it for a trade. They are up on a man right here. Vaughn walking up once again, and it is enough to finish it off.
Ginger Pop seemed like an absolute menace right there. KO's left and right, picking up the ace. Corey just barely respawning in time to try and play the 1v3 and actually defending really solidly until the rest of the teammates can come right back. And it seemed like this could have been an insane comeback story from, fighting the 1v3 from the trenches all the way back into a point. But no, DLS did not want that to happen. They're finally able to secure that next point. DLS 1 point away here from putting a game on the board. Looking pretty solid right now. We have Stagger on Leon. Corey also going down here on Stagger. Both are cracked. Both got a lot of knockback to them. And pretty easy to pick up these KOs. Magic Maelstrom to go out. Ginger Pop would take a decent amount of damage. But oh, there's the KO here on Leo. And it's looking really good for DLS right now. Corey does have core flip up. Goes straight into goal. But great death touch reaction here from Vaughn to bring it right back to midfield. Corey walking alongside the core. There's the power cord, but it's going to get kicked away now. Again, it's a 2v3 with Bells being down this time around. Magic Maelstrom's to be elusive away from Ginger Pop. Vaughn still defending. Thunderstruck is going to go down, but once Leo is back on the field, Leo's like, no, let me pull up really quickly, and puts 1 point here for the side of Light.
Yeah, constantly DLS is getting these KOs onto Light, but it was them. It was like Light who was able to find the angle there and get it, but immediately Bells getting the kill on You Already Lose, getting dragged down from the depths of from midfield here, already leading to both barrier rings being taken out. Leon able to trade one back though, and You Already Lose is back up, so they might not be in as horrible a position, but using the charge on the Ginger Pop on the Vice ultimate, the Supernova enough, just hold it down and slam.
Sometimes that's all you gotta do. Just you press that R button, you let that charge, and just the huge AoE eruption is so much damage, potentially staggering, and a lot of KO potential as well. And of course, you send the core flying anywhere. Who knows what's gonna happen? But we're gonna have Juliet pick up big fish. That size and stagger super scary. Of course, Dubu here, Dubu on ice, as you said, with the glass cannon. Very good pickup here for You Already Lose. Monumentalist here from Corey. It's looking a little rough.
If I was You Already Lose, I wouldn't opt in for Glass Cannon this particular map, just with how much he's been getting bullied. He's going to get hit by something. I doubt it's going to give him any stats at all. I would have rather him take the Timeless Creator or Hot Shot. I think those would give him more value in this particular game. But I would say DLS got a major W here in terms of Awakenings. Already taking a look at Leon gone. It is so much damage coming out. Bells was able to pick up big fish, increasing his hitbox and giving himself more stagger, right? So now he is no longer in a position to die, really. Just that extra, what is it, like 300 or 350, whatever amount of stagger that big fish gives you. He is so healthy, and he can just sit there and be aggressive.
That's all it needs to be. Vaughn picking up a bunch of KOs here, playing a very aggressive goalie despite the goal being open. Super risky, but it does end up playing on Magic Millstone. Great repositioning from the side of DLS. Just walk away from it, be completely unfazed, unbothered by it. Get the ball right back into Bell's hands and let them Flying Phoenix it away to victory.
Unfortunately, I think the skates on You Already Lose are broken this particular game. It's going to look like a dead training for that glass cannon. Instead, I think he should have opted in for that prime time over Vaughn, because now Vaughn has Stinger, right? And he is dealing so much damage here with each pendulum swing. Any ability that he hits is going to hit for a truck. Like, already think, like, Corey is down to essentially he lost a quarter HP from one ability, and Bells and Ginger Pop are able to finish it off together. So the Awakenings definitely are impacting this so much, and honestly, it's going to look like this round will be a wrap, and we're going to have to hope that the Awakenings for next round help Light more than DLS, because it is a bloodbath at the moment. Leo Leon is level 6 to Bell's level 9. Ginger Pop and Corey are tied, but Vaughn has a 2-level advantage over You Already Lose.
Great stall there from Corey, or rather from Ginger Pop on the core flip. Corey had the Bewitching Beam ready for it. Ooh, one's going to go down here on the side of Light. Now, DLS is looking pretty well positioned. Magic Millstone, great elusive here from Vaughn. Bell's got the angles, but You Already Lose in this case did have the speed to great elusive on the Thunderstruck to keep the glass cannon speed buffs, but it doesn't even matter if Bell's is right there and you can't strike the core in time. Oh my goodness.
Light is playing from behind right now, right? They are essentially playing a 2v3, sometimes a 1v3, with how frequently DLS is getting these KOs. Or just even if they don't get a KO, just having both forwards on the enemy team constantly staggered. Here, though, we see Leo Leon being able to walk up and get one barrier. They might be able to get a second one. Bells is in Narnia at the moment, trying to fight You Already Lose. And in the meantime, Light is able to get both barriers, so this could be the start of a comeback. We saw how they won round 1, and they also had nearly a 3-round comeback in that first game. Bells is looking really low. Leo Leon might be able to find an opportunity here, even though he's staggered, but no, it is Vaughn who is able to take him out, and now Vaughn is walking up, does not care about his own goal, because he trusts that we will simply get the barriers here, most likely going to use the Deathless to yank it back, does not need it, or is not going fast enough. And here, during that entire time with a man up, they were not able to get any barriers, but another KO coming out for Bells, taking out You Already Lose. Corey might go down as well. First barrier ring going down. Let's see if this leads to more. And oh my goodness, Bells with another KO.
What was that? I was right about to talk about Vaughn's, security and insurance with having the death touch to let him play so aggressively. But, just had used the death touch to get the first barrier ring down. So I'm like, okay, you know what? Vaughn probably wants to reposition back. Since you don't have death touch online, you don't want to stay up too far if you can't save the core. So I'm like, okay, you're walking back, the core is slowing down, and then the AoE procs. And you just scored it on your own goal. It's, my goodness.
I watched kind of like the replay from the stream, and what happened was the center of Vaughn's character model just went like a millimeter too far left, which put the core majority to the right side of his body, and that one step was why it went to the right instead of the left. But either way, we have still a 2-1 advantage for DLS on this round. Both barriers are gone. DLS once again up on a character here. Corey with absolutely no elusives left, and it is Bells who was able to finish it off from midfield.
Bells just soloing You Already Lose yet again, despite the somersault. You core strike forward, Flying Phoenix forward, and you got your, I want to say it's like Fiery Fist, Flaming Fist, and just you finish it right off there. Strike after strike after strike. You Already Lose just cannot keep up, and that's going to be one more for the side of DLS.
Yeah, we're going to need that spark of resilience picked up from someone. I really want to see Leo Leon take that spark of resilience, or the tempo swing. Sorry, I didn't even see that was infinite. But do not take unstoppable if you are on Light. It's fine for it's completely fine for DLS here, but Light is not going to, unstoppable is not going to do anything for them. I promise you. They're going to get staggered and they're going to get knocked out. Outside of that, Ginger Pop picking up Castleize. If you're not familiar with Vice Stun, although it doesn't say it does, it has a little bit of that warning sign. Vice Stun from the Thunderstruck does scale with Castleize, right? Castleize and Chrono Boost make that stun duration super long. And you're honestly just frozen in place for a really long time. We actually saw it right there. Leo Leon was taken out with it.
Yeah, it's not something you'd expect, but there's a lot of really interesting awakening and ability kind of combinations and interactions, and that's just one of them. I had no idea that that was affected for Vice's Thunderstruck, especially on the stun duration, but that is awesome. Corey's going to throw out the Bewitching Beam here. You already lose playing super aggressively considering the goal has been open, and they still got both barrier locks down. Tries to throw out the log, trying to make something happen. Potential power chord snipe here from Ginger Pop, but nothing too huge missed out on just yet. The Magic Maelstrom snipe was almost enough with the Tofu wall, but Corey still gets the shot in anyway. And
Absolutely
that's
amazing Maelstrom from Corey.
The coverage was huge.
Yeah, he just opened the goal for himself. He forced everyone to the bottom there and was able to win the strike war off the pendulum swing. But Corey getting taken down, I'm pretty sure he took stacks on stacks, so now he's going to be a slow era on his way back here, starting with the Dead Awakening. But let's see if they have enough. Ginger Pop charging up the Supernova. There it is. I'm learning.
There it is.
They are low though. They could. I was gonna say, Light has an opportunity. Down. Yeah, like Light had an opportunity there to get KOs, but it was DLS who got it first, and double kill, which is most likely going to lead to a score here, tying up this 1-1.
These scraps are so difficult for Light to deal with right now. DLS is just pumping out the damage, and KO after KO, and especially something like Vaughn, right? Again, a lot more of a damage output type goalie that can play midfielder semi-reliably with things like Death Touch. Also taking something like Unstoppable, just increasing defensive capability, making Vaughn that much more of a threat. It's been really, really hard for Light to deal with right now.
Yeah, because you can see Lilian was actually right there on top of Vaughn trying to, oh my goodness, Corey is gone once again, going to be back to 0 stacks for his pancakes here. But even with a man down, we have a Light able to get both barriers here. Bell's using his dash punch to try to secure a ring. It's not enough here. They do manage to get one. Ginger Pop charging the Supernova does not lead into anything, but another amazing Maelstrom from Corey, which ends up leading to the flurry for Lilian, enough to get the point and giving them the advantage in this round.
That's right. They're 1 point away from evening up in this game. Second game of the set, we could potentially be looking at a game 3. But again, don't want to call anything too early. First, they got to even it up to begin with. And oh my goodness, look at all this damage going on the side of Light. Both Corey and you already lose are almost crack, almost staggered. Corey is going to go down on that front, but Leo has to run all the way back to another thing about the play style of DLS. Means that Leo really can't walk up and apply goalie pressure anymore because Vaughn could easily 1v1 that and not even worry about it, making Leo a lot harder to have that perfect position to score. That not the same way that Bells can just kind of walk up because you already lose doesn't have the same pressure. But commentator's curse, Bells is actually going to go down after walking up and taking way too much damage. And Light is going to open up this goal. There's the Bewitching Beam. Almost going to be enough Supernova to defensively take out the core, but the Tofu Wall is going to go up and these angles are going to catch him. And Light's going to take this next game 2-2.
Yeah, Bells being taken out was absolutely massive there. That was like, I'm pretty sure that was the first Tofu Wall we saw that happened on the side of DLS because of how much pressure has constantly been on them. You already lose has been sitting on his side of the map the entire time. And like we talked about in the previous game, you don't get the same benefits of Dubu when you can't be as aggressive. So, seeing a little bit of comeback here, able to pick up the extra special, which is actually really huge here. For Dubu, he's going to be able to throw out the Tofu Walls way more frequently. We have Vaughn picking up the Stagger Swagger, which is a huge denial, right? Like, if that goes to Lilian, they have a big comeback here. Lilian does get the Adrenaline Rush, which is a denial for Bells, because it's not like he's the one getting the kills that often, but if Bells had Adrenaline Rush, I can promise you this would be a 3-0 within 30 seconds.
That's right. We're going to have Corey open up here with the Bewitching Beam and the Magic Maelstrom too, dropping a lot of resources early on. There's going to be KO down from Supernova. Looking really rough right off the bat here for Light. Wait, watching the wrong stream.
Oh, no worries here. Corey being able to come back and the Maelstrom leading to that first barrier. Is it enough to get the second one? Lilian gone once again. And Corey stuck on the most functional ultimate in the game there. Vaughn walking up, using the pendulum swing, gets the first barrier. Bells is able to take the second one. You already lose, has to use the core flip there. He is low. Bells might look for the kill on here. He has absolutely no elusive here or anything to do.
Don't need to look for the kill when Bells can look right for the point right there. And that's going to be the first point in this set for the side of DLS.
Now starting off, we have like a 1-0 advantage here for DLS. Vaughn falling a little bit to get in a better position here. It is Light, who was able to take the first barrier ring, but Corey gone once again. No more pancakes for him. Leon cracked as well. He might get taken out here in just a second. There he goes.
On the
Bells
side
also
of
has
Light.
his own four flip too. Yeah, there's just so much
can't
damage,
fight.
so much
There's
pressure.
Too much damage. Yeah, they really just can't fight. Magic Maelstrom put Vaughn's at about, maybe half health. At this point, Vaughn didn't even burn elusive. Vaughn wasn't even worried about the Magic Maelstrom. Walked right through it, took half health, no problem at all. I'm still here to help defend my barrel lock, Vaughn says. Thunderstruck coming out here from Ginger Pop, looking for a potential pass down into Blink. Maybe not. Vaughn's going to keep it passing him, watching out from the Bewitching Beam. Snipe, but Corey, so dangerously close. Right, there's the elusive burn to get away from the Magic Maelstrom damage output. And of course, you don't want to be stunned and slowed down by it. You need to be active and ready to support your team. The power cord almost pushes it in to the goal, but it's not going to be enough. We already lose. Keeping it low here. There's Thunderstruck coming out too. There's the blink from Ginger Pop, but Bells was able to kick it in first. That's another point here. Oh my goodness, 1 point away for DLS to take this set and then take this game. Over Light. It's super scary. Light's on their back foot. They're on their kind of their overall set point. It's very, very scary for Light right now.
Yeah, if DLS takes this, that is going to be a 2-0 victory over Light, which is 3 more points on the NASL scoreboard for them. And it's going to be a tough comeback, but we've seen Light come back from more, right? They were down 0-2 in rounds at the start of last game, and they were able to almost bring it back, going to the literal last point. So maybe they have what it takes to win this game. But it's just so much aggression here. Like, Bells is staggered, but he is going forward. He is pressing the W key, or in this case, the A key, and he is not holding back, right? He is trying to get these kills. Ginger Pop also has a core flip here, trying to find the opportunity here to pop it. I think he's just waiting for that final barrier to go down and then use it to get into a scoring position. You can see the way he's walking. Corey getting yanked in every single direction. Ginger Pop might have to pop it early to live, and he does. Gets the pass over to Bells. Is it enough? No, just barely misses it. You already lose, able to pass it back. Ginger Pop getting the rebound here. Bells putting himself in another position. When the core is moving this fast in overtime, it's hard to do these like sequencing plays, right? And you kind of just have to be in the right place at the right time. It's like no barriers open. Kind of just hit it around, but it's Corey able to get the kill. Or sorry, able to get the point.
Snipe. Yeah, get the point, keeping themselves alive. On the side of Light, super dangerous still. That's 1 round. They still have 2 more points to go to take this, and then they have to play out the rest of the entire next game if they can make it that far. There's an early Magic Maelstrom after the Bewitching Beam, but the Supernova, Ginger Pop walks up and just drops the Supernova. You either have to get out, you have to pop your elusive. Whatever it is, it's so much damage you do not want to deal with. Leon dropping the flurry onto Ginger Pop. Ginger Pop is cracked. Corey also almost cracked, runs back for the orb to get a bit of healing. 1 barrier ring down. Vaughn barely keeping the second one alive. We're going to have a core flip go. Magic Maelstrom to try and cover it up. It doesn't end up going anywhere. Vaughn on a 6 KO streak right now as Leon is down. That's 1 barrier ring, potentially a second here to Corey, and you're to lose, taking a lot of damage. DLS looking nice and healthy right now. Ginger Pup's gonna pass it up. There is the flurry. It's gonna slow down the core.
Oh,
Corey
and the great teleport had the Thunderstruck location down on the top side, kind of blocking that clear angle for Yoli Lose, but Yoli Lose in the heat of the moment. See, that has it cleared up and just right into Ginger Pop. And also, just for clarification, this is a BO2, right? So even if Light is able to win, it's just going to be a 1-1 tie. There is no third game. No worries. But that's how the rest of the games are going to go. If it's a tie, it's 1 point for each team. Loser gets 0 points if it's 0-2, and winner gets 3 points if it's 2-0.
And there it is, folks. We have our winner, DLS, cementing themselves on the top yet again. Seemingly still undefeated after all these games, all these sets. DLS, just an incredible team. You put Bells and Vaughn together, right? And Ginger Pop's doing a great job too. Not saying that they don't deserve to be on the team. They absolutely do, right? But all of these people have been playing for so long. We have no pushovers on the other side either, though, right? On the side of Light, it's again a legendary team that's been top 1, top 2 placed in so many different tournaments. You already lose. You have on there Leon 500 and Corey, just fantastic players up on the board. So what we saw right there was some amazing Omega strikers. Both these teams put on a fantastic show. How are you feeling at the end of the day for this set? Mystic, because we still got more action coming your way. We're not calling it quits too early, but I'm feeling great. How about you, Mystic?
Yeah, it was a really good game, right? We saw the first game go to that final point. Light with an almost insane comeback there, bringing like the nearly 3-round comeback from two rounds down. final point game 1 on Amy Zap here. And even though it was a bit of a domination here for DLS on Demon Deus, it was still the final set, right? We went to round 5, and it wasn't the final point, but it was still light with 1-3. They ended up losing that final round, so it wasn't out by any imagination. I do think, though, I will say that Demon Deus map came down to Awakenings. They whisked it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We had things like stacks on stacks taken from Corey, who was just hovering at 0 stacks pretty much the entire time. Glass Cannon, when it was up for a total of 3 seconds the entire game once he picked it up. Right, these are things that we are high-level players. We cannot be taking the wrong Awakenings here. So I want to see that kind of tightened up in the future. Either way, It was really, really close. Could have gone to either team, but amazing performance. We saw Bells with like 20 plus KOs, right? Absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think the playstyle adaptations and changes, the way that DLS kind of forced a change, right? Because we historically, especially in the first game, we saw both Juliets pretty much camp in their opposing goalie side, being ready to score and being ready to get land KOs. But now that we put Vaughn as the goalie on Rasmus, who suddenly can actually take these duels, take these brawls, and unload so much damage out, but you have one person to kind of play midfield and support, and I'll do a bit of damage to Lelio, and suddenly Lelio's cracked. They're broken, and they're off the field, and like that offensive pressure being gone allows Vaughn to apply more offensive pressure in return. Right now, you can walk up and play on that midfield, play that 2v3, and that just kind of felt like this rolling cycle of like the playstyle adaptation really didn't work. It felt like Lilion, if they weren't up front, then they weren't doing a whole lot in the midfield anyway because they're already getting out damaged. But if you put them up front, they're losing these duels, they're losing these 2v1s. Yep. So either way, I feel like Lilion was really in this awkward spot of how could they actually contribute and provide to the team. And that slippery slope really just continued to tumble and tumble with all these increasing lines of KOs that we were getting from the side of DLS. And that's going to, end up with the final result that we got there. But nonetheless, a fantastic set played out from everyone involved. It was incredible. But now I'm super excited to be throwing ourselves here into our next set. So the next match we're going to have up here is going to be FNS Finesse up against PPL, the PP Legends. So PPL not doing too great so far throughout the tournament. I believe that they're currently 0-4 in records. They've only lost their sets so far. Finesse sitting pretty here top 3 with 2 wins and 2 ties here on NASL East. So let's see what we could potentially be looking at here. FNS has got some pretty well-known players as well, with players like Barcode, Puffy, and the Joker. And PP Legends might have some more up-and-coming names with Maddie, Average Alex, and Fiery on the main roster. I'm excited to see kind of what interesting plays in different turnarounds we might be seeing here if FNS wants to experiment a little bit with this match, if they what comps they want to be thrown out here, and of course what PPL has to offer here as well. What do you think we're looking at, Mystic?
So we have PPL is a newer team in just terms of like people that we've seen in tournament. Maddie kind of being like a new person to the scene. They are at the bottom, but I believe in them. So.
Yeah, we're seeing some Twitch chat rally cries right here behind PP Legends. We're going for that PPL sweep. Let's see if it can happen.
Yeah, I trust in them. They have what it takes. This is a great experience for them. Even if it ends up with a loss, I want to see them play more. And it's going to be in Finesse's favor, right? There's going to be an uphill battle. Finesse containing 3 of like the top players, and just if you're just talking about pure solo queue mentality, people that we haven't seen participate in tournaments too much. I would say Barcode has participated quite a bit, but in terms of like the stayers, these are people who are just individually really strong top players against PPL, who are really good as well, right? We're not like that much lower here. We have like multiple Omega players on each side. They have what it takes, but in terms of the team composition, I participated today, right, for the first time, and I saw how much teamwork you need in order to play well, right? Like I was playing like a solo queue player, and I didn't realize how much the level or the skill ceiling can go when you are in this competitive setting, how much the teamwork enables. So if they have that under wraps, PPL can use that to kind of leverage their individual skill versus the teamwork of the communications, and that could be what it takes to win this, to win a game or to win both.
Mm-hmm. I'm really excited to see what we got coming up front. So hopefully we'll be throwing ourselves over into it really, really soon here.
Yeah, I think we are starting. We can see draft soon, and yeah, there we go. So we are going into it here. It's going to be Atlas Lab going into the draft. We have Addy, Fiery, Average Alex, 4 PP Legends, and then Finesse will be Barcode, Mind Blank, Puffy, and Joker here.
Yep. Do want to mention that one of the subs here on the side of PP Legends, although not currently playing this set, is Hamster Quest, who I just believe hit top 20 on ladder not too long ago. So again, right, lots of talent here coming out from both sides. We're seeing Drakkar and Kai bans. Both these characters we kind of see playing that goalie, almost aggressive midfielder too. Lots of range presence, whether it be the Shotgun Blast, the Barrages, the Giga Blast, whatever. Oh, and of course the Xeno Cloak, can't forget that comes with Drakkar. So solid bans to try and kind of decompose some of that defensive / aggressive pivoting from both sides. And now I think we've got our rosters lined up here. What do you think we're looking at, Mystic?
So Maddie on the Estelle here isn't able to pick up the. I actually didn't see the ban for Finesse. So I saw the Drakkar ban going out, targeting Coffee's Drakkar there. It was Kai. So, okay, so Maddie taking off his signature Kai here on the Estelle. I want to see how well he performs here, but average Alex, take a look. Joker is already being so aggressive. Both forwards of TV Legends down to nearly nothing. Fiery in position to get taken off the map. Seeing if they can do anything about it. Playing from the back foot, one barrier taken down already. And yeah, it's like we're starting this game off super strong for Finesse here. Fiery taking out both barriers gone. Joker, although low, is in a really good position here. Puffy solo able to make that first point of the game.
Yep, that piercing shot just lines up so perfectly, and Estelle's gonna land that perfect snipe. And that was a very quick route. So I'm just kind of speechless. My brain's a little scrambled because I just saw a lot of abilities go out and a lot of well-executed combos here, and especially for damage output, landing early KOs and something. The core is just in the goal. What can you do? But Barcode is going to drop a barrier lock here on Atlas's lap. With the Atlas, the Astral Projection trying to come out preemptively for a little bit of defensive play. Magic Maelstrom's going to go up here, coming out from average Alex. Piercing shot again from Maddie, trying to redirect strike shot to Piercing Thorns. Great save here from Barcode with the core flip. And one is actually going to go down here for the side of Finesse. And this is where PPL can make something happen. This is the 2v3 situation that they really want. Fiery is going to get cracked here. We're going to have Asherwell come up here from Joker to kind of walk up. He's going to take down the Gravity Well in the center. And both barrier locks are open. The goal is open. Maddie is back on the side of Finesse, but can, on PPL rather, but can Finesse make something happen, or is this going to be the PPL sweep?
Yeah, Joker with a great play on the barrier. They're kind of like one-man army on the Asher, who is known to be, or I'd say, kind of thought to be nerfed, but taken out from, I was going to say the Atlas while taking out Joker, almost leading to a score there even without him, but Maddie able to pick up the core flip, but just not fast enough here. I think he rose warped more forward there before, so he didn't have it to kind of come back here. Character's just not fast, right? You don't have the rose warp, you don't have the defensive ability to jump back and then catch the core.
Yeah, it doesn't help that there aren't a lot of awakening slot core just yet. That might help increase the size, move the speed, but yeah, that's a very early KO right there onto the Joker. And that Asher presence not being there is going to help a lot, but it didn't seem to matter too much when both barrier locks went down. This would be a core flip from Barcode to try and save it, but it's going to be a great rebound here for Average Alex to take down the barrier lock on the second. Let's go down as well. Both goals are open. Average Alex going to land the bewitching beam to out-snipe Barcode here and land the first point for PPL.
Great work from Average Alex there, kind of showing us a little bit of what Corey did in the last round on Era. And this is, like we see here, they were able to get both barriers, even while down a person, I believe, or it was Joker who was down. Either way, like, you can see that they are being aggressive here. I like the way they're playing. Fiery a little bit low, though, might get taken down from Joker. Average Alex walking up, has the core flip, pops it. Not enough to get through Barcode. He is able to hold it down. Doesn't have any abilities right now. If they can bring it up, Fiery able to get the man advantage here. They have the position here. Barcode should still uses his primary there, should not have a Cosmic Expanse ready. And here, I want to see them spread out a little bit more. They're a little bit too clumped up here. You can get into a better scoring position if you kind of get your forward spread out more vertically there. But having to fall back from that aggressive spot, still have both barriers up though. You know, they're not looking bad yet, but Fiery has to live out until the stagger bar is fully recovered, and there it is.
That's tough. And yeah, this is kind of the re-stabilization that Finesse was looking for. PPL had a fantastic aggressive position, but as you said, the kind of forward position that didn't really allow for Sport to properly go in made it rough. And now that Finesse is kind of back, they got all their players back up. They only need one barrier lock left to open up the goal on the other side. This is Puppy trying to go for this snipe. We got core flip. Look at these angles. Fiery trying to follow up on it too. Great stop here from Maddie, trying to pass up to Average Alex, but the Joker is way up front, and there's going to be Fiery on this KO streak to pass it in. Now we're tied up for 2-2 in this first set between PP Legends and Finesse.
Fiery able to take out Barcode, and it was good clear from Maddie being able to bring it all the way back over to him. Free goal for them, tying this up 2-2, even though it looks like Finesse has the advantage here, or they're playing as if they had the advantage. It is PP Legends who are still making a comeback. They're on the back foot the entire time, but it's never enough here to actually finish this off. Atlas, well, goes down here. The ultimate comes down as well. Joker staggered, might get taken out by Fiery, not enough. The primary from Asher is able to push him back, but both forwards getting traded off here. Now we're in a 1v1 situation with the forwards and the goalies. Barcode able to walk up here, get the Cosmic Expanse, good primary as well. Enough to get that final lock, giving them a little bit of an advantage.
True. Now this is the time for Finesse to really push forward. Joker is back on the field. Asher Wall is going to go up. There's the barrier beam. Asher projecting and pass back to himself. They do a bit of dribbling. Average Alex is cracked. We have the core flip. Great teleport. Great blink there from Maddie to just barely save it. Asher projection to keep it competitive here on the top side. And the Joker lands an amazing angle to close it out. And this first set is going to be going to the side of Finesse. But honestly, PPL wasn't looking too bad there. Although it did seem a little stressful that, like you said, they're playing on their back foot is kind of what it felt like the entire time. They still put up a great fight and were able to score 2 points going into that final round here in the first set. So I'm excited to see where PPL can take it from here. We're going to have Awakenings to really start building momentum. We're getting Estelle picking up big fish from the side of Finesse. Stacks on stacks here. Oh my goodness, it's getting dangerous.
Yeah, even though it was Finesse who won this round, we can see kind of the positioning of the carousel. It is PP Legends who have a little bit of an EXP advantage. We have Maddie being able to position himself in front of Barcode, getting the extra special there. Not sure if Barcode would have opted in to take it away from him, but at least you have that advantage here. So it's not all lost for PP Legends. And I just noticed it is 6 primetime start. I didn't even consider that in the beginning here. So this is kind of why we're seeing such damage being brought out from both teams here. Fiery getting knocked all over the place. It manages to stay alive though from the primary of Puffy, and now it is 1-1 in barrier locks. Fiery still in a position to get taken out. We're trying to see, like you can see Joker is like, do I go for him? Do I not go for him? The here too. Fiery kind of just taking the position over by Barcode. He's like, you know what? I'll let my team handle this. They'll bring it over to me.
That's right. Now they're trying to push some sort of advantage either direction. Crystal Thorn's going to be coming out, but the Joker's in the right spot to kind of mitigate that impact. Gravity Well's going to explode, passing it back into the Magic Maelstrom, giving it back to the side of Barcode. Core flip is now up. Maddie trying to build that core flip as well. Fire taking a bit of damage. Great breakthrough here from the Joker to put himself in the right spot. Barrier beam, Asher Wall as well being thrown out. All these resources come from the Joker. Now they have been ensmalled, and their impact is a little bit less here, as it's going to be going off to the lower side of the map. Puffy trying to play this 1v2 Gravity Well explosion. We do have core flip on the side of Maddie. Great snipe here. That piercing shot is fantastic. Barcode passing it back. A little bit of dribbling. Great defensive play. It's going to go straight up to the Joker. And the Joker in the right place at the right time passes it right in. First point here for Finesse. But again, PPL not looking too far behind.
Yeah, so over there, Puffy pretty much had full control in the midfield. We had a matchup of Fiery versus Puffy there, and Puffy was winning every single interaction. It is Average Alex who is your midfielder. You want to put him against the Estelle here. Don't let Fiery go up against him. You're going to lose every time and just have no control. If you're in that situation, make sure you swap. Give Average Alex the chance to go up against the Estelle and let Fiery kind of handle the Asher, or just ignore it altogether and go sit on Barcode. But we're seeing the midfield play here, but Fiery, a little bit of fire in his soul, taking out Puffy. Barcode able to hold it down though, so they are a man down. Lose the first barrier, lose the second barrier too. They can score right here, tying it up 1-1, and that's exactly what happened.
Fiery soloed the universe right there. All those speed rush that rush is huge. After landing that KO, running around, dribbling to yourself, opening both those barrier locks, just maneuvering across everyone, make sure they can't get their hands on the core, or winning those core wars, the strike duels, and then just dropping in the score with the last flaming punch right there. It's huge. It's huge. The Fiery Fist. One of those. Something up there.
Phoenix Flame, Fire Punch, something. There's fires in
flurry.
somewhere. Yeah, it's there. It's a little bit of Fire Nation action over here. And Fiery walking up once again, trying to get in a position where he can use the core flip. We have the Cosmic Expanse gone for Barcode, but it was enough to clear it out, and it's now Finesse who have the advantage, got both of the barriers. Average Alex walking it back, able to get one back, and Fiery sees the opportunity there to get the KO. Dash punching from Narnia, and able to reach it over just because of how far that ability combo goes.
Yeah,
Pops
Fiery
the-
trying to retract
yeah.
just a little bit to help defend. Also burning that core flip when they're in a really good spot. The core was just right outside of it. It's super unfortunate. Could have helped keeping Fiery's aggressive presence right there near the barrier locks. But since the goal is open, you do have to be careful. But Puffy, FPS, with that great aim, is able to line it up and take the next point.
And Maddie misplacing the Rose Warp there just slightly, ends up pushing it back into his own goal. No worries, Maddie. I believe in you. You got this. So able to keep going.
sweep.
EPL sweep. It is 2-1. They're not completely out of this yet. So, and we've been seeing Fiery get really aggressive here. He's getting these KOs with Juliet here. So it's not like they're down that much pressure either. We're seeing them with the stacks on Fiery. He's now able to keep up way more with Puffy. You can see he just took the core away from Puffy over there, able to get that final barrier, making so much space on top of Barcode, forces the ultimate out. Actually, perfect timing, gets the safe Joker because of it. So
Yeah, and Joker's gonna be right back in a good spot too to help retract this core flip. Astral Projecting's gonna slip right through it. Barco still does have core flip up though. They're the Crystal Thorns coming out both ways from both Maddie and Puffy. There's a KO. Fiery is down, even though the Joker is broken. Puffy is still able to apply so much pressure to get the second barrier lock. Great Astral Projecting there to bounce off of, and the piercing shot to beat the strike duels. And the next set goes to Finesse.
yeah, the Rose Warp sending it kind of back into the Estelle primary, so Puffy was still able to hit it, even though Maddie tried to clear that. Wasn't enough. 3-1, giving them the 2-0 round advantage. We have Joker up first. Let's see what he takes. Most likely built different. No, going for the Unstoppable. Seems like he is dying enough that he does not want to get handled by Fiery anymore. Built different instead, going over to Puffy, I believe, so that denies it from Fiery. Barcode, not sure what he's going to take here. Going for the Pondering. I do like that a lot. You have time here on Atlas to pick up the orb, and Atlas has long cooldowns, right? So the more cooldown reduction you can get, he's a really good user of it. The Cosmic Expanse having more astral projections as well. It makes locking down and hunkering on this final barrier way easier for him, and he's playing pretty aggressively. Oh my goodness, getting juggled on that bottom left corner by the Asher ultimate. Fiery almost ready to get taken out here. Joker just not able to find the angle though. Fiery is most likely going to be able to regain his health in a position, but it is Finesse who get both of the barriers first. Average Alex trying to fight back with all his heart here, but it doesn't seem like it is enough. Look at the aggression and the synergy here. They are both in the same spot. Like Fiery is sitting on top of Barcode and he's hoping for a pass to come through, but when you have both forwards of Joker and Puffy able to attack here, and you have Puffy who's so good at getting these rebounds, it's like there's nowhere to clear for them.
Yeah, that is so absolutely scary and dangerous. It's looking a lot tougher here for PPL, especially since we saw that super confident aggressive play there from Barcode early on to just walk up to center field and throw these astral projections in a very well-placed Cosmic Expanse that won the multiple strike moves back-to-back. They're just going to pick up another KO here onto Fiery as well, not letting Fiery play the game anymore. And because of that, because of the confidence, the swagger that Finesse is walking with right now, they're able to secure so much more for themselves, whether it be tons of damage output, open these barrier locks, and finally landing with these points. As we see Surplus in the chat saying Puffy FPS is so good, I will have to agree. These snipes are absolutely incredible. The Crystal Thorns and the piercing shot, which is so strong. It is very hard here. Again, okay, great core flip save here from Maddie. That's one time you can do. We have the Blink as well, the Rose Warp. But we're going to have Astral Wall coming up, the Astral Projecting as well. Average Alex pushing up here with Era, taking so much damage, about to be cracked. He's going to throw out the Elusive as a Hail Mary at the last second. Barco still defending this final lock. Puffy trying to blink in. Great blink back here from Maddie as well. Does the Elusive to beat out that flurry? But the Joker's going to walk in here with the core flip and secure this next point. 1 point away here from taking this entire larger game in the BO2 between Finesse and PP Legends.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention here as well is I like the way Barcode is playing up, because he has the Orb of Pondering, right? He's using his abilities more quickly, and he's kind of winning the lottery when it comes to these orb placements. Exactly where he was standing was where the orbs were spawning. He was just getting these free cooldowns over and over again. And we saw him play almost like a Dubu there. And you can see where he's walking up, right? He's catching these rebounds, making it so that his forwards don't have to come back and chase it all. It allows them to save their cooldowns and position into a more aggressive spot. And exactly because of that, even though it is 2v3 in a sense at the goal line, because Barcode is standing there, we can just see this constant churning of like Barcode feeding feeding them cores over and over again, and then using more attacks, and eventually it'll get through.
Yep, and that confident 3-0 is what Finesse is going to walk away taking this first game. Oh my goodness. I do admit we're going to have to eat our words just a little bit how we made the Nubu Atlas comparison beforehand, because especially at the end when Barcode gained that confidence to start walking up, start placing those midfield Cosmic Expanse and Astral Projections, suddenly it did feel like you were playing that Nubu. We have a lot of movement potential here. You're pushing people around a lot with things like the primary and the secondary that Atlas has to offer. And on top of that, still trying to defend if you need to, but like sometimes the best defense is just a fantastic offense. And they really pulled that into full swing there for that last game on Finesse. And that's why it was a solid 3-0 in that set, right? Not a single point coming out from PPL. It really felt like Finesse, got their kind of game plan together and figured out how they wanted to counteract what PPL was putting out. Because it felt like it was a lot closer in those earlier sets. And finally, Finesse thought, okay, I think we figured out Barcode, just walk up a little bit, get something going. But of course, it helps that we have these awakenings to get the ball rolling as well. There's just so much to offer here. It is absolutely incredible. But we're going to be hopefully moving into our next game there. What do you think we could see as some sense of improvement going on for this next game, specifically for PP Legends? Because we know their fan base is massive. The PPL sweep has to happen. How do we rewrite history right here, Mystic? What are we looking at?
It's kind of tough. One thing that I would hope to see, even if it doesn't happen in this game, we're going to see Maddie's Kai get banned, it seems like, and it's a pretty effective ban towards them. I really think he needs to pick up the Aimi goalie. It is so much more aggressive. It can offer so much more help to your forwards in terms of damage, KO potential, and then having your turret as an additional scoring option, even from like the safety of your own goal. So I want to see a little bit of a goalie change up there. Like I said, even if it doesn't come out this game, that's the improvement that I want to see. In terms of the forwards, I don't think they were doing that poorly, but it was like the presence. I would say that Fiery was getting a good amount of kills, but even then, Joker and Puffy were so much more effective in their attacks, right? But there's a lot of times that we saw Fiery standing on top of Barcode while Joker and Puffy were 2v2ing the enemy net, and they were able to get both barriers and then score, and then Fiery was kind of just sitting around, not in a position to do anything. So a little bit more coordination. It kind of is tough because you put a lot of pressure on Average Alex and Maddie to clear there. And yes, if they are goated people and they can get it out, you can play that play style. But if you aren't able to win the 2v2 back at the net, you have to come back and play the 3v2 just to clear and then get yourself back into neutral. So I'm hoping to see some improvements there. We are going into the next match. Loading up, we have Demon Deus here going right into draft.
Oh boy, yeah, these fast repositionings we're gonna need on especially the side of PP Legends to really adapt to the way the characters and their interactions are playing, especially in that center field. It's tough and scary. Yeah, we're heading ourselves into draft, trying to take a look. We're getting Drakkar banned as the highlight. There it is, Drakkar. And yeah, Kai's gonna be banned out again onto Maddie, but we're seeing Vice being the pick here from Average Alex this time around. We're still seeing the Asher from the side of Finesse. Unsurprisingly, the Joker probably sticking with it. The Asher was absolutely a monster. I saw someone in chat mention that, Odyssey lied to us. Asher didn't get nerfed at all, especially as a forward. Still exactly an incredible character. That might be out for the jury. That could be up for debate. But the Joker's presence in the last game was undeniable as extremely important. So we're seeing a Vice pivot this time around. Instead of the previous pick, and we're still seeing a Barcode on the Atlas. I'm pretty excited here. The Estelle still remaining on the side of Maddie, but no longer are we seeing the Estelle on Puffy. Puffy's got great aim with the FPS moniker, but you can do some pretty crazy things with Vice and great aim as well. So let's see how much damage Puffy can do right now.
Yeah, I think the Vice pickup on both sides is really good here. Vice just having the ability to chain damage off the primary because you're so close to each other, but Fiery starting off the first round with the KO. Is low, but he's not staggered yet. So walking back, letting Maddie take up the forward position in the time being. Barcode and Puffy really low as well. I wasn't able to see. I'm not sure if you caught the starting awakenings there. Oh, perfect timing.
Oh, there it is.
We have another 6 prime times here. And it is actually PP Legends breaking the first 2 barriers and then getting the score here, which is really big because take a look at Joker right now. He is level 1 and he is a good amount of EXP away. Having the level advantage here, especially that and Barcode, it usually ends up leading. Like if you have one team at level 2 and the other team at level 1, it usually ends up leading to like a free point majority of the time. But Puffy getting chunked, Fiery getting chunked so quickly here. Good elusive from Fiery, able to walk out of the supernova. Atlas does have the ultimate down here to confirm. Oh, perfect timing there just as it disappears. Able to confirm snipe. Trade Vice kills the Vice. Using the Thunderstruck to reposition here. They are down both barriers though. Let's see if they can at least turn this into one ring.
Yep, solid stall there from Barco just to wait for Puppey to get back here. Thunderstruck. Okay, Puppey in the right spot. They're very aggressive blink right there. Joker trying to push back. Passing on not the core, but an entire other player over to Puppey to finally finish it out and land the KO there. Great angles here on Puppey as well. Trying to push up to Joker. Oh my goodness, that power core snipe could have been everything, but fantastic floor, core flip there. From Average Alex, and just the instant spawn into Supernova. Throw out this damage, throw out these KOs. It could be absolutely massive. Barcode also has core flip. It's going to whiff, but Joker is about to maintain possession. He's going to get robbed away. Fiery still broken. Nice piercing shot there to redirect all this momentum back on the side of Finesse. And PPL is really trying to play up. Maddie does have core flip available. There's a KO there for the side of PPL. Can they make something big happen here? They're keeping it high. They're not able to secure this goal barrier. No, vertical positioning as we kind of talked about before, but Fire is still able to walk up and finally land the goal barrier. Fire taking a lot of damage to the Crystal Thorns, almost entirely negated by offensive pressure here. Average Alex blinking in a little too aggressively. There is the Supernova. A great elusive here from Puppey, keeping themselves alive. There's the power cord building up that momentum, passing back right now for both the Joker and Puppey. Barkley's going to throw the Cosmic Expanse to maintain it to midfield, pushing to the left. Maddie and Fiery trying to defend. Joker going for that breakthrough, almost landing the score here. Oh my goodness, what an intense round. Astral Projection is finally going to land it. It's going to slide along the edge of Demon Days and secure this next point here for Finesse. 1-1 in this second larger game in this first set.
Yeah, PB Legends were holding on pretty long over there, but it was Finesse able to find the angle at the end of the day. And we can still see here, it's a lot of the time it's Fiery down to almost no HP. It's actually Maddie right now, having to go back and constantly play, like, rotate goalies around, not able to put on that pressure. Maddie getting taken out immediately. When you, with Prime Time, not only is the extra ability so much damage, it's 10% damage boost. The man advantage was enough to do a little bit of passing there and secure a goal. Very quick point there, about 24 seconds. Going into what could be the final point of this first round.
Right, starting here. That last round, Finesse looks so much more dominant. They're trying to kind of reclaim what they are. Repositioning here on this new map calls for sometimes a little bit of strategizing and how they kind of want to approach this. But again, Barcode now playing up. But oh my goodness, a little bit of too much aggressiveness here coming up from the side of Finesse. They're going to drop a KO, and this is PPL's turn. This is their time to try to push something, at least get one barrier lock if possible. Man, fantastic defense here from Finesse, and the Joker is right back up and healthy. Gonna have to drop the elusive to not take that Thunderstruck stun and damage. Astral Projection help defend. Passing along Crystal Thorns, pushing back here to Barcode. Can they do it? Puppey is broken right here. Fiery's gonna drop the flurry. Puppey's gonna get sent all around and take the blink to push them forward. Maybe sniped into the opposing goal, and Puppey's gonna go down.
Yeah, they do. Again, we have this situation where it's PB Legends up on a player, but they're down both of their rings at the moment. Joker might be taken out here. They should not allow him to heal up, but he has an elusive there just enough. He is really low once again, almost staggered. One more. Let's see what Maddie is able to do here, because Joker is not moving. He does not care. He is staggered in the enemy goalie, and it is Fiery taken out first. And what an angle there. Puffy finding the perfect shot going along the bottom section of the goal.
Puppey just held that Supernova for so long, and the longer you hold it, of course, the more range and more damage it's going to do. And it ended up kind of hitting the edge of where Maddie was standing as the primary goalie right there. And with Maddie down and Fiery also completely staggered, there's not a whole lot of defensive play the team had left to offer. And that's just going to be a nice, perfect angle for Finesse to close out that first set here. Now we're going to Awakening Carousel.
I don't know if the visual bug, but Barcode did not pick right away yet. Taking specialized training there will allow him to get a little bit more healing. It's kind of a deny from Vice as well, but it's hard to say. We have Deadeye taken away, Deadeye taken to Puffy, which is actually really big here, because I think the Supernova range at max distance does actually proc Deadeye. Either way, you'll get it chained from, you'll get it proccing quite frequently from the primary, and especially from the Thunderstruck. And Joker almost finding a kill on Fiery there, used both of his primaries, no longer available now, but it's Puffy who gets the first barrier on himself here. It's actually 1-1 on the barriers.
Ooh, Astral Projector and Power Chord both attempting potential snipes here. But you don't need snipes. You got the Joker walking right up and throwing out that barrier beam. And, great teamwork right there. You're just passing it along however you can. Once you have Asher really up front in that goal, maybe sometimes feels like they're on the slower side, but all the resource they have to offer is still extremely dangerous and very scary. And Maddie just, it let him slip through right there. And it's another point here for the side of Finesse hopping into this next round. Barcode trying to pass it up here to Puppy. And again to Joker. Staying again really up front, but they aren't able to, specifically on the side of PPL, not able to unload enough damage onto Joker to really discourage him from actually staying there. There is the Supernova to finally crack the stagger, but Joker doesn't even mind. He's going to walk right back up and do his job that he needs to do as this kind of front forward to, secure these barrier locks, to secure these goals. Absolutely no fear. There's a KO too for the barrier beam. Gets staggered again. Maddie here on full stagger with core flip as well, but again, Joker doesn't care. And he's right up there.
Yeah, I like the position he's taking. He's kind of in the middle of the map, right? So even if he's staggered, almost no ability can KO him unless it's like a combo attack from multiple abilities. And there we kind of saw a flurry able to yank him all the way across. But still, even while he's staggered, he's playing his life and he's garnering so many abilities and just pressure here. They're able to stall long enough for him to come back, and Coffee almost with a great angle, but it's Maddie who has a really orb there to save it. Alex coming in with the Thunderstruck, charging down the Supernova, doesn't hit anything really, and almost getting it from the chain bounce on the Vice primary, but the rebound is enough to secure that point. 2-0 in this round, one more for making it 2-0 in sets as well, or rounds, or I don't like terminology for determining game sets, round matches here.
Don't worry, it's been confusing me all day as well. We'll figure it out. It'll flow off our tongues just as naturally as we breathe eventually. But right now, PPL, as we said, we've kind of been talking about this uphill battle they've been fighting. It seems like as these games have been going on longer and longer, it feels like it's been more time for Finesse to really cement themselves. Like, I didn't really have to even talk about that round. They just pick up a KO, perfectly passed between the opponents, and Joker's in the right spot at the right time, land that point, and now we're right back to Awakening Carousel. This uphill battle, this slippery slope, seems like, PPL is able to find some footing, find some grounding very, very early on. But as they give more opportunity for Finesse to adapt, to adjust, and to strategize, it's like they just keep slipping. Every time they find some sort of handhold on the side of PPL, it's like they're already getting kicked off. It is really hard to maintain any sort of momentum right now for them. It's a struggle.
Yeah, so let's go into this draft here. We have extra special for Puffy, Maddie taking Stagger Lawyer, which actually is a really big pickup, but Joker getting possibly the best pickup of everyone here. Big Fish on Asher. Not only does the size make a huge difference to your hitboxes, and just these brawler characters want nothing but size, but the extra HP is going to matter a lot. We do see Fiery get kind of bailed out, having Big Fish on the infinite slot there, so he gets to pick it up too. And we can see it already in action here. Puffy almost getting taken down, and they are for the first time in quite a bit in an advantageous state here.
Yeah, this is something they could really try to push forward. Fiery almost taking that stagger there. Goes in for the Flying Phoenix on the Joker. Is going to take a barrier beam to the face and is proper staggered right now. A lot of insanely quick passing back and forth. The strike duel after strike duel here in the bottom half of the map. They're finally going to pass it up, and Barcode again playing with Astral Projector. Astral Wall is going to come out, trying to build some momentum with the side of Finesse, and there's Puppy Supernova as well. Not really going to land, but is going to proc some elusives. And finally, PPL is going to pick up a KO here. This is absolutely huge, insane core flip, but Maddie is right there up front to block that angle.
Zooming. This man is he is flying with the adrenaline rush there.
Yep, he was like, again, really interesting pick here for a goalie, but, Maddie told Average Alex, I put you on goalie duty, I'm going up front. Let me pick up these kills, let me pick up the score. And that's exactly what Maddie did. But now, one KO here on both sides. Crystal Thorn's going to go out. Fiery, and Maddie were trying to stall just a little bit, but once the KO was able to be picked up, they thought they could turn this around. One barrier locked down on both sides. The Joker almost about to go. Staggered, great elusive there to get past the Supernova, but the piercing shot's going to snipe.
Oh, and there it is, the adrenaline rush. Oh, Maddie's zooming once again. He is going. And it's like the Awakenings worked out for PP Legends. They have a newfound rejuvenation here. Maddie is He's got the he's got the wheels on. He's going like crazy, and even through the Atlas ultimate, they are able to find these kills and get these adrenaline rush procs, which is absolutely huge, right? They have the advantage on the barrier. They play so much more further up. Fiery finally being able to put himself in positions to score, and even if it doesn't lead, more of these positions will eventually end up into a goal. So Puffy is really low. Maddie's trying to find this kill on Puffy, I'm pretty sure, just so he can get one more proc. I can see the way he's walking. He's like, ooh, can I find the angle? But it wasn't enough here. And it looks like Finesse able to regain their stagger just slightly.
Oh, Puffy
Evening
had a great
out,
angle
yeah.
there. Yep.
Evening
Oh,
out
but
the
it
goal barrier,
didn't
but not
matter.
enough.
Yeah, and Fiery suddenly runs it all the way back. I love how Average Alex is ready to just be on like backup goalie duty at a moment's notice, right? The instant
He understands
that Maddie,
the assignment.
yeah, the instant Maddie's able to snipe a piercing shot or a crystal going from really anywhere on the map, and they're suddenly zooming with that adrenaline rush. Maddie is all the way on the other side of the map instantly, and Average Alex, sometimes he might even pop a thunderstruck for that.
Oh,
to
he's
help
going.
defend. But oh my
He's
goodness,
zooming.
yeah, there we go. Maddie's up and Average Alex is in the back. That's exactly what we're talking about. There's the Crystal Thorns. Fiery's also got the speed up. Oh, but it's going to wear off here on Maddie's end. Fiery's still trying to look to push something forward, but the Joker's
Oh,
in for
and he's
defense.
going again.
Okay, there's the proc. One more. The Joker's going to go down. Fiery is
but
up.
great Cosmic
Great
Expanse.
Cosmic Expanse. Yep. We're going to have insane momentum push here on from the core. Opening up both these goals. There's a core flip. Astral Projection got to wait it out. And Average Alex drops this point. This is just very commanding. 3-0 in this set from PPL over Finesse.
PP Legend
Is it time?
sweep is possible.
Is it time? Is it time for the PPL sweep? Let's get riled up, chat. Let's see what we got going on here.
Okay. Build diff on Fiery is going to be big. He's going to be getting so many KOs here. I'm not sure what Atlas really wants to take here. Does he go for a denial here? Because if Vice gets the Maddie not getting the opportunity to pick up the stinger, because if Maddie got that stinger, it honestly could have been a wrap at that point. So really good pick up there, understanding the assignment, knowing that he cannot let that stinger through. Everything else looking pretty normal here. It is Maddie picking up Unstoppable. He has Stagger Swagger and Unstoppable. He will never get KO'd again in this for the remainder of this game here. But I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to stop Finesse. It looked really well for them last round, but they're gonna have to do it for 2 more.
Yep. Fiery, oh my goodness, that's an AoE explosion of damage right there. Fiery still managing to hold on despite being staggered. Puffy taking so much damage right here, dropping the Thunderstruck. Great angles here from Fiery. Maddie trying to defend as well. Looks like they're preemptively thinking about landing a KO real quick and having Maddie already kind of walk up and have Average Alex in the back. Okay, Maddie is unfortunate not to get the adrenaline rush from that KO, but that's still used in 2v3. But the Joker picks up a Fiery KO, and suddenly looking really rough here. Barcode walking up very far with that Astral Projector. Average Alex does have the Thunderstruck to have this offensive pressure. The 2v3 is so dangerous. Puppy also trying to set in position. These power chord snipes can be so dangerous, but the core flip into the perfect angle. Puppy wasn't there, Barcode wasn't there, and landing that first point here in this next set. Are we back? Are we back, PPL bros? Is it time?
We're back. PPL believers rejoice. It's about to happen. The PPL sweep, I can see it. Every time Maddie gets an adrenaline rush proc, he is taking another entire chug of Red Bull before he goes on this spree.
Yeah, got amped up by that energy. Got throw Average Alex right in the back and put Maddie in that front line to secure these KOs, secure these barrier locks, and ultimately securing these goals. But it seems like the Joker wanted to play in the front line this time around, and Fiery's going to go down. And Fiery's a big supporting factor here for Maddie for also getting those speed boosts, and of course the general offensive pressure that Juliet has. So having Fiery down is actually kind of an indirect nerf to Maddie as well. And great strategizing here from the side of Finesse to try and neutralize that threat the best they can. Maddie and Barcode both have the core flips up on these goalies. Barcode just try to keep it low here. Great Rose Warp here from Maddie, passing a piercing shot as well, winning these strike duels. But Barcode is right there to defend. Astral projected Crystal Thorns in return, firing in the right spot, but Barcode's gonna be able to kick it away. Really fantastic positioning right there. The Joker almost landing that point. This is so dangerous from both sides.
And they're able, PPL Legends is holding down, right? They're not getting KO'd yet. Maddie having to reposition himself so he gets launched towards the side of Finesse here. He has a Stagger Swagger, so he can live just for another second. He'll honestly be completely fine. But the movement speed is helping, right? The Stagger Swagger is almost like a mini Adrenaline Rush with Brock there. Puffy might get taken down here if they can find the angle, but you can't really afford to do that when your goal is wide open. And Joker finding a really good... Finding the shot
Got
in
it.
overtime. Core is moving too fast. They're not able to protect it, but it is only 1-1. So hope is not lost yet.
Not yet. Maybe I'm thinking Maddie needs to put a check on their bloodthirst just a little bit, because again, that preemptive walking up too far, not being able to defend is very scary. Oh my goodness, Joker soloed the world right there, getting both of those barrier locks all by themselves. There's a Crystal Thorn snipe, and ooh, the bird core flip here from the Joker could be huge. Maddie's thrown out with the strike shot as well. Power core damage output. Oh, slowing down Maddie there. Great strategic power core there for Puffy, just to put Maddie in his spot for a little bit longer and not letting Maddie position so perfectly with those piercing shots of Crystal Thorns. That's huge. Big brain play here from Puffy, and helping out. Both of these barrier locks are still up on the side of Finesse. We've got Thunderstruck, very aggressive all the way deep in here from Average Alex. Are we going to see the TP? No, we are not. Doesn't need to happen. Fiery trying to secure something. Not quite able to let it land just yet.
Yeah, right now Finesse is playing their lives way better, right? They understood that the reason why they lost the last round was due to giving Maddie these Adrenaline Rush procs. And even though they are finding KOs, Maddie isn't getting that same level of Thanos power that he was just a round ago. But they are in the advantageous position here. Joker is still down. He is back up now, but Barcode might be taken down in a second, depending on what abilities Fiery has available to him. But no, Joker using really good opportunity of his character's size over there, walking up the core and kind of alleviating some of that pressure that they had on before. But Average Alex, is he able to do it with the core flip? Not enough. The Thunderstruck comes down, Fiery able to find a kill, and great Rose Warp. That was 100% going in, but no, the Rose Warp return, able to get the goal, and it is PP Legends with that advantage once again.
Finally, the Titanic monolith that is Barcode on the Atlas had fallen. And the moment that foundation fell, everything crumbled apart. And that's exactly where PP Legends were able to step in and finally secure that goal after, of course, incredible Rose Warps back and forth and insane speed here on the core in overtime.
Yeah, here we have a little bit of stalling. I actually don't think they should stall at all if you're Finesse here. It's because Fiery is the one with the disadvantage. So there's really no reason to stall it out and give him time to recover. But they are able to make it work out. Puffy is low, uses the elusive that I'm not sure Thorns would have reached, but Joker is in prime position to score. Barcode almost getting taken out here. Has to pop the elusive. I really like that Puffy uses the supernova to last on a little bit longer, kind of with the unstoppable effect, but immediately gets taken out after. Still, we're not seeing Maddie get an opportunity to get any of these adrenaline rushes, but they are 3v1 on Joker. Joker able to hold it down. 1v3 as a goalie here on the Asher, showing that maybe Asher goalie has something to it,
Yeah,
even though
something going on.
10 seconds of fame over there.
Yeah, absolutely huge, massive shout outs and props to the Joker for holding that 1v3 down. Fiery is going to take out Puffy, and Fiery again playing super far up here, throwing out these abilities, unloading some damage again to Park, but potentially landing another KO. But we have the core flip. Great defense here from Joker. Joker is catching his angles. Great prediction too. Oh no, Maddie, the piercing shot. Why would you shoot that way? Oh no.
Unfortunate
And
there,
suddenly,
but I was going to say, like, in that previous attempt when it was Average Alex constantly feeding it into Fiery, it was Joker standing between him and Fiery. He was kind of just throwing it and ping-ponging and getting nothing out of it. We needed to have a little bit better play between our two forwards. That could have very easily led to a goal and led them to a game 5 right there. But now we're going into what could be the final point of this entire match. It is Fiery looking really low. Is he able to live a little bit longer? But they do get one barrier. They get 2 barriers. They're in position here to go to round 5. They can tie this up, making it a 2-2 set game. But it is no Fiery taken out. And now, even though they have the advantage in barriers here, final one goes down. Can Joker finish this off here? They're kind of taking it a little bit slow. They have the man up, but they're seeing if they can put themselves in good position there. And it is the supernova. It was actually the Thunderstruck stunning Maddie, and then the supernova for the core to go through him, and Maddie literally could not do stun for that entire duration.
that was insane. Absolutely incredible, incomprehensible even, almost planning right there. And foresight to finally land that. It really seemed like, PP Legends were running that back. And against a team like Finesse is an incredible feat in of its own, right? So massive shout outs to PP Legends, all the PP bros out there, the hashtag PPL sweeps. We're believers. We can hope for the future. We can hope for the best. But yeah, the delegation fast approaches. for a lot of these teams here, both on the east and west sides of the bracket. So very dangerous, huge, great stuff here to PPO. But I mean, Finesse put on such a show, finally bringing it back towards the end right there. Super, super dangerous, but we're able to pull it all together. Mystics, what are we thinking about the bigger thoughts here from this set? What do we really see and learn? For what I was thinking, right, is the fantastic adaptation that we saw a lot of the time coming out from the side of Finesse, right? Where it's like PPO finds some footing, and suddenly Finesse is able to shut that down. But towards the end, the larger adaptation that really came into play was from the side of the PP Legends, and that's where everyone really started to get hyped, get that bottle, get the fan club, all the fan jerseys, the flags, everyone cheering the crowd for the PPL Legends. But just quite not able to close it out. It was real close, though. Real close.
Now, we saw a little bit of Blue Lock Awakenings happening for PPL, and you have a couple more of those moments, and we'll see games being taken, right? Like I said, their standings right now are at the bottom. Do not worry, they're a newer team, newer communication. They're just fresh to the scene, and they're playing really well for how new they are. So I don't think this was a bad performance at all, and especially Addy with the Thanos rings, putting on the gauntlet every time he got a kill, the Red Bull, the blood flowing through. He was able to make things happen, and it was kind of Finesse counter adapting to that, so making sure it's like, okay, if we get KO, just make sure Maddie doesn't touch us, because that will lead to a goal. So
absolutely, I really love that kind of instant adaptation of, because I saw that right during Awakening selection of, okay, the goalie picked Adrenaline Rush. Why? I wanted to comment about it. I was just like, I'm brain blasted by this right now. We'll keep going. We'll see how the game goes, right? And suddenly I'm seeing these piercing shot Crystal Thorn snipes, right? And then I'm like, okay, Maddie's up front, average Alex now back. Pivoting roles right there. As you said, right? So many salute understanding the assignment right there as average Alex clutched up so hard on defense. But the big thing, a big part of Maddie's plan, right? Something been the super aggressive midfielder trying to secure these points, is to have someone to support. And that someone to support was supposed to be Fiery, right? Because Juliet naturally already has that presence, already has the moveset, the tools, the kits, and the playstyle to really push forward, to unload so much damage to finally secure those points. So finally, we started to see some insane adaptations going to the side of Finesse, where it's like, okay, maybe we can't deal with Maddie because he's sitting in the back for so long, and we don't want to dedicate that many resources to just playing hard for damage output when we have someone like Joker, which is a lot better at core positioning and securing objectives, right? So, okay, you don't want to out-damage out Maddie, right? Here's what we do. We already know Fiery is playing up so far ahead. We start taking out Fiery, right? So after Fiery is gone, even if Maddie does get the Adrenaline Rush after another KO, there's not a whole lot Maddie can do on their own to capitalize off of it. And that was a really big turning point for Finesse to finally find their footing again, was knocking Fiery off the board so Maddie did not have any support to help themselves out right there. And I think that was absolutely massive for Finesse to really regain their momentum, their mental, to restabilize and then push all the way through to the end and secure the dome.
Yeah, like I said, it is a great performance overall. I do want to give actual props to the Joker on the Azure, playing Azure both games here, and we talked about it a little bit when it was happening, but Azure got nerfed, and for the most part, she is a weaker character, right? She is not this overpowered monster walking up who has these free barriers being generated for her that kind of do a lot of the work of the strike wars that, you have to have the skills to do. But she's still a bruiser, and we see here, we've been seeing it mostly between Elo Heaven and Joker, were the two primary users in NASL, East at least, that put out the work on Asher. So it's a completely viable pick, and I've been playing it way more in solo queue as well after seeing these two specifically pull it out. So it still have the stuffing potential, and when you get to things like prime time start, you have insane KO potential too. So I really like that he's showing that it's like, hey, this character is not bad by any means, but you need to know what you're doing on it. It's no longer just like this free auto slam, roll your keyboard and win doing anything. So wrapping that up, I just want to give a little bit of heads up. We are a little bit early towards the next match here, scheduled to start at 7 o'clock. So while we wait for new casters to jump in and for the match to start up, we're just going to have a conversation. If there's anything you guys want to talk about, let us know. Is there anything else combo that you found in particular, whether it was this game or the first game of Light versus DLS?
Light versus DLS is a really, really important one to always talk about. Because again, right, you said super hyped up match, right? You have these already Titans who've established themselves in the community with you already losing Leon on the side of Light, and who's already been placed as that particular team versus DLS, having kind of rotating members, a little bit rotating team right here. But you see Bells and Vaughn working together super often all the time. So, this is kind of a match of titans. But again, right, preceding that, we had already expected a little bit of a higher performance here coming from the side of Light. And so kind of that middling road kind of put Light already on the back foot as the, maybe not necessarily the favorite to win, because you just simply, the stats weren't entirely favoring that. We'd seen DLS be just completely undefeated, and they still are. And that puts them in a prime time position for playoffs. So DLS is very much doing a fantastic job. Bells and Vaughn, again, huge members of the community doing amazing things. So that was a fantastic set to watch. I think the back and forth, especially in that first game, keeping things so close. I love seeing Dubu on ice, especially that meta shift that we're seeing more recently. Like that kind of aggressive midfielder Dubu is so funny. Because again, in my brain, I'm like, oh, this is the quintessential slow, kind of tanky, stay at the goal, pure defensive kind of guy. And he just didn't work out super well like that. And now we have this kind of new adaptations of how can we approach Dubu, what awakenings can we use, what playstyles can we use, and suddenly everything's different. This is a completely different character. And I do like to see the little stints of Atlas doing the same thing sometimes, where now Atlas wants to play up and wants to throw out those astral projections and those cosmic expanses a little bit more aggressively and more in that midfield, rather than staying it back and only using those to win strike duels. Of course, still fantastic use of it, but aggressive Atlas is really fun because I used to play forward, like proper scoring forward Atlas, very early betas back during the collegiate days, and I loved it. I had a great time just walking up and then just astral projecting on someone's goal, and the core was in. So some semblance, some remnants of that in the modern day is always a great watch from my end.
Yeah, I mean, if you score with Atlas, you know what he says? I can protect and attack. So either way, I want to mention for DLS and Light here that because DLS won that 2-0, they are guaranteed playoffs even if they lose every single match for the rest of this season. So that's something to keep in mind, right? Like they will not have to play in relegations. Cool little bit of information, but we do have to go to head to break here. It's going to be a little bit of a longer break, but when we come back, it's going to be Gordo and Daftgrass finishing up the day for us.
Yep, that's going to be all that we've got for you folks today, but definitely do stay tuned because we're transitioning over to NASL West matches. And so you see, this side, this half of the continent, right, the east side, these guys have been doing a fantastic job. So definitely do not count out the West League as well because these guys are fantastic too. Super, super excited. Again, Gordo and Daftgrass are going to be rolling up here after this long break. But this goes out from us. I've been Combo. You guys can follow me at ComboFGC on Twitter. You can catch me on Discord. I was in Twitch chat a little bit too as well. Huge shout outs to Squid and Dylan. I see you guys hyping me up. You guys are the best. And of course, Mystic, you should plug yourself as well because, man, you were amazing.
Thank you. If you guys want to follow me, I'm Mystic_Watch on Twitter, but I will try to do some more streaming as well. So I would definitely appreciate a follow on Mystic Watch, no underscore at all, over on Twitch. But yeah, that's it for me. And we'll see you guys in the next set of matches, or we'll pass you on to the next people.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League. We're switching out casters once again. My name is Gordo. I am joined by Daftgrass here from Comeback Kings themselves. Daftgrass, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining me here. We got a couple of banger matchups coming up ahead.
Yes, we do. I already forgot the first one, but I'm pretty sure it's Goat versus J-Tangles.
You're completely right.
A little bit of short-term memory loss there. But overall, I'm pretty excited to be here once again. In our third week of streamed games.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a fun one here today. So yeah, we got Goats taking on J-Tangles with a shotgun. Goats sitting tied for 5th place in the division at 1-1 and 2. It's 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 win, 1 tie, and 2 losses. J-Tangles with the shotgun, they're bringing up the rear at 0-0 and 4. Have yet to be able to take a game for themselves. And on week 3 here at Daftgrass, it's really got to be put up or shut up time. If they want to try to avoid relegation, they're going to have to start winning some games right now.
Yeah, and you know what? If you look at the West League standings, there is a world where they could make playoffs. Like, if we're being real here, if they win their next, 2 games, 2-0, 2-0, there's a very real chance. Because you look at the West League standings, and you have 3 teams tied for 2nd and 3 teams tied for 5th. So, hey, you know what? Maybe there's a world.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you there. I mean, these comebacks, absolutely on the table, or at the very least, right? It's not like you automatically drop out of the league. There is still going to be that relegation tournament. You're going to play against teams that come up from the qualifiers. So, and again, not to write off the potential of a comeback here. J-Tangles could still make a run up the league, but even if they can't make that climb back up, you want to start getting some wins. You want to start building up some momentum and some confidence for yourself coming into what could be some real tight, real competitive relegation matches. So, up against Goats Esports, this is a winnable match for them. Goats have dropped 5 games, if I'm doing my math right, over the course of the split already. They've only taken 1 series 2-0. There's definitely some room here for J-Tangles to play with to try to get themselves some of those dubs.
Yeah, when we talk J-Tangles, they have Storm, J-Tang himself, and Ziyoshi. And Ziyoshi, one of the players to watch here, as we do actually get into this on Amy's app. But it does look like Ziyoshi, the person I was going to mention to watch, isn't playing. We got Snowball instead.
Interesting. So yeah, they have not played without Yoshi very much at all. So far, when they've been on Amy's app, at least for J-Tangles, they've been playing the Amy. They've been playing the Zentaro as well, but that's just because, that's Yoshi's main character. He's almost always on that Zentaro when he gets the opportunity. So really curious to see what they're going to end up going for here with him out of the roster.
Yeah, and obviously Amy's app, now that we're looking at the draft here, we got Double Rasmus. Hey, it's the funny map. It's the map that pull people into the hole. Who would have guessed, right? But actually, we see J-Tang on his signature Juno pick, which I believe has been banned from him every single game so far in this league. So, first game, it might actually be what they need to kind of turn the tides in their favor, as him on his signature pick, something he's super comfortable with, taking that eject button with that missile propulsion from that starting draft, gonna be hopefully good for them.
Yeah, really interesting to see how it's going to end up going because, yeah, as you said, not a lot of Juno getting through here for J-Tang in this league. I think in the match history they've gotten it once or twice, but it hasn't been enough to take over the victory. Let's see if that's going to be different this time around. Storm going to be on this Drakkar, looking to step forward, getting knocked around by Fudgy Waffles a little bit, though. Let's see how these Rasmi are going to be able to play around this pit in the center, if they're going to be able to get some of those big hook plays that Reddit just loves to be memeing about.
Yeah, and something important to note, in the starting draft, as Snowball does get that first barrier down for this game, extra special was brought out. So definitely going to be something of note, as we do have the 2 Rasmuses in the game taking that extra special.
Yeah, and one of them already found their angle there, taking the Asher off the map here. And all right, gonna be another one coming on through. So now numbers advantage over to J-Tangles, and Snowball gonna be forced to go elusive as he's staggered here. Apalm and Fudgy Waffles passing back and forth. They want to open up the goal, but J-Tang has been playing it pretty tight so far, does end up letting it through That's not going to be the end of it yet by any means. Fudgy Waffles goes up, goes for the flip, and just knocks it straight in. Catches J-Tang sleeping a little bit.
Yeah, J-Tang not really in a great position to save that. I mean, you know, when you're playing this Juno, you don't necessarily have, like, a cooldown that you can kind of throw as the core is coming to you. Obviously, you have your friend fling, but that's more of kind of a predictive thing, as once again, the Rasmus is showing that extra special. Oh my god, as I say it, another one goes in the hole.
Back and forth, there's a reason it's a meme. You know, people make all the jokes for a reason. Apalm going to bite it there. The Rasmus going to take out Snowball. A little bit of Rasmus on Rasmus action there. And another attempt onto Apalm. This time going to have been far enough away to stay up, but he's going to get taken out by the pendulum swing right as I say that. A numbers advantage going over to the side of Goats. They are looking to get themselves back into this. The first goal did, of course, go over to J-Tangles. So going to look to even things up. That Death Touch going to land onto the core itself and just knock it right back away. That is one of the powers of Rasmus that you don't really get to utilize quite as much on Imy's app, as you're often going to get blocked by the very same centerpiece that's going to kill people. As goal opened up here for J-Tangles.
Yeah, and something important to note about the damage compositions here. J-Tangles definitely have a lot more output comparatively. On the other, oh my god, that one just went right through Blue Flu and a Palme. A bit unfortunate, but Snowball, great job there finding that angle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just getting it right through the uprights there. Apalm and Blue Flu, I think both might have thought that the other was going to be able to get to it, and nobody actually quite ends up getting there. Maybe they didn't even have the range to do so in the first place. And Apalm just getting bullied, but is going to find their slot to move forward and knock that Drakkar off of the map. Going to be a numbers advantage for J-Tangles as they're going to even that up. Snowball finds another pick, finds another Death Touch into the center. And now going to even things back up, and at least until Storm TFT can rejoin. Storm wants to knock this back over. Snowball hits it with the pendulum swing. That's another goal.
Yeah, so going back to this damage composition type, you know, talk, they have Drakkar Juno, which infinitely has more output than the Asher and the Kai here. Especially in this type of game, you're really only kill threat. Obviously, you saw Palm get one themselves, which I don't even know how that happened. But you really need Fudgy to be able to bring a lot of the power for you, because you're definitely very good at scoring. But killing, oh my god, never mind. I was wrong.
Yeah, it's just a huge play by the Asher there. Palme builds up the advantage, and that's going to be an easy knock-in for Fudgy Waffles. I mean, you just cannot defend 1 versus 3 like that for very long.
Yeah, I guess I need to stop talking about how they have no kill power, because all I'm seeing them do is kill people off this edge here.
Yeah, now a little bit of a caster curse coming through there, but huge breakthrough play by Palm here. And now going to be another one for Snowball. He's been so good at being able to take these picks off the center. And now moving up with Storm, going to look to open up the goal. Passes back and forth have been good so far, and Palm is just getting bullied here by the pendulum swings, whiplash, and one more lock and load. Gonna take him off the top side. And J-Tang ready to step up. Fudgy Waffles, they hook each other, and the double KO comes through, 1 for each side. Storm and J-Tang now need to pair up together and just do the best they can, and I think I've seen enough. This map is ridiculous.
Yeah, double Rasmus, oh my. Another one goes in the hole. As I was talking about the Rasmus, I mean, they are just sending them in the hole like a Palme is sending that one into the net and into the carousel. What a first round.
Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, yeah, the extra special, like you said, the cooldowns are a little too low. The Rasmus are a little too effective. Let's see how the Awakenings are going to change things up for round number 2.
Yeah, speaking of Awakening, specialized training. The Rasmus training, obviously, Blue Flu is going to pick it up because the enemy Rasmus will get to it before, you know, their Rasmus. So you don't want him having that specialized training. Unstoppable coming out from Asher. Actually an insane, massive value. It means Asher's no longer to die to those hooks. Stagger Swagger coming out from Fudgy Waffles. Great deny, especially since you really don't want to give that kind of Drakkar, Rasmus, that Stagger Swagger. And it's going to help him, especially against some of this damage that they're putting out in this game.
Yeah, so that one gets stolen away, as you said there, and want to pay close attention to the Stagger Swagger, like you said. Could potentially mean that some of these KOs aren't going to be landing on Erasmus the way that they once were. Fudgy Waffles playing up and aggressive here, going to open up the goal. Napalm looking to bully onto J-Tang, abuse some of the squishiness that the Juno brings to the table. but is actually going to let that one right by. And now it's open goals for both sides. The Snowball finds themselves another pick. Stepping forward, Blue Flu does manage to clear it. Really well played there, and actually just taking a quick KO off the top side, but it's not enough. J-Tang gets it off the Blabo.
Yeah, J-Tang using the full range of that missile propulsion that he did pick up in those starting awakenings, and also Blue Flu getting that kill due to that specialized training, allowing him to send him off completely off the map.
Specialized training, it's not just for Rasmus. It gets a little done there on the Kai as well. Now Palm looking to keep aggressive here. Fudgy Waffles looked for the goal there with the pendulum swing. It can get it off the core flip. That's a 3-assisted goal. 1-1 now in this set.
Yeah, and Fudgy using the full value of Stagger's Fire there, able to run up into the net, enemy's net, in fact, and steal their orb just to be able to heal back the full there, and then work with a Palmate to get that next goal.
Really nicely played. And now another KO off the bottom. Blue Flu finding these for free, and a Palmate just slams it in there. 1 versus 2. It forces it through with the barrier beam.
Yeah, rounds going by so fast, we don't even have time to do play-by-play. We're just seeing the puck go in the net over and over as Blue Flu picking up a kill that round. Actually really helped them win that off the start there. I mean, these specialized training Gigablasts are killing them.
Yeah, and even though the rounds are going so quickly, it's still been a close game. Fudgy Waffles gets another one knocked off the side and wants to bring their team up to 2-0. That would be match point. Blue Flu gonna let one through though, and that does open things up. Now clear from J-Tang, knocks it back up, pass to himself, but is going to cost one more teammate's life, as they are now 3 versus 2 here in the favor of GOAT. And now a knock back up, another core flip. Snowball can't quite close it out. Now Snowball opens up their own goal a little bit there. I think it was actually Fudgy Waffles who knocked that one in. Snowball trying to play up and aggressive, but gets knocked away by that big shot there from Blue Flu. Now the clear comes through successfully once again. Goals both open. J-Tang here just ready to receive. Death Touch comes out, doesn't quite land. Storm able to dodge away. Fudgy Waffles wants to pass it up. Apolme goes in for the goal, and again, it slips past J-Tang on the top side.
Yeah, and that really shows, kind of the bad part about junior goalie. When you're sitting in your net, you have no cooldowns. You really have no way of reaching above because you're tiny. What you really need is that Fred and Fling, and you need it up as fast as possible. And I'm seeing all 3 orbs here on the board. So if I'm the Rasmus here, obviously you're gonna take Deadeye, but Twin Drive. Okay, I can understand the Twin Drive. He has a eject button. He wants to be able to maneuver around the map a little more. There's the dancer from Asher. That's going to help her kind of move around the field a little better. I would imagine someone would take Ponderer. Kai, just more cooldowns. Very good. Now, this is going to be interesting. This Drek with Cast to Last is going to have his ult up for a long time. And it's also going... Oh my god, actually, he didn't take extra special. I would have imagined he would have. I guess I didn't pay attention to that. But he won't have it up very often. But when he does, it will be long.
Yeah, I went for the extended range instead. Also pretty powerful on the Drakkar, but does mean, as you said, that extra special not going to be available, not going to have the extra damage. Maybe wishes he had. Now he finds what he's been able to pick up later on, but that's KOs for both sides. 2-on-2 on the court here. Fudgy Waffles wants to step forward and take this one up, but is going to get deflected away. Now it's J-Tang actually playing up towards midfield, looking to keep the pressure on the Blue Flu, who's just still trying to defend this last barrier. That's a double KO given over to Fudgy as they keep the numbers advantage and are now going to knock it up. A nice shot by Apalme.
Yeah, nothing really J-Tang can do there in that situation. It's a 50-50. Does he go up? Does he go down? He went down and Apalme went up.
Now Goats Esports well and truly in the lead. Could close it out on this set if they can find the right angle. Blue Flu doing a good job with the barrage to just keep this core cleared away. The Blabos now going for the shots, but Blue Flu going to once again be ready to knock it away. Another Death Touch KO from Snowball. Storm TFT spent so much of this match off of the blast zone that he's still down to only level 4, but can still be there, can still hit the core, and can still look for the goals. Snowball getting pushed away, gets Death Touched back in, but that puts him in perfect position for a pendulum swing and a goal.
Yeah, pendulum swing, killing Blue Flu in his own net. Actually really good, taking off whatever Orb Ponderer stacks he's built up so far. He's going to have to reset on them. But, you know what, he's the goalie. He's going to get them no matter what, right? He gets free orbs every 2 seconds. But definitely huge when you're trying to mount this comeback.
Yeah. Another big KO there, earned for the side of J-Tangles, and they're going to need to make more use of these numbers advantages when they get them if they want to be able to crawl this game back. Storm TFT going to open things up, but Apalme back on the map. Going to go in for that barrier beam to clear things back away. Fudgy Waffles still getting it knocked back into the death touch, and just going to be trying to clear as best as they can. That's another KO. This one going over to Goats. There's so many kills coming through this game. And Fudgy Waffles, while staggered, wants to play aggressive, wants to get the goal, but also has to be very careful that Storm doesn't end up taking him out of the map. That's a big core flip from J-Tang, and scores it for a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, and thinking about the difference between extra special and missile propulsion on the Drek here, I would have really liked to have seen that extra special come out, especially when you're playing into something like Rasmus Asher, which lacks the ability to kind of like kill you with stagger normally. Really all you got to do is just dodge the hook, but it doesn't look like they're doing that right now as Fudgy puts one in.
All right, this is match point now, 2-2 in the set, but if it's a set win for Goats, it's going to be a game win for Goats. They certainly would love to have already gone up 1-0 in the set if they can manage to do so. And so far, they've been the ones to win every single one. Going to move forward, Fudgy Waffles goes in for the core flip, gets it deflected away by Storm. Blue Flu doing their best and still has been so protective of the goal barrier throughout this entire game. It's rarely even resulted in their goal being opened up. As I say that, though, the pressure is coming on up. Snowball trying to knock it in, but a nice core flip from Blue Flu will clear it back to the other side, knocking it down to Apalme. And so far, nobody's been able to actually get that goal opened up.
Yeah, and this win would mean so much for Goat Esports here, as they really need as many points as they can coming into this last stretch here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you're looking to move up out of 5th place into the playoff picture, you need to take these really convincing wins over some of the lower tier teams. J-Tangle's sitting at the bottom of the leaderboards right now. Goats Esports have got to feel like this is easy pickings. This is their chance to move up in the standings, and they want to prove that here. Blue Flu now getting it knocked aside. Snowball gets a good pendulum swing onto nearly all 3 members. Storm TFT is there as well to try to knock it in. If they can reset things, try to get some momentum back in their favor, this game might not just be over yet. A nice block by Blue Flu to keep the game alive. There's the core flip, gets blocked away by Fudgy Waffles. Pass on down, but Storm TFT is ready to intercept it. Apalme clears it back to Blue Flu, knocked over to J-Tang, cleared across the entire map. Snowball wants to knock it in, passes it down to Storm, who is not ready to receive. Fudgy Waffles looking for the whiplash goal, can't get it. The Blobos are too omnipresent, and Fudgy Waffles wants to flip it in, but it gets cleared away by Snowball. Once again, this is an incredibly close back and forth, but nobody has been able to find themselves an angle into the goal. Nobody's even been able to find themselves a KO for the numbers advantage. Palme with the barrier beam knocks it in fast. Snowball gets the KO, though. This is a numbers advantage for J-Tang, and the best opportunity they've had to score in a while. Storm knocks it in with the lock and load, and the game goes on.
Yeah, for a bit of a Garfield, you had first moment there for our chat. Obviously, I know everyone loves some Garfield, but some pretty important trainings coming out here. You got Big Fish, you got the Stinger coming out. I would be curious as to whether or not someone would want the Stinger. Maybe there's your car if it falls to him. But it turns out Rasmus Fudgy Waffles gonna take that away. Rapid Fire coming out. Actually, J-Tang has a really good build right now. He has Twin Drive, Missile Propulsion, now with the Rapid Fire. I mean, he's able to throw out so many slimes in so many different places. Also has the Timeless Creator too. So they're going to be lasting for 30 years out there on the field.
Long-lived Blobos to try to turn things back to the favor of J-Tangles. Palmy gets a nice hit on the barrier there, but Storm TFT going to be able to immune it, going to be able to step back away. Now chasing down on a Snowball is Fudgy Waffles, and there's the Giga Blast to take him off the bottom side. Palmy passed down to, wants to step up, and the numbers advantage lets them do so. Goats Esport, ooh, that's a missed ultimate for a Palmy, but doesn't really matter. Doesn't look like it so far. It's another KO off the bottom. Fudgy passed to himself, and that's the goal for Fudgy.
Yeah, Fudgy doing a nice job throwing that death touch down there, able to pass it up to himself just to get a clear shot on the net. There is nothing stopping him from putting that one in.
Really nicely played there, and immediately another KO. Fudgy Waffles feeling himself here in this 4th set. Pass over to Blue Flu, and once again, with the numbers advantage, wants to be able to open up the goal. Palmy going to be ready, and Fudgy gets another one. What a pop-off by Fudgy for the last couple of moments, as they're going to look to score now, and they get it off the pendulum swing. Beautifully played.
Yeah, even if J-Tang was able to hit that one, there was a Giga Blast coming in, and that thing is specialized training on it, like added to it. So you're really not stopping that one once it gets to that point.
Definitely not. Now, once again, down on the bottom side of the field, that's where Fudgy's been hanging out, and that's where Fudgy has been making these plays. Pass over from Blue Flu, cleared back over by Snowball, but a little bit of an opening here. J-Tank does have the Blobo bounce, does manage to save it that time, but that was very close to being that big weakness of the Juno goalie that we've seen multiple times already in this game. Now Palmy going to barrier beam it back up on the top side, and they've got their setup. They've managed to sneak it past Storm. The barrier breaker comes through, and there it is. A goal for the side of, excuse me there, for the side of Goats, and they are going to be able to claim themselves game number 1.
Yeah, really, honestly, pretty well played. Honestly, that one set that they lost really could have gone either way, you know, at that point. But it just needed maybe one more training. Palme just kind of wanted to grab that big fish, I guess. Be a little bigger, as we do look at some of the stats here. And still, if you look at the damage output from the side of J-Tangles, it's higher than what you are getting from, you know, Fudgy Waffles of Palme. That forward duo doesn't really have kind of like super high stagger pressure outside of, you know, really just Blue Flu coming in, helping a little bit, and Fudgy Waffles getting those picks with that death touch. And Snowball as well, doing a great job, and from what I've seen in their first showing here in NASL, picking up 12 KOs on that Rasmus.
Yeah, I mean, it's 23 KOs between the Rasmuses, and yeah, I mean, that just tells you the whole story of the game right there. These guys constantly finding KOs onto each other, especially in the earlier rounds. Seemed like everybody started to get maybe a little bit more careful around the center pit after it had been a huge difference maker for quite a few of the back and forths. But yeah, I mean, just great performances, and Fudgy on the Rasmus especially really coming alive in the last couple of rounds and really showing why that pick is so valuable on this map.
Yeah, and Blue Flu too. If you look at his orb stats, he picked up 32, which, considering he had Ponderer, he was farming his cooldowns 24/7 there. And especially with the fact that he had specialized training too, and he's farming his Giga Blast, he's outputting so much damage for his team. And especially, as you saw in that game, he was able to get multiple kills off the side with the Giga Blast, whether it be from staggering them or just pushing them off the edge with knockback normally.
Yeah, you know, once you got that extra special given over to the Kai, it's super valuable for him. Not quite as valuable as it would have been on the Rasmus, but as you said, that deny was so important for them, and ended up getting a little bit of value on the Kai as well. So a little bit of a double dip there in what ended up being a super crucial awakening for that game.
Yeah, the specialized training really is, you know, kind of crazy. And also, from what I remember, Deadeye was picked up. I don't necessarily remember which Rasmus it went to, but
I think
Deadeye,
it was Fudgy, but I could be wrong.
I want to also say it was Fudgy, but Deadeye is one of the, you know, best in slot type trainings for Rasmus on the Amy's app, because you're able to pretty much almost always get that Deadeye proc, and 35% harder is a lot, especially, you know, when you consider it relates to knockback too.
Yeah, it definitely does, and it's you know, it'll drag you that extra distance, and distance is everything when we're talking about Death Touch. It'll get you from the edge all the way down into the center. If you're staggered, it'll get you from one side of the map to the other, and it will end up with you getting those extra KOs, getting those numbers advantages, and potentially being able to play more aggressively and end up scoring the goals at the end of the day. We are going to have another matchup between these two teams, J-Tangles and Goats, going to face off for the second time. We are looking to get into game here in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, and something interesting about the Deadeye, when you throw that ultimate out there, how Deadeye works, right? It's 600 units. So from where you're standing, you throw out that ultimate and you send it out there. it'll save the position, the original position of where you threw it out. And as you walk around and maybe you have to wait a second, if somebody walks into that, it'll actually take whichever position is the longest between where you are when they get hit by it and where you are when you threw it out originally. It'll take whichever one is the longest distance. So you can throw it out there and, maybe you threw it at 400 range away. You can keep walking and it'll actually apply the 600 range, if you're past that when they do get hit by it.
I did not know that. That's actually a super big difference maker. So it favors you either way as far as the calculations go. Oh, definitely makes that awakening just a little bit more powerful on the pick.
Yeah, it's something that actually applies with Rune too. So if you ever wonder why people go, oh, Deadeye's good on Rune, it's because you can, place the pillars and then walk away and they'll get hit by that Deadeye. Or if you TP away, it'll take the position of where you are at the end and they'll get hit by that extra Deadeye damage.
Makes it even stronger on both picks. I see starting showing up on my screen, so hopefully we'll be loading up onto the game soon. And it looks like it is going to be Night Market as the map for this game number 2. Goats still taking on J-Tangles, and it is going to be, looks like it is going to be Goats on the left side, the blue side, whatever you want to call it, in this game number 2. See what they go for on Night Market. They played on this map a couple of times already, been generally going for the traditional era Kai Juliet setup here.
Yeah, so Night Market is kind of a weird map. As we see an Amy ban and a Zentaro ban come through, it's honestly one of the more Awakening dependent maps in the game. I would say compared to really some of the others, because there are some times where you can really play any type of comp on Night Market just because of what the starting Awakenings dictated. As we see, obviously, as you said, the Era Julie. I wonder, okay, so we get a Jakar on the other team instead of the Era. So I wonder if this Era had something, something nice to take in the starting Awakenings as we're loading into this game. I would love to see, to continue my little tangent here. Super Surge. Okay, so Super Surge or Ponder. The Super Surge is going to be pretty big on Apalme, able to get those kills from like halfway across the map. As you see, shoving right into Jang there.
Yeah, J-Tang takes a huge amount, but is just going to get it smacked in right on him. I mean, Fudgy Waffles is there ready to knock it in, and the two-man squad, Fudgy and Apalme, continue to get themselves some good goals.
Yeah, definitely helped by that Super Surge on that Era. With that Flutterfly, it sends them fast and far.
Yeah, definitely does the Flutterfly. Going to be one of the more powerful tools in Era's arsenal, and going to be using this Bewitching Beam to try to keep Snowball, especially, shrunk down, ineffective, not able to go for the KOs that you want on the Julie here. And going to be landing another one right there, passing it up to Apalme, using that Super Surge to knock the core deeper and deeper in and make sure that they can get the goal opened up, and that's another goal. Fudgy Waffles knocks it in with a Bewitching Beam.
Yeah, and so something nice about having this Flutterfly with the Super Surge, the bad part about playing Julie on this map is that you have to walk down into those bottom areas by the wall to kind of contest the core when it rolls through there. So being able to get that speed boost to help you kind of get through those areas with the core quickly is going to be so useful. And really the only counterpoint to that is just Jakar is just kind of a wall that you got to get past first.
And wow, the stagger coming through here. Storm and Snowball got so much damage off across onto Fudgy and onto Apalme there, but Apalme does not care. Apalme goes for the core flip, knocks it in across the map, and that's a 3-0 quick set going over to the Goats.
Yeah, Fudgy showing us the full range of why Era is just a good character. I mean, you roll the Super Surge, you give your Julie basically everything they want in the game, and we got some interesting trainings out here. Orb Replicator with an Orb Ponder start. I wonder what this Era is going to want to take. Stinger. Wouldn't have been what I would have guessed. I guess you might want to deny it from the Juno. There's a heavy impact coming out. Denying that from the Jakar. You don't want to give it to Jakar. He's going to have his primary up every 2 seconds. Surprised he took Chrono. I think maybe going for a prime time would have been a little smarter, but who knows? Maybe he'll get some value out of that longer ultimate and the longer Xeno Cloak with that Super Surge, actually.
Yeah, for sure. Storm going to have it slip by him once again here. That's a big KO, though, earned for Snowball. They need a little bit of a break in this game, in this series. As they're stepping up, they do manage to knock down one of the Gale barriers. And now going to be Snowball trying to play up, but taking quite a bit of damage for it. Gotta watch out. Fudgy Waffles has all of that damage still and has a little bit more thanks to the Stinger that they picked up earlier on, and going to be hammering away onto both Storm and Snowball, who are going to be at risk of getting taken out by a Palmy or by one of those little magical Maelstroms off the side. But Snowball's the one who actually manages to pick up the KO. Now pushing forward, Storm goes invisible, pops back out, and is ready to retrieve the core. Going to be doing that a lot more often with the turbo that you suggested earlier on. Palmy back on the map and ready to take it back over onto the right side. Fudgy Waffles knocks it forward with a Bewitching Beam. That's going to be the last goal barrier open. Palmy looking to go for the goal, goes up aggressively, and it will slide in there. J-Tang knocks it back up, knocks it away. Huge save by J-Tang to keep it up.
Yeah, and those friend flanks doing an excellent job. You know, just keeping the core away as J-Tang almost lets that one in. Just uses a nice little core flip just to save it.
Oh, another KO for a Palmy, though, and now no goalie there to defend this. A Palmy gets another one.
Yeah, using the friend fling to kind of save his net, but unfortunately kind of jumped into the line of fire there and kind of got sent off the map, unfortunately.
Yep, just a little too aggressive, and always hard to tell where your limits are at when you're up against this Juliet, especially. Ooh, Magical Maelstrom actually doing quite a bit of work there for Fudgy Waffles as well. Going to net them the numbers advantage, and Fudgy and Palmy doing such a good job of passing it back and forth between them are going to be able to open up the goal. And can they get more? Yeah, they can. A Palmy with another goal.
Yeah, shoutouts to the new era Tornado angle change, because that secured that kill there. Old Tornado would have never.
A little bit of extra juice in the tank for the eras, as though she needed it, really, as she's been so good for a couple of patches. Did just get nerfed on the last one. And that's another KO earned for a Palmy on the bottom. Going to, again, be looking to close this out in a quick 3-0 fashion. I think it's already been longer than it was in the first set, but both of these coming through so quickly. Opened up goal once again. Can they close it out? This might be one of the faster games we've seen in the NASL on the current rate that they're going. A Palmy stepping up, can't quite get that Fire Fist onto it, and it actually slips by Blue Flu. He was going for the barrage and just didn't quite nag it.
From what I saw, he tried to evasive, thinking Snowball might have dash punched into him, but Snowball threw out the Fiery Fist, didn't hit anything, and Blue Flu just watches the core just slowly drifted by him there.
Ooh, Snowball finds two of them in a dark alley and nearly takes them both out. Does end up with just one at the end of the day, but great bit of damage coming through there on the Julie, and that's what you need to keep this game going. A knockback over from Storm is actually going to cost them one of their own while they're at it. Now J-Tang ready on the defense. Passed down. Blue Flu taking a fair bit of abuse from Snowball. Has to watch out for his own stagger bar here, as he is now staggered. And Storm right on top of him along with Snowball. They are looking to find a place to take this Kai off the edge. A Palmy now stepping up on the top side, using the distraction that their goalie represents to try to get a numbers advantage on the other side. Clear back over from Fudgy, but Snowball finds it. Snowball gets the knockout. Snowball opens up the goal, doing everything here as J-Tang steps up, passes it up to Storm. They just want to get themselves one more. They just want to tie things up, and it might just slip in there. Fudgy ready on the defense, but not quite enough. Blue Flu respawns a second too late.
Yeah, so many KOs have happened off the side on this map. You'd think that, you know, night market, side streets, maybe there's something going on there. Maybe we're playing on the new reincarnation of side streets.
Perhaps. I mean, it would explain something here, because there's been a lot of chaos. Snowball with the double gate open there. Great angle found by the Juliet on that rush. Does manage to pick it up. The Phoenix Fire? Phoenix something? It's Fudgy and a Palmy. Still, though, on the front foot, looking to close out set number 2. The Palmy slowed down by that shot from Drakkar and gonna get taken off by one more. There's nobody here to keep pushing forward, so J-Tang will be able to successfully clear it. And now Fudgy Back and forth with Storm. They want to sneak it past each other, trying to get it over to Snowball. Snowball takes a little bit of a Giga Blast there from Blue Flu. Finally, will get taken out by Apalmi, and now again, Apalmi and Fudgy Waffles on offense, ready to try to score. Passes back and forth. They're going to play this nice and slow while they've got the numbers advantage. Want to score before Juliet can respawn. Not able to do that, but there's going to be the flip, and there's going to be the goal from Apalmi to close out set number 2.
Yeah, and Jay Tangles with the shotgun, able to really kind of pull through a lot more on that. Obviously, unfortunately, in the end, they didn't make it through. But I definitely think that they had the better draft in that second carousel. As we go into this third one, surprised that Julie's hovering unstoppable here when... all right, you know what? I see it. It makes sense. You don't want to be able to lose your ability to dash punch people off the edge. And Adrenaline Rush definitely going to be picked up here by Apalme, as you can see. By Snowball. I really would imagine that this is kind of Snowball's chance to be able to come back, win this game. You have the Ponder, you have Pummelers, you have Adrenaline Rush. You just need to find some of these kills off the edge.
Yeah, I've had some moments of greatness there. There's another one of them going to proc the Adrenaline Rush. I mean, at the rate things have been going, they're going to be keeping that one procced readily and often. As Snowball is looking for another one here, nearly takes Apalmi off the top. It's just Storm here playing in midfield, making sure that that core never becomes J-Tang's problem, at least until it has to. And when it does, going to be saved in time. Magical Maelstrom fired a little bit early there. Does get Snowball into the stagger, who's going forward with the Flying Phoenix, trying to knock somebody off, trying to get that proc of Adrenaline Rush once again. Now going to not be able to do it, going to get taken down by Apalmi. Now looking to score is Storm, but Apalmi taking it back over to their side. Now Apalmi ready to knock aside J-Tang, opening up the goal. Fudgy Waffles passes it down. Storm TFT just can't seem to get his hands on it, is nearly going to end up giving up a second barrier.
But Storm TFT gonna shove that one right through. And as you can see, here's the damage difference from something like Drakkar and Juno. They're able to pump out so much more than this Kai and the Arrow are. But on the other end of the spectrum, Apalme able to sit and get a lot more of these dash punch kills and able to have a lot more movement around the map, as you can see, taking both barriers right then and there.
Ooh, opening up super quickly here for the side of the Goats. They are looking to get in here. They're going to be Storm still playing on the top side. Snowball staggered, but not out. Now plenty out as Apalmi finishes the job, and it's just stuck in the center, bouncing back and forth. They will finally be able to get it out of there. And J-Tang clears it to the bottom side, but it just comes right back up and scores.
Yeah, oh my god, I can't even speak. That Magical Maelstrom sitting on that bottom side. I'm not sure if J-Tang just didn't see it. I know I have issues sometimes seeing the Air Tornado. I've asked for it to be, a little bit more visually friendly. But, man, what a great tornado coming out from Fudgy to able to shove that one into that net.
Yeah, this still finds itself on an upwardly path, and J-Tang can't get quite down to block it again. And now the goal already going to be open 20 seconds in to this next round. Apalmi boosted up, looking to push it forward. It will get cleared back out by Storm. Blue is ready to respond, though, and Apalmi, looking for the goal, does knock into two of them, but doesn't quite get the gore. The core flip from J-Tang will clear it back out. And now Blue Flu going to have the pressure on top of him. Snowball going to knock it back and forth, has got that Adrenaline Rush, will get knocked aside by Apalmi. Here comes the score attempt from J-Tang with the Blabo, will get cleared back over to him, but he keeps it on to his teammates' pockets. Apalmi moving up with Fudgy, wanting to take this 2v1 up against J-Tang. That's the Flying Phoenix again from Apalmi, not quite enough to close it out. Now going to be cleared back and forth. Fudgy Waffles stepping down towards the bottom, passes it up to Apalmi, and that's another goal for Goats Esports.
Yeah, and Fudgy able to give a nice dimer to Apalme there, right through Storm TFD. J-Tang not able to get to that top side fast enough. And they're sitting on match point in a game that, kind of is a must-win for them, but Snowball going to get this Adrenaline Rush proc, and maybe he's going to try and say no to this.
That is what they would want to say if they can. Snowball, again, with the Adrenaline Rush proc, having taken one off the map. Fudgy Waffles does manage to respawn and shrink down Snowball at the same time, still relying on that stinger damage to tick away at the health bars. Blue Flu passes it down to Fudgy. Apalmi knocks it forward. Good team play there, and that's an opened up goal. Apalmi keeps the aggression going and manages to get 2 for 1. Now Fudgy clears it back over. Apalmi is here, but Storm arrives just in time off the Xeno cloak to clear it back out. Blue Flu goes for the core flip, knocked aside by Snowball. Snowball bullying this goalie, and Storm ready for the assist, knocks it in and opens up the goal. Open goals for both sides. Palmy coming towards the bottom though, wants to take this one-on-one up against J-Tang to pass on down. Fudgy coming in on the top side, but gets blocked away again by the Blobos, showing some of the strength that the Juno goalie brings to the table, but there's the weakness again. Palmy going to knock it in through the bottom side, and that's going to be a victory for Goats Esports.
Yeah, Juno out a little too far, not able to get back to the other side of the net to cover that one. As it was core flipped, it's going 30 million miles per hour and went right on that bottom part of the net.
Yeah, and we saw that happen a lot up against J-Tang's Juno, right? I mean, this is their signature pick, but we've covered it many times. That's kind of the weakness of it, though. If it gets into one of those little corners, she just struggles compared to a lot of other goalies to be able to get down there and snag it.
Yeah, it's really difficult, especially when, as Juno, you don't really have anything that you can kind of throw out and stop the core as it's coming, as it's coming in. You have to be very predictive with your abilities. You have to be predictive of where you're going to jump. You have to be predictive with your friend fling. Man, the alliterations that they give some of the abilities of the
I know, man.
game.
Juliet is the worst one for sure. They're all Fs. It's tough out there.
It's a tough world we live in, and it's also a tough world for Snowball, as Snowball honestly put up a great performance, picking up 8 kills in this game and picking up, from what I remember, I believe 12 in the other. First game I've seen of them play, first 2 games I've seen of them play in the NASL, but wish we could have seen more.
Yeah, I see Twitch chat BMing the redirect volume here a little bit, and yeah, you'd like that to be a little bit higher, but it's not really Snowball's role in the composition, right? You're looking to get these KOs, you're looking to keep the pressure onto the likes of Fudgy, Apalmi, and Blue Flu, and he did that really well with 8 KOs total.
Yeah, guys, we're playing Julie against Era on Night Market with pummelers. We are gonna hit the core maybe once like every 30 years, but you know what? If you're getting the barriers and you're getting the kills, it's okay. It's okay. But you do got to do those. Otherwise, it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Definitely here. So a nice run there for the side of Goats. They are going to move themselves up into the standings a little bit. We talked about that was an important game win for them, as they definitely need to get themselves up higher in those standings. They want to get themselves into the playoff picture, and they were just outside of it with a tie for 5th place coming in. So not quite sure what the results of all the other matches have been. I mean, I do have a little sheet here that should tell me, but looks like that will successfully... it doesn't look like it's been all updated yet, but they were in 5th coming in. They want to move themselves up to compete with Otaku, Aesop, and Best Western here, and 2 of those teams we're going to watch play up against each other here in just a few moments, as Otaku Hideout and Aesop's Little Pog Champs are going to be next up on the docket.
Yeah, so let's talk those teams. Otaku has one of my favorite West players, Mark. I love Mark, and you know what? He loves everyone too. Mark XO stands for lots of love. Alpha Kibi, Best Jelly on that Otaku Hideout team. I already forgot who they were playing. My short-term memory has degraded this much, but it is actually Aesop's Little Pog Champs now that I'm looking. And this is going to be a pretty, honestly, what I think, maybe a close match. Definitely a lot of good players in the West scene here. You have LolJSS, Geek, Gunner. I really honestly don't know what type of comps are going to be pulled out here. I haven't seen too much, but I'm excited nonetheless. Definitely could be more of something that might be map dependent.
Yeah, I definitely expect it to be map dependent. I mean, if I'm looking over at Aesop, what they've mostly been bringing to the table, it's been a lot of Juliet and Rasmus for JSS. Geek playing a lot of that Drakkar and a lot of Kai, but the Drakkar goalie seems to be what they lean to in most situations. And Gunner has brought out all sorts of stuff. A lot of Rune play, but some Era, even a little Zentaro in there as well. So going to be a lot of different options for Aesop, and I'm also super curious to see what they're going to bring in here today. Geek in particular is like a mad scientist out there. This guy plays everything in the goal.
Everything in the goal, but does he play the Zentaro, the fabled Zentaro goalie?
In solo queue, at least he does. I have I have it in my notes here as one that he's played a fair bit of.
Really?
Yeah,
That's in the notes?
that is in the notes. That is according to old Core Strike GG. These are some. They're a little bit out of date, but there's no way the number of games has gone down.
Hey, you know what? I think Zentaro goalie is.
I see 32 Zentaro goalie games with a 59% win rate in Geeks match history here.
I respect it. I think the Zentaro goalie with the eject, and if you roll something like Super Surge, I think it's funny. Is it very good? That might be another debate. But is it funny? The answer is yes.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, if nothing else, you got to at least be able to give it that. Meanwhile, let's move over to the other side of the map. It is going to be Otaku Hideout coming out here. They have been running quite a bit of Zentaro themselves, not in the goal, mind you, but that's been a big pick from Mart so far. Alpha Kibi, been playing a lot of that Aimi, as well as a bit of Estelle, and then it's been mostly Kai's across the board for Best Jelly, so maybe a little bit more consistency in their team comps that they've shown.
Yeah, consistency is especially good when you really have, like, kind of solid team comps that you feel very comfortable on, and if something gets banned, you can go, hey, Juliet got banned, but we feel comfortable on the Zentaro, so we'll play the Zentaro instead, and we'll be fine. I think a lot of teams kind of, honestly, really just kind of go with the flow on some of their picks in some of these matches, which is good, but it's also nice to have something you feel comfortable with in really any situation.
Certainly here, so going to be what they've defaulted to most of the time. I mean, they've all shown a little bit of different stuff here and there. We even saw a Luna goalie game out of Best Jelly. I assume maybe a namesake there. That's a little presumptive of me, but could be something that we end up coming out with. It was their loss. That is one of the losses they've sustained was with the Luna goalie. So I don't know that it'll come through quite a bit, but could be a fun one to check out if it does end up showing up. I think Luna's the only character I haven't been able to see in NASL so far.
Goalie diff. They picked the Luna.
It's what you gotta hope for. It's what you gotta hope for. If there's any chance at seeing Luna, it's definitely gonna be his goalie, right? Like nobody plays forward Luna.
Well, man, I would.
Oh.
You know what? I would actually kind of disagree. I think there is a non-negative chance you could see Luna with a twin drive start as forward on Atlas Labs.
Okay. All
There
right.
is
0 is non-negative, but
I would say off the top of my head, I know like. Okay, well, I actually know two people who would play it. One of them is myself included.
okay.
But I'm sure Puffy could bring out a Luna forward
All right. Well,
on the Atlas Labs.
I believe it. That's something to keep note of. So we are searching for our match here, by the way. We don't have to wait 25 minutes. We're going to run a little ahead of schedule here, so we will be getting in a game between Otaku Hideout and Aesop's Little Pog Champs. Both of these teams sitting at 2-1-1, both tied for second place. This is going to be what kind of breaks that tie for second and what gets you that better seeding coming into the playoffs, assuming that the standings continue to look similar to how they've looked today. So definitely going to be a high-stakes match, and if the standings are anything to go by, definitely going to be a close one, like you said there, Deathgrass.
Yeah, this is really kind of, where we kind of see these standings start to filter out and really slot into place, because you have three teams who are tied for second. You had three teams who were tied for fifth. Goody Sports actually would be tied for second actually if their points were inputted. So technically, by technicality, we have four teams tied for second right now. But obviously that's not reflected, and that'll change because people haven't played their matches yet. But this is really kind of where you start to decide, all right, who's going to land second, who's going to land third, who's going to land fourth. This is the moment. This is now.
Yeah, feels weird since it's only week 3, but it is like 75% of the way through the regular season. And everybody hasn't played all of their games today so far, so we're not quite at that 75%. But once this is all said and done with, we're going to be the majority of the way through the split. We already are the majority of the way through the split, and going to be getting into those playoffs before too long. So these are the matches that really make a difference for that seeding and can really secure you an easier path towards being able to make a deep run because we do appear to be getting into game here, and we're knocked back out. Baited.
We got a little baited there, but you know what's crazy? It's crazy to think about. After today, there's a singular like match left for every team, which is it's a little in the regular season.
True.
It's a little crazy to think about. We're already on the third streamed week of games and whatnot. So there's no off stream match next week. So
yeah.
We're like really close to being done with the regular season and pushing into obviously relegations, playoffs, etc. Whatever is to come next.
Yeah, we are. Once Omega Strikers blows up and we're streaming to like 100,000 people, Daft Grass, then we'll probably stop having off-stream matches, and these seasons will get a lot longer. But until then, yeah, I mean, we rush through these pretty fast.
Yeah, Omega Strikers bigger than League. That's the goal. That's the goal.
Speaking of League here, I mean, I don't, and JSS, if you hate me saying this on stream, please DM me and tell me to stop if I'm mixing up your worlds here. But JSS also involved in the League scene. I know he just had his team that he coaches for was playing in the NASL qualifiers today. So a big day for JSS. I mean, his team making their run to try to qualify for the semi-pro league today, and then he himself playing in the NASL today. Got to be a huge Saturday for him. I mean, that's got to take a lot out of you.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I could be completely just off the mark. I thought he was sitting somewhere in Masters. I don't know
League?
if he's...
I have no idea.
I thought he was Masters in League.
He's a coach for that team. He doesn't play on that team, so I have no idea what his rank is.
I remember watching a stream once. I could have sworn he was Master. He might have gone up. I don't quote me on that. I have no idea. I thought he was Masters though. So, to be able to play at the top of, at the top of the West League and being able to play at some of the higher end of league gameplay is pretty impressive. Let's be real. It is impressive. I mean, you think about the players that we have in here who are also very good at other games. I mean, the first one who comes to mind, who obviously I don't know if people know, Ginger Pop, used to be big Overwatch guy. He was very good at the game, much better than I'm sure almost everyone watching the stream is. Which also I could be completely wrong. You could not quote me on that. But
actually, we just have the entire upper half of the Overwatch echelon just watching this stream right now. That's the entire viewership base, is people who are really good at Overwatch. But yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the nature of young games, really. I find that, for the first, call it a season, call it a split, whatever you want to say, but for the first couple of iterations of the game's life cycle, oftentimes the best players are going to be these really high tier, just all round game players who are often very good at other games as well. Maybe as the lifespan extends on a little bit, you'll find some of those prodigies who are maybe exceptionally good at Omega Strikers and not quite as good at other games, but we're way too early for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, you've seen it a little bit, right? You see people who have come to Omega Strikers and they've played it more for fun, and they've realized, hey, I'm actually kind of good at this game. The more they've played, and you see people grow in terms of players, in terms of skill. I remember way back in beta, which I say way back when it's been not even a full year. So, but it feels like a long time. It feels like a long time. I remember climbing the ladder with Double, and we kept running into this Bells guy, who I'm gonna out about stream here. Double did not like playing with Bells, but as we climbed, Bells also climbed, and now obviously you think about what he's done in the game, and it's a little funny to think about seeing him in Diamond compared to him now. Definitely a way lot better of a player now.
Definitely. Always cool to see people climbing up, building on themselves as players. So we are still looking to get into this one. We've gotten baited with a couple of false game starts so far, but we'll be getting into there before too long. I know Otaku Hideout and Aesop's Little Pog Champs are doing everything they can to get ready for this next matchup. And I'm really curious to see what the map is going to be, if that's going to affect some of the picks that we end up seeing here.
Yeah, map is definitely, honestly, one of the more important kind of dictators towards what your comp is really going to want to be. As I do believe we have swapped to a nice Discord stream for us, so we will be able to get into the game here. No more loading bugs. We're in. We got missile propulsion, big fish on Atlas Labs. So incredibly game changing. Outside of maybe the big fish, kind of being a little scary on something like a Juliet.
Yeah, Atlas Lab, an interesting one here, specifically because ASOP's little PogChamps, they played a couple of games on Atlas Lab already, but they've taken wildly different comps each time. So, curious to see what they end up going for here. This might be the third different comp that we've seen. I haven't seen them play Rasmus on this map. I have not seen them play Juliet, or I did see them play Juliet on this map once, but it's been arrows and runes and X's. They've shown all sorts of different stuff here, and usually a Drakkar goalie, but hovering a Kai this time around.
Yeah, so Kai with missile propulsion on here is able to really keep the core forward as much as, as far as possible as he can, as obviously his base barrage range did get nerfed down to 650, so the missile propulsion is going to help him a lot there. I think Rasmus is honestly pretty standard on this map from what I understand, and the fact that you get big fish off the start, which really is beneficial for him considering half of his abilities are based off of your size. So hey, you know what? I think it'll be a big pick here, and whichever one of these Rasmuses can really kind of fight for this midfield will be the one to help win their team the game.
Oh, real early KO there, picked up for the side of Aesop's little PogChamps. I mean, they just knock one of Otaku right off the map. Now BestieInSlot gonna have their work cut out for them here on this defense. JSS trying to smack it in with the Phoenix Fire. Doesn't quite find it. Alpha Kiwi now going to, not even find it. JSS just smacks it in on the bottom side.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate situation there. Off the gravity well, popping, sending it up to the top of the map, and then right into the hands of JSS. And when you're BestieInSlot, you don't really have any abilities in that situation. It's a 50-50. Do I walk up? Do I walk down? And JSS just won the mind game there.
Oh, and another double goal barrier opened up by JSS. Playing really well here. And now ready to try to knock it in. Goes for the core flip. Doesn't snag the core, though. And Mark now moving up. Going to be trying to play a little aggressively on his own Rasmus here. BestieInSlot doesn't quite land a Giga Blast. Nice knock aside from the pendulum swing from Gunner. It's passed back up to him. That's going to be JSS looking for the KO on Alpha. Couldn't quite find it, though. Now going to be Geek, who's responsible for clearing this back up. JSS wants to find a Gunner ready to pick it up. Going to be into the core flip, into the ultimate from JSS. They can't quite knock it in, but JSS keeping him on the back foot, keeping the abuse going, and Gunner going to get himself a KO. Can they smack it in off of this? Geek is coming out of the woodwork to try to make a play happen. Core flip from Mark is going to get knocked back aside, and Geek looking to get ready for it, but opened up goal. Core flip knocked away by BestieInSlot. JSS 1 versus 2 trying to knock it in. Gunner going to be ready as well, but it's cleared away once again by Mark before he gets knocked out. Passed back up to JSS, and again with the numbers advantage, they want to get this one closed out, but it's just been such good defense from Alpha and BestieInSlot the whole way through.
Yeah, and important thing to note, JSS, another MOBA player, not able to get as much precision as he did have a chance to score a goal, but because of the MOBA moment, wasn't able to hit it in that top corner compared to something like playing on the WASD.
Yeah, no, I find it way more difficult to play on the MOBA controls, even coming from a MOBA myself. So, super impressive to see people playing at a high level with that control scheme. I cannot wrap my head around it. I keep constantly accidentally knocking stuff into the wrong direction. The JSS now going to take control once again. This time going to be at a numbers disadvantage, though. Otaku finds their KO, but it does not matter. JSS closes it out.
Yeah, and a great job from JSS to core flip that and hit it instantly. So BestieInSlot has very little time there to react with that barrage. He wasn't able to get it out in time. Could have maybe stood in his net and just tried to 90 it downwards or upwards, depending on where he thought the core was going. But overall, great job to get this second point for his team.
For For sure here. Now 2-0 lead to Aesop's little Pog Champs. And a nice Giga Blast from Geek, going to open up one of those goal barricades. Geek knocks it back up, utilizing the gravity well in the center and doing a very good job at that too to get some clever angles, trying to open things up. And that's going to be a KO onto JSS. Earned there. Alpha Kibi finds their angle and now ready to step up alongside Mark, who wants to knock this one deeper in, going to be able to open up one of those barriers. There's the second one just in time for JSS to respawn, and if he can clear this back out, KOs for both sides, 2-on-2 on the map. Gunner carrying it forward, going to death touch it back into himself, and looks for the pendulum swing, but can't quite find it. It's Rasmus v. Rasmus here at midfield. Mark steps up maybe a little too far into the gravity well, takes a fair bit of damage for his troubles, but the knock-in from the barrage. Best Jelly gets a goal.
Yeah, and really funny situation there with JSS punching Alpha Kibi off the edge, but at the same time getting hit by that Giga Blast from Best Jelly with that missile propulsion, and just able to send both of them off at the same time.
Definitely here, and that's another quick opened up goal here for Aesop's little Pog Champs, and JSS just gets the perfect angle, the flurry to knock things in, and a little BM emote while they're at it.
Yeah, I gotta hit him with a little bit of BM there. A little more than hey, you know what? It's first round. It's okay. You take a deep breath. But what's interesting here is Stagger Swagger. If I'm the Kai, honestly, I really don't care. I just kind of want to take like Orb Dancer or something. But he's gonna take extra special, I guess, with the missile propulsion. That's fine. But we grabbed the Stagger Swagger there. Best Jelly really needed to grab the Stagger Swagger away from the Juliet, because now Julie can just run into the center and, get infinite speed whenever he wants. He doesn't have to worry about dying, because he's just going to run to the center over and over. And I'm hoping to see it here, because that's really the strat with Stagger Swagger. You just walk into the center, you clear it, you take the damage. You don't care. You're going to get the speed for it.
Yeah, no, that's the tech for sure, and JSS taking advantage of it, looking for the flurry, nearly takes him out off the top side, doesn't end up getting anything in, and Geek has actually defended both goal barricades the whole way, just snuck it around the back there, and manages to keep both standing. Good clears so far, but now Mark going to get one on the bottom side, and Best Jelly ready to receive. Alpha Kibi going to get staggered, but still ready to defend, and Gunner going to be in that same boat, gets whiplash back up to the side. JSS wants a KO. Geek going to be the one who actually finds it off a nice Giga Blast there, and now JSS going to be the one trying to push in for the goal. That's going to be a core flip. That's going to be one more ultimate, and that's going to be one more goal for JSS.
Yeah, and good job from JSS there, popping the core flip, holding it, waiting for it to come down, then striking into the Flame Flurry to really kind of guarantee that against Best Jelly. Best Jelly didn't have any abilities to defend that, as he did use the barrage to cover that bottom part of the net on that initial part of the core flip.
For sure. Did so much as well with the Flame Flurry. Has utilized that to get a couple of goals already this game, and don't expect to see that stopping, although it'll stop for now as he's taken off the map. Nice little play there from Mark to be able to get the KO, and now Geek has his work cut out for him in the outnumbered situation, does clear it back over. Best Jelly fires out the barrage to make sure that it's not going to end up being a cross-map score. And now JSS back on the map here with the Stagger Swagger. Going to have his goal opened up, wants to find an angle in here. Geek just barely saves it at the last second, and that's elusive, forced out of Alpha to stay alive. Mark going for the goal, gets it in with the whiplash, and ties up this set at 1-1.
Yeah, and a great job from Mark there to confirm that kill on JSS using the death touch, walking up to position himself as to where he's closer to the blast zone than JSS is, and so he's able to drag him when he's staggered into the blast zone.
Super early KO there onto Gunner. Going to give Otaku Hideout the opportunity they were waiting for. They do manage to open up one of those barriers. JSS, though, clearing it back out on the other side with a nicely placed Fiery Fist. Going to tie it up at 1-1 as Gunner has respawned here off the back of the goal. Now going to be opened up here. JSS, Phoenix Fire forward, looking to open things up. Best Jelly knocks it off their own barricade. Maybe not what they were looking for, but JSS now ready to try to slam it in for a goal. Couldn't quite find it. Goes down to Gunner off of the center. Geek ready to defend off the back of the pendulum swing. Gunner getting pushed back. Whiplash nearly scores. Geek saves it. Playing so far back here to make sure he's going to have every opportunity to save. Saves it off the back of a pendulum swing once again. JSS now trying to take control of the core. Brawling with Alpha Kiwi. Flips it back up, but it gets defended by Best Jelly. Mark now looking to smack it in. Pendulum swing again deflected by Geek. Playing it just the right distance to save these from the Rasmus. Mark stepping up again now, will not give up, but at a numbers disadvantage. Gunner is going to successfully clear it back over, and now it's up to JSS and Gunner to try to get this goal smacked in. Mark goes for the core flip, gets deflected, core flip back by Gunner. Geek gets another KO off the Giga Blast, off the center. Gunner gets it again, but it is going to get knocked in by Alpha Kiwi. Nice use of the range.
Yeah, and that was a crazy sequence of events, but it ended in the culmination of Estelle throwing out a piercing shot into the crystal knives. And I mean, when you're playing the Kai and you have used your barrage, it's so incredibly difficult, especially against an Estelle who does have the missile propulsion. It's so hard to stop those knives. If you clear across your net, or if you try and clear anywhere that isn't directly in front of you or tanking the knives, it's gonna go in.
It definitely is here, and there's the knockback aside, and that's going to be JSS now outnumbered, outgunned, as Gunner is removed from the map. That's a nice core flip from Geek, gets deflected away by Best Jelly, and JSS now trying to dash forward, but doesn't have the cooldowns, it looks like, and now still playing this up, playing it aggressively. Gunner is ready at midfield to knock it forward, and a great bit of damage there on a Mark. He nearly gets taken out by the barrage, but will manage to stay alive, and now it's JSS who is taken off, and Mark looking to knock it in. Alpha Kiwi goes for the piercing shot, couldn't quite find it. Best Jelly up at midfield, ready to support with whatever projectiles they can send out, but it does get knocked back by a nice pendulum swing from Gunner, and now it's up to JSS to try to brawl this one out once again. A nice blow up from the middle, and both teams going back and forth at midfield here. Mark ready to play up and aggressive, gets it knocked back over to him by the barrage, but can't smack it in. And again, we've got a really close back and forth one here for us, Daftgrass.
Yeah, and JSS really wishing he had any sort of speed right now, including the stagger spiker, because he, oh my god, his Mark with the pendulum swing stuffs two people and the goalie into the net and picks up a set win for his team there. Wow, that was, I mean, that was something. I'm losing my words here because of how ridiculous that was. Playing a little too far back in the net there.
A huge play made by the Rasmus there, and now we're tied up at 1-1, Daftgrass. This is going to be a much closer match than we had to start on off our tenure here. Tempo swing going to get picked up by the Kai there in response to the Deadeye from the other Kai. An Adrenaline Rush on the board will go over to Julie and Rasmus. That's a double Adrenaline Rush here for the blue side. Aesop's little PogChamps, they want those KOs.
Yeah, you really want to be very careful of your stagger if you are on the other side of, you know, double Adrenaline now. Because if they pick up one of those and you're playing the Kai goalie, it's so over. And here's the first one of the match. As look at him go with that stagger swagger and Adrenaline Rush speed.
JSS moving like a man possessed here, as that's going to be goal barriers open for both sides, and going to lose some of his buffs as Alpha Kiwi comes back out of the map, but showing some of that power that this setup can bring to the table for the two of them. Barriers going to be still standing for both sides. Mark feeling strong after that double KO he got at the end of the last round, and with a little bit of a level lead as well. Definitely deserved here. Going to be Best Jelly knocking it back and forth with JSS, who goes in, going to knock it off of the barrier, going to go for the core flip, looking in for the goal here, passes it down to Gunner, and that's going to be another one secured for Aesop's little PogChamps.
Yeah, and I would like to see JSS just pop the center a bit more. I mean, Gunner has the magnetized souls, and popping that center is going to get him, you know, a little more down on HP and open up some more of those passing angles for his team.
Oh, nice knock back there by Geek, who's still got his work cut out for him here with Alpha Kiwi continuing to rein in these Rose Thorns, or Crystal Thorns rather, and makes it really tough to defend, but has done so pretty well so far. There's going to be the Death Touch coming back over to Gunner, but get it knocked back away by Mark as they open it up. They go for the core flip, looking for the score. Does get defended successfully by Gunner, but the aggression is still here. Mark not willing to let this one go. Best Jelly coming out of the goal box to come and try to make something happen, but it is going to get stuck out in the middle. There's the core flip by Gunner, knocks it back over to the other side just to clear it, just to buy some breathing room for JSS and co. Aesop's little PogChamps now going back on the aggressive, looking to knock open this goal. JSS coming in from the top side does manage to do so. Goes back over to Geek, who's got to clear it back to his teammates, but they have a chance to score now. There's the death touch. Mark going to go for the pendulum swing. Gunner, though, finds the KO off the whiplash. Alpha Kiwi going in for the piercing shot, but not going to be able to find the goal. And now pass back and forth. If JSS and Gunner can get their setup, they could close out the goal. And now over down to JSS. Gunner passes it back up. The respawn has come through. Is it going to be enough time? Core flip does get the KO and is going to get a second one, but the goal still avoided. Now finally, Geek will be the one who gets it in.
Yeah, and double adrenaline rush. You get that first kill. You are becoming Car. You're getting your cooldowns back, and you're sending more people into the net. They sent 2 people in there, and I mean, if you're Alpha Kiwi, you're the last person alive on your team. You're Cell. You burn through all your cooldowns. You got nothing there to stop that one.
For sure, for sure. JSS and Gunner now letting it get away from them a little bit here. That's the goal opened up onto Geek. Otaku Hideout not willing to go quietly in this set, down 0-2, but still feel like they can pull themselves back in. JSS and Gunner going to come back over on the other side. They're looking to open up the goal for themselves, and they will manage to do so. Very quick goals open from both teams, but JSS knocks it in with the Phoenix Fire, and that's a 3-0 set for Aesop's Little Pog Champs.
Yeah, and when they do pop that center, they have so much more passing between JSS and Gunner. Gunner able to control more of that midfield. And really, Estelle doesn't have too much, but these are some kind of interesting awakenings here, as it does look like they are going to take the heavy impact, which means this Jewel is going to have a lot more kill power as the Kai takes Hot Shot. Honestly, in this situation, if I'm Best Jelly, I would kind of want to take Rapid Fire over the Hot Shot, only due to the fact that Best Jelly really isn't going to be able to hit hit the core as much as he's hitting people, just because of the fact that JSS has the big fish and he's going to be standing right in front of his face.
For sure. Going to be a couple of big folks thanks to the big fish, and wow, the damage out of Mark to start things off is just nuts here. JSS and Gunner both get narked pretty low there. Alpha Kiwi going to be in the same boat. JSS has that stagger swagger, going to be moving so quickly thanks to this, and going to be looking for an angle to get a KO to activate that adrenaline rush that they have been building for. They do manage to find it, and now going to step forward. Alpha Kiwi off the map. That's going to be JSS getting that one score. Knock back over. Geek here for the support. They do manage to open it up. Now they're slamming everything into Mark, who is going to have to go elusive just to stay alive. And now going to get knocked aside. The barrage actually closes it out, and that's another goal for Aesop's Little Pog Champs.
Yeah, what's really funny is that with Adrenaline Rush, when you do pop it, you actually get the most value out of it with playing MOBA controls, because of the fact that you're able to walk as fast as possible to your destination. So getting that quintillion amount of speed, it adds up so fast.
For sure. And now another KO earned onto JSS, but Gunner sneaks it past him. Too late on the core flip from Best Jelly. Aesop's Little Pog Champs makes him look foolish.
Yeah, and I honestly thought Best Jelly had that, but wasn't able to react fast enough, and that core just slips right past him through the core flip.
Yeah, it goes to show sometimes it's worth it to go for those low percentage plays. You know, they work out once in a blue moon, and JSS now going to get another KO. That mix-up from Gunner now keeping Otaku Hideout on the back foot, and JSS ready to step forward, ready to go in with the Phoenix Fire. Does manage to open up the goal. Another third quick one here to close out the game. Would be so much momentum for Aesops, and they get it.
Yeah, and that double adrenaline rush, really the tipping point of that match there, especially since the fact that Julia then got heavy impact with the big fish already. I mean, you play near the edge and you're just getting sent off of it. No question about it. Great first match from the side of Aesop's Little Pog Champs. As I'm sure the KOs here, with JSS getting 7, Gunner getting 4, Geek getting 4. I mean, it's an effort by the whole team just to help proc those adrenaline rushes once they got it.
Yeah, definitely here. I mean, the damage actually ends up being pretty good here for the side of Otaku Hideout. I mean, they were able to match him in the damage department, but they weren't quite able to get them finished off here. And a lot of that, I think, just comes down to having the Juliet, right? She's just got such powerful knockbacks, such powerful kill opportunities, and you just can't match that with something like an Estelle.
Yeah, and the Julie really doesn't care about your stagger bar. If you're playing near the edge, she's gonna dash punch you off of it. Doesn't matter whether or not you're cracked, you're half HP, or if you're full HP, you're just gonna get sent off. And another thing to note, that Estelle, the problem with Estelle right now, and what I feel like is kind of her biggest issue, is she has really long base cooldowns. She has some of the highest base cooldowns in the game compared to these other characters that can kind of throw out abilities willy-nilly. She really needs some awakenings to kind of scale into the game and really push herself more into, being able to contest sort of that midfield, getting those barriers and whatnot.
For sure. And now going to be that 1-0 lead for the side of Aesop's Little Pog Champs. They have broken the tie for the time being. We'll have to see now if the response can come on across here for them to actually be able to stay tied at the end of the day. It is a best of two, so technically we aren't guaranteed to break the tie for second place here. Otaku Hideout could win this second one and keep them tied up. Also worth pointing out, Best Western is all wrapped up in this large second place tie as well, so their results today also going to have a huge influence.
Yeah, and so if they do tie, it would put both of them back at a tie for second. However, it would bump down, obviously, Goat Esports, because they have already played their match today. But Best would have a chance to bump up and actually match that. So we could, at the end of the day, wind up with 3 teams tied for second place again, which would be incredibly crazy to think about.
Yeah, it really would be. And I mean, a huge performance out of Best Western could also secure them sole possession of second, but there's a whole lot of possibilities still open, right? I mean, there's still between 2 and 3 more matches to be played, depending on where you're at in the current day, and plenty of still left to play for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit ridiculous as we're back on the night market. Map we haven't seen in we skipped a game of it, but we're back, and we're back with Big Fish and Castellast. So I'd have to imagine if you're not playing Era, you're gonna want to ban it, right? Like,
yeah,
you see the Castellast, you see the Big Fish, you're thinking about it, and you're going, it needs to be gone. Obviously, there it is, right? You're not gonna play it, you ban it in this very specific situation. So now that leaves us with some interesting picks. I wonder if we're going to see a rune. I wonder if Gunner's going to bring out the rune. It is Castellast. So, if you were ever to play rune, it's kind of like your time, right? Like, it's night market. Yeah. It's a good rune map.
Yeah, I mean, the last time they were on night market, I believe it was a rune pick for Gunner. So that is a composition they've been playing on this map before. They did pair it up with an X that last time. This time around, they ban it. But, the Juliet can fill in there just fine. I would not be surprised to see this locked in.
Yeah, and there's the rune. I mean, obviously, so in terms of the X ban, it's kind of like the Mark pick that I've seen him do a lot of work on recently. So maybe you don't want to give him something like that, especially since you have JSS, who is a very good Juliet. So you want to bring him more to an even playing field that you feel comfortable on.
Yep, Juliet versus Juliet matchup. Gonna be what they're going for here. So Mark switching things up, going in for that Julie in this next game, and Gunner going to be on that rune. So we'll pay attention to what he's going to be able to get done. He's going to be able to make some nice shifty plays, get anything done with the Banish and the Unstable Anomalies in this game number 2. Again, a 2-0 win here for Aesop's Little Pog Champs would be huge, would get them that head-to-head lead over the other side here, and would net them closer up to sole possession of second place, rather than having to compete with Otaku Hideout, as that's another KO earned for JSS and Co. They are going to open up the goal and are looking to start off aggressively. A knockdown there from Gunner, passed back up off the Unstable Anomaly, and that's an easy goal. Nicely played by Gunner.
Yeah, and that Rune Banish is so... Look, so the Rune Banish, when you banish somebody, you can place a pillar under them, and then place your second pillar with the TP above them, and then that second pillar will overwrite the knockback but also give the damage. So if you get hit by it, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill unless your teammate stops it. It is a bit ridiculous.
Wow, and a KO already here again. And that's going to be 2 unstable anomalies thrown down on top of Mark, making it very difficult for him once he comes out of that banish, taking a boatload of damage. Tofu Fortress thrown down by Geek, ready to play up at midfield, trying to be super aggressive on this Dubu. And Gunnar shifting back and forth, ready to threaten with the unstable anomalies. That's going to leave behind JSS and Mark, brawling back and forth. A little bit of damage added in by Geek as well. Core flip comes through from Gunnar, and he just lets it sit there. And that's going to actually end up with them not being able to finish anything off, trying to still open up this goal. JSS gets the KO on the other side, and now there's the number advantage here for Aesop's little Pog champs. Alpha Kiwi taking quite a bit of harassment as well from this rune. He can just bully you from so far away with that banish, and it's making a big difference.
Yeah, and something important to note as well, Geek taking the Castellast on this Dubu. Dubu, one of the best characters in the game, really, if not the best at dealing with Amy Firewall Sentry. As you're able to throw the ult out, and taking that Castellast actually gives a creation duration increase. Not a lot, but it is there. So definitely something that is going to help win them this match.
For sure, and Gunnar just knocking it back and forth between the wall and himself here, buying time, waiting for that perfect angle to present itself. You see, very well practiced on this rune. Is going to get shattered here for a little bit, but JSS is going to be up there to fulfill his role and gets the KO while he's at it. A banish there onto Mark means that it was Best Jelly all alone there for a little bit, and really tough to play defense that time. But Mark finds a KO onto the rune for himself. Gunnar now going to be off the map. It's a 2-on-2 as Alpha Kiwi respawns and nets the numbers advantage back over to Otaku Hideout.
Yeah, and this is the one kind of downside of playing Rune on this map. It's really kind of difficult to be able to get your team the ball and be able to get these barriers, especially against someone like Kai, because he has so much control on the map, and it's so difficult just to get it past him with all the cooldowns that he has.
Great block with the Flame Flurry there from JSS, and Mark not actually going to be able to land his. Now going to get banished away once again, finding that opening. JSS wants to score, doesn't land the strike, but Gunnar is there for the backup. There's the core flip from Geek. They want to score right here, right now, but Gunnar going to have to blink back. Not quite going to be able to find their opening. Best Jelly there, ready to pass it down to his teammates, ready to get it back over into Geek's face, but Geek is taking so much control and opens up for JSS to get another score.
Yeah, finally got it through to JSS. JSS going to use that Fiery Fist just to punch that one through past Best Jelly. Best Jelly either not having a strike or not able to react to that one. And they get another point for their team.
Definitely here, there, and JSS gets another KO right off the start. Continuing to find the angles on this night market map, continuing to just bully people at the edges. The double banish, that's an easy goal and an easy set for Aesop's little Pog champs.
Yeah, with that Castellas, you're not coming out of that anytime soon. You're stuck in there no matter what, and all you can do is look on and sigh as you see that ball just slowly drifting past you. And I wonder here if Gunnar's going to try and go for either the Stagger Swagger or Specialized Training. Now, realistically, he takes the Stagger Swagger, but for the funny, I would go the Specialized Training because, you know, you throw the ult on somebody, you watch as all their HP goes away, and if you get something like Extra Special, maybe later on, it's kind of gone. But there's a Missile Propulsion coming out from this Dubu, so Missile Propulsion Dubu able to give him a little more range on that ultimate, and he's going to be able to throw it from farther back on the map, as we call it, the Bee Swarm, and really is able to put so much more pressure.
Yeah, Mark with the glass cannon there as well, so gonna be interesting to check out how long he can avoid getting hit playing that little mini game throughout this next upcoming round and throughout the rest of the game, really. Gunnar going to get knocked off the side. Marco finds his opportunity, utilizes that extra power and speed he's got for himself, and is actually keeping it up for very long. Gets a nice little KO, and now gets a chance to maybe open things up here. Geek with the good defense, though, utilizing his big body to keep things cleared away, and will actually kind of sustain through the whole thing, but that's going to be another KO earned onto JSS, and Mark now with an opportunity to open things up, does get one of those barriers, and is looking for the second, but Geek doing all that he can to play that Dubu effectively.
Yeah, as this one does get that top barrier, but really that Specialized Training is what it was able to give Best Jelly that kill. You know, that little extra knockback increase that you do get on that Giga Blast really was a big proprietor of why JSS got sent right off the map there.
You gotta pay the respects to that Giga Blast. You gotta pay respects to Mark, who finds himself another KO onto JSS, winning this one-on-one, and Alpha Kiwi finds themselves a goal. That's the first one of the game for Otaku Hideout.
Yeah, and Aesop's little Power Champs sitting in this match were super strong on this first set, but now it seems like the tides may be turning as Otaku, sorry, what is it? It was Otaku Hideout, right? Yeah, Otaku Hideout kind of pushing forward here in this match with Mark now with this glass cannon. And who knows, maybe they'll be able to keep it up and give themselves a first pick on this next carousel.
Yeah, I mean, getting a lot of pressure here onto JSS, who's been knocked around, bullied in that first game, that first round. Now, continuing to have it happen to him in the second one, hasn't been taken off yet, but still taking a lot of harassment. And Alpha Kiwi willing to use that Cyber Surge to just keep moving forward. Cyber Swipe, trying to get it in there. JSS looking for KOs on a Best Jelly, can't quite find him. Geek still on the defense, not finding opportunities to get out of the box and really close things out. Does pass it down to Gunner, who's trying to find banishes, trying to find unstable anomalies, but again, not really being able to take control of the core. And as I say that, they do get it onto the other side, and JSS now with the Tofu Fortress behind them, ready to brawl it out and try to force things in. The banish comes through onto the core. Mark going to be waiting on the other side. Gunner going to blink away and pass it back up to JSS, but Geek just still has to play defense, and Best Jelly just sitting there, sitting pretty, waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, and the one problem again is JSS doing a nice little dash punch as that core was going up and down like crazy. But this is the one problem with the rune. It is so hard to get it past multiple people, and then when you get it up, you have nothing really to support JSS outside of banishing people and hopefully knocking them off the map.
Definitely here's Geek knocking things back over, clears it to the right side of the map. JSS ready to receive. Gunner now getting outpaced by the speed of the Aimi, and another KO for Mark, going to net the numbers advantage over to the side of Otaku. They want to get this score. They want to keep themselves on the front foot that they had in this set, and they get it. Mark just smacks it in the one-on-one.
Yeah, and if you're Aesop's little PogChamps right now, you really need to start playing your life and taking, Mark a bit more seriously on these edges. You can't let yourself get caught out like that, because then they have the advantage and they have the ability to take your barriers super easily with that firewall sentry.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like they're really underestimating the power of this Julie here. Now going to go evasive, trying to defend against JSS's Juliet at the same time. Nice use of the unstable anomaly there as JSS looking for a KO on a Mark. Can't quite find it. Gunner taking a fair bit of abuse, though, as the Cyber Pop comes in across the center and knocks him further down. Blinking back away, trying to play as deftly as he can, but Geek going to let one of the barriers go down here. And again, just this constant aggression. Mark playing up in their face and unable to get pushed away by JSS or anybody else, and has so much power and speed building up from that glass cannon. And it really feels like he's been getting a lot of use out of that. Best Jelly now clears it back away over towards Geek, who is going to now have to face off against the Cyber Pop, and Alpha Kiwi closes out set number 2.
Yeah, and Gunner accidentally putting a pillar right in front of Geek's clear, allowing that bottom barrier to go away because of that mistake. And now Mark in the prime position to take Adrenaline Rush, and you're looking at a kind of a unfortunate situation here, as the Dubu is going to be forced to take this extra special here, denied the Monumentalist, and now the Kai most likely going to take, probably I would have to assume, the Orb Dancer. You don't really want to give it to this rune, as rune's going to take heavy impact.
Yeah.
Well,
an interesting
I don't really,
selection.
an interesting selection, as Tempo Swing was taken off the board. Guys, we have Dancer on the board. I'm shocked that nobody took it. I would have to imagine that either maybe Kai would want it, or maybe Gunner, because Gunner is kind of limited by mobility. But you know what? I'll let them cook as we get into this next set here.
Yeah, looking perhaps to just try to get some more KOs on the board for their side, as they are going to be able to open up one of these. JSS going to open up the whole goal, and now looking to turn the momentum back around. I mean, cannot be happy having dropped that set there after how dominant they were in set number 1. Gunner passing it back up to JSS, who's just looking for the chance to use that Flying Phoenix to knock it into the goal. So far clearing it pretty nicely, and just finds himself a little angle there. Best Jelly can't quite turn it back around.
Yeah, and Dancer in a match that's been pretty much all about whoever has the more speed is pretty important. But you know what? It might not matter as JSS and Gunner are able to get a lot more pressure here as JSS gets another kill.
Yeah, nice knockout there by JSS, and now this is looking more like the Aesop's Little Pog champs that we saw in the first round, constantly playing with a numbers advantage and constantly being able to open up these goals incredibly early. Pass down to JSS, they do open up the goal here. Alpha Kibi clears it back out with a glitch pop, though, and that's going to be open goals for both sides. Gunner moving down, Tofu Fortress to get themselves a bit of time to play with. Best Jelly takes a fair bit of damage from JSS, but not quite going to be able to close it out. Clear back away. There's the cyber swipe, trying to knock it in for Alpha Kibi. Gunner now going to receive it on the bottom, passes it up to JSS. Clear away by Best Jelly, but now facing down two members, but they don't quite get it on Gunner's side. It will slip away from him, and now here's a chance to clap back here from the side of Otaku Hideout. Tofu Fortress going to buy them a bit of time, and it's also going to buy them a goal, though. Otaku Hideout gets the score back.
Yeah, Geek unfortunately there. Getting Tofu Fortress as that one, just the mystical bounces of the pinball machine unfortunately didn't work in his favor there, as it did hit that corner and went right back into his net.
For sure, JSS now taking control over the core. 1-1 in this set. A very close game number 2 so far. But we did see a set taken in game number 1 by Otaku Hideout as well. From there on out, it was Aesop's Little Pog champs taking control, but now the goal's been opened up again already, passed down, and that's a great goal for Mark. Nicely played by Otaku Hideout.
Yeah, and that one went straight through the center, right to Mark. Mark able to, dash punch that one right in. Nothing really Geek can do. Pray he has other cooldowns up, but even then, it's incredibly hard to react to, especially considering how fast that went, getting the speed boost through the center as well.
Definitely a little reaction speed test there. Mark nearly finding another KO there onto Gunner. JSS going to open up that top barrier. Geek just trying to keep it on the top side. Gunner getting bullied here by Alpha Kibi, getting chased down by that Aimi. And now it will get opened up, and JSS goes in for the flip and just gets a quick goal. 2-2 set point.
Yeah, JSS getting that one past the Giga Blast, past the strike shot, just sneaking it right in through there. And this next goal, really big determiner of who might swing the match in their favor, as we are almost halfway through.
Yeah, I mean, gonna be game point as far as sets goes. Going to be that 2-1 lead. Definitely want to have that space to play with. Definitely going to want to get that chance to close things out. But JSS taken off the map here once again. It's going to be Gunner now just trying to defend alongside Geek, trying to buy some space. So Otaku Hideout are keeping the pressure on. They want to get themselves the lead for the first time in this entire match. JSS says no. JSS knocks it down and is going to get himself a KO while he's at it. Opened up one of the barriers already. Mark playing up and aggressive, but he's got a Dubu right in front of him. No chance of KOing that guy from full while he's this far out. Is just going to go for the core flip, tries to pass it back up to JSS. It will be able to slip past Mark, and Alpha Kibi can't do anything about it. That's going to be the elusive used by JSS to prevent himself from getting KO'd, but the Tofu Fortress keeping the core, perhaps where they might not have wanted it. Now Mark still trying to push it in, trying to keep Geek on the back foot, but it's been kept up in this upper right corner for forever.
Yeah, and it's funny, every time Mark grabs this middle speed with the glass cannon up, it does look like he is getting a little bit of a mini adrenaline rush, matching the speed of JSS when he would kill people.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting him so many stats as he's just managed to avoid getting hit for quite a bit of time, and actually does manage to shatter Geek over on the other side. Tofu Fortress just trying to clear this core back out, but Geek at risk of going down has to kind of play defensively as Mark is chasing him back and forth. Rollout doesn't land, and it's going to be just up towards the side here, clear back away. And there's going to be the Fire Flurry, and there's going to be Mark taking out the goalie. Gunner now going to have to play defense, banishes away to buy some time, and just throws down the Unstable Anomaly to clear it back over for JSS.
Yeah, Gunner, unfortunately, no cooldowns there to really kill Mark, as he did have him in prime position. No one there to stop those unstable anomalies, but just wasn't able to get it off.
Yeah, down to Geek, and going to pass it back over to the other side. Geek knocks it back to JSS, down to the bottom. Gunner ready to catch, but Mark nearly smacking it in there with the Flying Phoenix. It's Alpha Kibi retreating back over to their side, knocking it down. JSS wants to try to open up the goal here. Will get taken down, or will get a takedown, rather, as JSS is just going to score it and going to take us to 2-1.
Yeah, nothing really that Bestiality can do there. Unfortunately, he had no cooldowns, as he did use that barrage before, didn't have the Giga Blast, and just had to maybe prey on a strike. As we do get some crazy trainings out here, we do have Stinger, Orb Ponder, and Prime Time, and Twin Drive, and Timeless Creator. Man, this is like heaven for everyone in the game here, as the Amy is going to pick up the Twin Drive, which is interesting to me. I would imagine maybe you would want the Timeless Creator, but they might value the Blinks a little more, as the Ponder is picked up by the Dubu, the Timeless Creator picked up by the Rune. Now, what's interesting with this Timeless Creator on the Rune now is the Rune is able to put up his pillars maybe a little more predictively, and they're able to stay out there a little longer. Unfortunately, from what I remember, they take a little bit longer to form to full size compared to just having no Timeless Creator. So could be a bit of a debuff there.
Yeah, they got advantages and disadvantages for sure. Did land a nice double banish there, but they didn't get any opportunities to really do anything off of it. But a nice pass up to JSS going to open up one of those goal barriers. And yeah, you can see that unstable anomaly lasting so long, getting fully utilized by JSS as he's just looking to take this down. 1 versus 3, pass back up from Gunner, who is trying to just sneak it up into JSS's hands. He gets it and he finds the goal.
Yeah, Best Jelly, unfortunately, they're not able to get that one out of the hands of JSS. JSS shoves that one into the top corner with a nice pass from Gunner, and you can see Gunner using those unstable anomalies really predictively, kind of using them more as field control now, rather than to just hit the core.
Now going to be Geek, just getting knocked aside here a little bit. The banish does come on through, and that is going to be the pass up to JSS. Gunner going to knock in one more to open up the goal barrier, and going to still just try to play on the front foot while they are able to do so. Alpha Kibi respawning just in time, but Gunner still looking to play up, still looking to take control over this core, but Mark bullying on a Geek who now realizes he has to respect this Juliet just a little bit more.
Yeah, now JSS is just doing such a great job at keeping forward pressure here with these rune pillars behind him. And as you can see, oh my god, he almost puts that one in as Best Jelly hits that off the rune pillar multiple times. No other place he can clear to because JSS is just standing there. Yeah,
the anomaly getting so much work done. Well done to try to utilize that pillar. It's knocking the core back so fast. And another long-distance goal from JSS off the core flip.
Yeah, and JSS, once again, just doing a great job, doing what he really needs to, getting kills, putting the puck in the net. I mean, what more do you want from him?
Yeah, for sure here. I mean, getting so much done here, taking control back after what was a very close third set. Now in this fourth set, 1 goal away from being able to just claim themselves a 2-0 victory on the day and take that sole possession of second place. JSS opens up both goals, wanting to take it right here. The core flip comes through, and Gunner just throws it in off the banish. That's all she wrote. Aesop's little pog champs, 2-0.
Yeah, great job from them, especially after getting up that timeless. Might have, honestly, I thought it was an okay pickup, but it turns out really helped them win that game as they were able to put so much forward pressure off the fact that they could use the timeless unstable anomaly to keep it there for forever and then work through with the Juliet just standing there, and really Best Jelly had nowhere to clear it to. I mean, look at the redirects from Gunner, 187, more than any member on his team. He was controlling the core, doing so much, and JSS able to pick up the kills and the damage for his team as needed.
For sure here. What a massive set there. What a massive pair of games for Aesop's little pog champs. We talked about this was, thought to be a close match coming into it, at least based on the standings and based on what we thought of these two teams. But Aesop's little pog champs, they look dominant there, right? There were a couple of individual sets where they were able to come alive on the side of Otaku Hideout and get some goals or get some sets, but it was all Aesop's little pog champs for the majority of the time. Multiple 3-0 sweeps in there. Just huge plays all around.
Yeah, and it really was a great game to watch. Definitely one of my favorites, more favorites that I've seen, especially with that rune. I like the rune pick. I think rune's fun on Night Market. So really honestly, what I would have to say was definitely one of the more enjoyable matches that I've seen so far in NASL, and have had the privilege of casting.
Yeah, I know. Definitely here too. I mean, it was a bunch of fun here. I loved what we got to see out of JSS, Geek, and Gunner, and I think this is a team that you've really got to be keeping your eyes on now as we start to get in towards the playoffs. It's been a really great couple of runs here. I've gotten to cast Aesop's Little Pog Champs a couple of times, and they have done such a fantastic job every time I've gotten to see them. Only seen wins from them so far. I'm sure they have dropped some sets here and there. But it will be really cool to see what they're going to be able to get done as we start to get into the last week, as we start to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, and you know what? I've had a great time sitting here talking with you, Gordo. Glad to have come on. And you know, anything else you want to kind of throw for the stream?
Nah, I think we're good there. I mean, always fun to hop on. Great first cast with you, Deathgrass. So was a bunch of fun hanging out here, casting a couple of games. Went pretty fast, I'm gonna say, but we do still have at least 2 more matches coming through for the rest of the day. Might show a couple off-stream matches as well. We'll see what comes up next. And we're gonna throw it on to Brickbot K-Bot and Borg, and then first to break, then to K-Bot and Borg, and we'll be back with more Omega Strikers soon.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League broadcast. My name is K-Bot, and I am joined by Borg. Borg, you played earlier today. How's the rest of your afternoon been going?
Not too bad. I'll say, the game did not go quite how we wanted. A little 0-2 was unfortunate. I think the second game was pretty close. We kind of, a little bit of a throw, but regardless, not how I wanted. I thought I played well, so I'm not too upset about it. And then, I don't know, I've just been playing solo queue. Won 4 games, climbed 100 LP, so I guess I'm pretty happy. And now I'm here with you, K-Bot. First time casting duo, so I'm very excited about that.
Should be a good one for sure, folks. But we do have a few brief updates to get through because things are not going to be proceeding as planned for the rest of the evening. We spent a little bit of time figuring that out. So here's the rundown. Bounty Hunters versus Best Western is not the next match you're about to watch. That match is going to get at last minute rescheduled. There will be some penalties applied, and hopefully we'll be able to bring that match to you another time, because I know I personally was looking forward to it. We were talking a little bit, Borg, about this one. 2 Titans of the West about to match up. But alas, we're not going to be able to see it tonight. So that'll be rescheduled. There'll be a statement put out. You'll be able to follow along with more about that in a bit. Instead, we're actually going to show one of the off-stream matches that took place earlier in the league. And so we'll be watching Otaku versus Goats Esports because this is one of the closer matches that we saw. So we thought we might take a little bit of a chill pill, stick it back. We already know the result of this one, Borg, but it should be fun to get a little bit more in depth about what these teams are actually looking for as they continue going on playing, and especially as we prepare for the last week of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, I personally am glad that we're doing this. At least we get some game in. We don't have to find some crazy filler content, which we're still probably going to have to do after this game anyway. So let's tune into that stream, Definitely don't go anywhere, It'll still be pretty good games, fun casting. But if you look, actually, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. It was pretty hard to find an off-stream game to cast because the West League has been a little bit weird on the off-stream games. Every single game has been a 2-0.
Yeah.
No ties. There's been 0 ties.
No
a little bit of
ties.
a spoiler for the game if someone hasn't seen, but you can look and see that for yourself. But
you can look on the sheet yourself if
Yeah.
you really wanted to know what the result of the match is going to be.
A lot of them have been 3-0, 3-0 or 3-1, 3-0. So this one, slightly more entertaining, I think we'll say. A little bit more close in the sets. So we'll get some value out of this game for sure.
And that's, again, we're not going to go like full bore hype on this because it already happened, right? It's something that happened in week 1, like 2 weeks ago, right? But hopefully we'll be able to glean a little bit more information, maybe a thing or two that you all can pick up and utilize in some of your games, especially as we're talking about the competitive environment, Borg, which is much different than just going over to solo queue and queuing up and just trying to carry the game alone.
Yeah. Comp scene right now is pretty interesting, to say the least. Especially, honestly, I'm a little biased, East Coast player. Definitely, I think the East Coast, a little more interesting things going on there. But the West Coast, it's kind of weird going into it because every team in the standings are very, very close. It's kind of been back and forth. I came into it thinking, okay, there are these top 4 teams. They're never going to lose unless it's to each other. And then the rest of the teams are just blah, blah, blah. I've been very wrong. I've been very, very, very wrong. So if we take a look, let me just tab over here. If we take a look at some of these games that have been going on in the standings for the West League, we have obviously Bounty Hunters, kind of uncontested right now. Unfortunately, I had to reschedule this game, but I'm expecting them to kind of stay fairly uncontested until the end. We'll have to see. Hopefully Best Western, when we see that game, can, take a game off of them. We'll have to see. But Aesop's pop chance with this win actually kind of skyrockets them back up to 2nd place with only 1 loss under their belt. And I believe that was against Bounty Hunters. And then after that, it's really close. I think it's a 4-way tie or a 3-way tie for 3rd, and then a 3-way tie or a 2-way tie, excuse me, because J Tangles haven't been, the luckiest of the bunch. They're on the 0-5 there, the only real true last place, similar to PPL on the East standings. But the top 7, I mean, very close. Literally anybody can make a run for playoffs at this point.
I think entering today, it was a 2-way tie for second and then a 4-way tie for fourth, basically, as the teams were all jockeying around for position. And again, as these things get updated, you can follow along on the spreadsheet. That's !info in chat to see the brackets, see the standings, see all of the matches that are coming up and all the ones that have been played so far. But yeah, I mean, these teams are all incredibly close. And that means that every single point here is going to be important. Taking one map and forcing a tie against one of your opponents to continue to keep that equalizer is going to be important. On the flip side of that, you really want the win too, because you want to be able to get ahead. That's one of the talking points we were going to talk about a little bit between Best Western and Bounty Hunters, right? Was that Best Western really wants, if they can sneak away a win on both games versus Bounty Hunters, that could put them in incredible positions, especially because they're playing the remainder of their season against teams that are about that same ranking, still shifting around those last few spots. And remember, folks, it's cut and dry. The top 4 make it to playoffs, and the bottom 2 get relegated and are going to have to go up against the teams that are coming out of those open qualifiers.
Bottom 3, actually, that we're doing.
Bottom 3, okay. I'm wrong, I suppose. But in any event, every single game matters. And so while we haven't been able to show every single game to you all live, we'll be able to go back in time, rewind the clock, and pull up some tape from week 1. Again, this is Goats Esports versus Otaku. It will be Otaku on the blue side and Goats on the red side for this game 1 on Night Market.
Alrighty, I'm excited to get into this one now that we see the draft here. Let me make sure everything's pulled up and good. Alrighty, and we'll get into it now. Seems we have an Amy, Zentaro, Kai Hover from the side of. Let me make sure I get everything straight here. All my notes are a little off, so you have to excuse me.
You know, it happens. Last minute, folks. I don't even have any notes for this, so I'm just going to sit down and like watch the games, and hopefully you can teach me a thing or two.
Yeah. I just want to make sure the teams were good. So the draft here is kind of what we're doing hovered. It'll be Amy Zentaro for the forward duo with Ikai in the net for Otaku Hideout, and then for the side of Goats Esports, it'll be Juliet and Vice. Pretty aggressive combo for both teams, and then the Kai and goal for both sides as well.
Borg, I feel like, you know, we're pretty used to seeing Juliet, Vice as that combination. You think on the other side, Zentaro's been seeing a rather large rise as of late with a lot of core control options up front. But this IME forward isn't something that we see all of the time. What exactly do you think the logic is there? Or what do you think this IME will be looking to do most?
So IME, still an amazing character, right? We've been seeing it a lot in goal, especially in the East League. You know, we've been seeing it kind of just really just get banned out everywhere because everyone's scared of it, right? With You Already Lose kind of, you know, You Already Lose and Streak actually, because, you know, with the game today that we just saw with Streak on that Amy as well. It's just an incredibly strong pick. The character does incredible damage, has incredible control with glitch pop, has a very low cooldowns. It's just a very, very, very good character. And while, you know, the good part about it being his goalie is that you can have more damage and more pressure on your forward duos, it's still Amy, right? So it doesn't really matter too much that it's forward. I do think it's better goalie since, you know, you're applying that pressure from the net rather than forward, so you can have that slot open for another carry forward or for another damage pick. But I don't know, I still think the character is very strong.
Certainly seems to be the case, although at least early in this point, it's Goats that was able to take care of both goal barriers, but they've been able to stall this out for a little while. You'll see Blue Flu putting in quite a bit of work, protecting that final goal barrier there as the Kai. Gigablast comes out here, and oh, what an angle off of that Gigablast, right to the hands of Apalme to put the first goal back.
Yeah, you just right place at the right time there, right? I mean, in terms of how these comps kind of function, I'm expecting both forward duos to kind of be trying to do the same thing. Apply a lot of pressure, get the stagger bars lower, and just force each other to make mistakes, because that's kind of how it operates with all these aggressive comps. And with the Kai goalies both on each side, it really just depends on the individual play here. I don't think there's too much of a draft if. I do think the Juliet Vice is a little bit better on this map, with Juliet, you know, this being her strongest map, arguably. So we'll have to see with both goal barriers going down.
Ooh, core flip right in front of the net. not going to be able to put it away is Marco. Sometimes you pop that Zentaro ultimate, and the core goes a little bit of not the direction that you would have wanted, but that's okay. I'm curious, why don't you expand on that for us a little bit, since, you know, we've got time. We know the result of this one. Why is it that this is Juliet's probably strongest map?
It's kind of just how the walls work and how easy it is to dribble on this map, right? So you have 2 walls, including, and then the middle point where you can shoot it through in the middle. Juliet really loves when you can dribble it and keep it in her hands. And on these bigger maps, more open maps, it's easy to hit it out of her hands. Whereas this map, it's very easy to kind of throw it forward into the corner, throw it up against the wall, dodge an ability, dodge a strike, get it around somebody, and then just run past them. And you can keep that in your hands a little bit better. And the goal barriers here are very, very big, so it's really easy for Juliet Dash Punch to secure them.
At the end of the day, it's all about keeping that possession of the core as much as you can. And now in the power play opportunity, it looks like finally Otaku Hideout able to strike back. It's Marco that'll get credited with this goal. Might have been looking for the pass down there to Alpha Kibi, but decided to take it in himself on that Zentaro. And now looking like Otaku Hideout might start to come back in this set, but already goal barrier goes down.
Yeah, and I mean, even though I say that it's Juliet's best map, it's not a bad map for Zentaro either. Zentaro, very similar to Juliet in terms of kind of what you're trying to achieve, just a little bit more aggressive, has a little bit more damage, just not as much reliability, as we see him put it in the bottom net there. So just perfect play there with the Amy and the Zentaro, just putting on that pressure with the Amy ult, putting on that pressure with Zentaro ult and Zentaro dash. He can just come in from anywhere and do what he wants.
But critically, we were talking a little bit about a moment ago, right place, right time. Where does that Zentaro want to be? Where do these brawler players want to be? Right in that net, breathing down the neck of the goalie in the goal line situation. I noticed it far too often, Borg, in my gold lobbies, that you don't really have that same forward presence all the time. And you know, a lot of people try to go after that core, but really it's all about trying to get open for those passes and for potential, you know, weird ricochets or redirects that come out of some of these abilities.
Yeah, a common thing you kind of see with the lower elos or for newer players is they just really want to play. They want to play so bad that they'll chase the core around for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And, you know, just quick little PSA for all the newer players or levels, big tip, let your other, you know, let the other teammates on your team play too. Let them have a turn. They can hit the core too. They can hit it to you. You know, maybe flare up one pass ping there for a second. It might be a little toxic, but if you're just throwing one up, as we see a goal there from Apalme while I'm ranting about it, but he did not need to pass there as he just kind of skated through Bluefu. So a little bit unfortunate there as they take the set.
Well, and you know, admittedly, Night Market cuts off some of your passing opportunities, right? With that barrier in the middle, you're not going to have as many angles to actually find the angle for your opponent. But now we take a look at our first carousel here. It'll be heavy impact off first for Apalme here. What else do you see that stands out to you?
Stinger Infinite here is very interesting. I'm expecting Amy and the Vice. Yeah, we see the Vice take the Stinger. I'm expecting the Amy to take the Stinger here as well. Possibly the Super Surge. Yeah, it goes with the Super Surge seg for those cheeky little KOs across the map. But Stinger Infinite is really interesting here. Someone on each side has it, and then we do have the heavy impact for Apalme, which I do believe is the right choice. Juliet doesn't necessarily do the best consistent DPS, but has a lot of bursts. So, ooh, as we get a kill there from Fudgy, that was great use of her secondary there to just kind of get that, like, quick little snipe, honestly, and a great dash puncher to get the second barrier.
Well done here. Now Apalme looking to shove it through the corner. Doesn't quite find it now, and Alpha Kibi's back online to cause a little bit of chaos on this top side of the map. Now Apalme gets staggered and knocked away. But we see Best Jelly come up with a save there, still trying to buy a little bit of space as you see Bluefu now trying to keep up the pressure with those projectiles out of the Kai. It's Marco's turn, though, to take one of those goal barriers and try to send this one back on around as still damage gets traded back. Apalme looking for the dash punch onto the goalie. Can't quite seem to find it, gets punished. That's complete stagger down for Apalme now. Is going to be bullied away from the goal box here. Is now finally for Otaku Hideout. This final goal barrier is going to fall. Will they be able to find the passing play? Nice use of the Thunderstruck, though, from Fudgy Waffles. Able to manipulate things a little while. And there's the KO that comes out, though. Buys a little bit more space as we head on into overtime. Where's the power play here? Best Jelly looking to try to set this one up. Alpha TV trying to send this one forward, but not able to find Marco on that dash. And now core flips exchanged back and forth. He was able to come away with this one. Still open nets. Alpha Kiwi looking to try to keep this up. You see all of those abilities utilized to try to get that core a little further forward, trying to find Marco here, who's now in position, but still the defense is holding so far for BlueFlu. Fudgy Waffle is about to get knocked off the map. The core flip, there it is, finally secures it.
That was an intense point, K-Bot. You know, that took a lot out of you, I think, there. Let's talk for a minute there a little bit about it so you can rest your voice up. But kind of, basically the point on either of these comps, and we could see a really good thing there, is that Juliet wasn't really able to keep control of core, and they kept bullying her around it. The great thing about Zentaro getting Stinger here is that his damage is off the charts. Zentaro probably one of the highest, if not the highest damage character in the entire game, maybe right behind Vice and Amy. But then as we see, you know, he has an Amy with him. Right, she might not have Stinger, but she still has a ton of damage. As we see him ult there, and perfect kind of goal there. It's just so much more pressure coming out of the side of Otaku Esports here. It's just, we can see that kind of happening.
And you have to imagine, I guess in some small part, right? Larger AoE for the Zentaro allows him to have some more of those scoring opportunities in addition to pumping out all of that damage. I mean, you saw in that case, as you mentioned, picture perfect nearly with that ultimate getting popped with that core right on the goal line, able to stun both of the possible defenders to try to deflect that core. And they can't do much of anything at that point, right? So it's going to be all about watching this Zentaro try to dive forward, and you'll notice that Apolmi will have something similar lined up with the dash punching Juliet, now core flip at his disposal as well, but it might be slightly more difficult to find the full execution for, and there's a lot of other things that you'll want to use that dash punch for too.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely secure kills here, and Fudgy does not do a little bit of damage. He does a lot of damage, and you know, they're on a bit of a 2v3 here, but they've been stalling a ton just with how much pressure Fudgy's actually been putting out. And now with the core flip, he stalls, and now BlueFlu is completely back up. So Marco's really the one in trouble here now, and he needs to look to live because one dash punch and he's gone.
Overtime now, though, still fighting for core possession here. BestieInSlot going to send this down the bottom side of the map, and now both goalies going to exchange at least one barrage. Still core flip at BestieInSlot's disposal here for Taco Hideout. They'll be looking to save that one for when it matters most. Now strike shot out of BlueFlu, trying to find the connection here, but pass is not quite coming through for either team at the moment. Both teams doing a great job of disrupting things for now. BlueFlu, oh no, unfortunately it's going to send that one off of the barrier. Now Supernova will connect with one. That means it's a power play opportunity for Goats Esports. Apolmi able to find the connection there, and Fudgy Waffles going to blink forward in order to secure that goal.
Yeah, we just saw BestieInSlot there kind of go for a little bit of a Hail Mary play. He ran up forward. He saw that, you know, Alpha Kiwi was dead, or excuse me, Mark XO was dead. And so he figured, you know, they're about to get pressure on, and I have no goal barriers. We just need to get in now. He has the core flip, walks up, and whiffs the core flip a little bit. You know, it's a little bit unfortunate. Pass did not go his way, but as we're getting into the next set here, we're seeing Alpha Kiwi and Apolmi both just kind of get mauled here a little bit.
Low health bars. Also want to call out great deflect of that core flip that was used. One of those things where it takes a little bit more experience, right? That core starts coming at you faster with that empowered strike after that core flip, and you just got to be ready to defend it. BestieInSlot certainly shows that. Supernova coming out again. Looks like Marco able to use a dodge to go elusive there for just a moment, and now has that special online right in front of the net. You see all of these abilities used, but good defense so far. As I say that, it'll be Marco getting the KO on to Fudgy Waffles, and now looking for the strike. No, Fudgy Waffles actually able to send that one away, and now KO's been equalized here. Goldberry going to go down to the other side of the map, and Goats Esports might be looking to come right back in at this point. Last Goldberry going to fall as BestieInSlot was trying to play a little bit more aggressively, trying to secure the goal when they had the advantage. But now, looks like this might go the other way. Apolmi still rather low on stagger. Marco trying to poke, trying to find those last few kills, and now is able to find that dash. That'll be Apolmi down and picks up the goal with the core flip as well. Well done to keep the pressure alive, even when he thought it might have faltered for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful KO there, followed by a core flip into that bottom corner right past the barrage from Kai. And as we look into the draft here, there's a lot of good that Zentaro can take here. Adrenaline Rush, amazing. The Prime Time, also a great choice. And then Built Different, probably his second best training, so I'm not surprised to see him pick up the Built Different here. Prime Time for the Vice to deny the Kai. The Kai should probably be taking, I would probably take Adrenaline Rush to keep it away from their forwards, but Quick Strikes could also be decent. And then now we're left with Timeless for Amy. And I'm assuming Spark of Focus, maybe Spark of Resilience here. Yep, we see the Spark of Resilience here. So kind of fairly decent draft here. Good on both sides. I think, you know, the Kai having that Adrenaline Rush is good for the fact that you're denying the enemy team, and that maybe you can get a quick Giga Blast kill to try to reset your cooldowns, but it's nothing too crazy. I think the biggest thing is the prime time and the build different here from the both sides.
Sounds about right. We'll see if that'll be put in. Again, remember that power chord comes out and actually puts out quite a bit of damage, especially when you consider that Fudgy Waffles was one of those people, I believe, that picked up Stinger earlier. So has that as well for a little bit of that extra, and you figure combined with the Thunderstruck, Supernova abilities, this Vice is going to be pumping out the damage just as much as probably the rock and roll can pump your blood.
Yeah. And I mean, one thing that definitely to look at here is I think the brawlers on both sides, Mark and Apalmi, have been kind of the keys to this game. You know, they've been securing a lot of kills, and then Apalmi, on the other hand, securing a lot of dash punches, a lot of goals. They've kind of just been the backbone of this entire comp for both sides. And with Mark getting that built different and Julie kind of getting stuck with that spark, you know, I'm excited to see how Mark kind of flexes this lead here. You know, I'm assuming he should be able to kind of be a little bit stronger than the Julie here and force his presence out on the map a bit more.
I mean, you're kind of noticing that with how low Apalmi's been so far. Staggered, still going to continue to get bullied around. Core flip burned by Fudgy Waffles. That'll get denied, though. Still can't find the pass up to Apalmi, who is still low health, still getting bullied around and nearly gets sent off of the map there, but it's still alive, at least for the time being. Now, Fiery Flurry comes out. Dash Punch still there and keeps up enough pressure to stun the goalie as the shot comes in from Fudgy Waffles.
I mean, hey, that prime time, Fudgy Waffles, it feels like just has a million primary uses, right? Like, just kind of use it to keep Alpha Kibi kind of in check all this time, and then has another one to keep control of the core, right? And just, we saw it right there with primary onto Alpha Kibi, strike, and then a primary there with the static to help get that goal. So definitely really, really good play by Fudgy here.
Well done, but now the response coming out from Otaku Hideout as Marco is in position. Core flip doesn't matter. Still gets sent back and denied right there. Borg, I'm sure you've been in so many of these like core flip situations where that core goes up in the air and you're on the team that didn't get that core flip out. What's the thought process like?
Are you saying like when the other enemy team core flips and you're kind of walking in front of it, or if you get stuffed? Or okay. Normally how I like to deal with it, as Marco just gets absolutely obliterated after obliterating the enemy team. So I'm surprised to see him get KO'd there. But anyway, as I was saying, normally how I go about it, depending on the character I'm playing, is you kind of have to exhaust the goalie or whoever core flips. You have to exhaust their options, right? So say, for example, you're playing Juliet, you have a strike, you have a punch, and then say you have your ultimate, that can completely stuff that core flip. So you need to be exhausting all their options to not give them any value or as little value as possible with that flip. Because if once, you know, the enemy team flips, they have control of the core at that point, right? And you just have to respond to it. And if you don't have anything to respond to it, as Apalmi just gets a beautiful dash punch off the side there, and now they're in the position here to kind of get a goal. But yeah, you just have to respond to the enemy team's pressure there and just keep them away from that core flip.
Blue Flu trying to get involved again, trying to keep up the pressure, but now the power play is over. Nice barrage, sends the core away for a moment. That's enough to interrupt things for Marco, but he's still in position, and the pass comes through again. Beautiful play from Otaku Hideout to keep up the pressure there, even though it looked like Blue Flu might have had a decent job interrupting things, still able to maintain it and find the pass when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that was a quick point or if I just talked for too long, but either way, as I get into the next one, you know, core flip going out for Blue Flu there, and then Apalmi does have the core flip, but look, I'm expecting to see Mark kind of put a lot of pressure on the Blue here with his damage and hopefully try to find a KO, because he's very vulnerable right now as we see the Amiel come out and hopefully looking to get that next goal barrier as it falls right there.
Marco might be low on health, but still was in position to secure that goal barrier. Now it's Fudgy Waffles who has to retreat all the way backwards, but I say that as Apalmi still able to take care of that final goal barrier. Now it's two members in front of the net here for Goats Esports. Looks like KO does come through though, buys a little bit of space on the lower side of the pitch, and now Apalmi looking to try to dribble this one around, keep this one in the lane, but Best Jelly still disciplined on that Kai, able to send it away and kill the penalty there. We'll see what else happens here, as now seeing this come out, and there it is. That Juliet still getting knocked around for now as another KO comes through. Be looking to take this one the other way. Looks like a little bit of miscommunication there maybe. Alpha Kibi trying to rotate back. Might have been trying to be in position for the pass, but no. doesn't put it away there, and I think maybe that was a goal opportunity that they'd like to have back. Now, core flip comes out. BlueFlu still sends it away. Has core flip of his own as well, may I remind you. But the Giga Blast comes out of BestieInSlot to secure the set.
Yeah, I mean, just really good pressure there on the side of Otaku from Mark, and then BestieInSlot with just the clutch Giga Blast to just take it right out of his hands of BlueFlu, excuse me, and then he has the core flip, BlueFlu does, but he can't use it because he gets stunned by the Giga Blast as well. And so as we kind of get into the draft here, we can take a look. Stagger Swagger in play. I'm expecting, yep, we'll see BestieInSlot take it off the field. They'll not want any of the forwards to have that, as, you know, we don't want Marco's damage getting rewarded for the enemy team, which is a little bit crazy that that's a feature, as we see Spark on the Julie here. So it's Julie actually with 2 sparks here. We see bulk up on the Vice to get a little bit more stagger, a little bit more power, tempo swing for a little bit more damage, and a little bit of healing on the Zentaro, rapid fire for Kai, pretty standard, and then missile prop for the Amy glitch pops. So honestly pretty standard, nothing too crazy. I actually really think the spark of strength was very huge for the Juliet, because if you remember earlier, she has peak performance and she also has the spark of resilience. So a lot of stagger coming in there. And to get that peak performance is when we can just kind of watch her here. Look how fast she is running. Sadly, it's a recording, so we can't really get the caster the recorder to press tab, you know, because we are not actually live spectating this. But I'm expecting that somewhere around 6 to 650 speed is the dash punch. Oh my gosh, just off of the map.
I think that's been 2 KOs so far on this rally alone. Now you see Marco forced to use the dodge, go elusive to get out of the way of the special coming out of Apalmi as well. Thunderstruck comes out, does knock a few folks away from the core here. But now it looks like Apalmi will be the one that is staggered. You're going to have to play carefully, but still trying to move up. You see the core flip come out, and there's a nice barrage down to the bottom corner. Beautiful clear out of BestieInSlot. Buys some time, buys some space, and now looking to continue to knock Apalmi away. Dash gets denied out of Marco there. Now still looking like this one's going to go. Finally, Apalmi falls, gets knocked off of the map. I believe that was probably by a Giga Blast. And BlueFlu goes all the way forward with the core flip to secure that goal. You might as well have taken your shot there, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, he found a great angle to get that bottom corner. BestieInSlot not quite having the flip yet. He's still a couple strikes or a couple EXP or whatever you want to call it off of that couple hits. Didn't quite have it, was not quite there, did not have the barrage, he just used it if you looked before. So BlueFlu, whether he counted that or not, you know, very good play from him. And as we kind of get into the neutral game here, BestieInSlot now uses that flip that he just got to secure that goal barrier. And we'll see how Otaku Esports can leverage this pressure that they have going on.
Apalmi proved nearly every ability, though, at those goal barriers. They did not fall. And now able to find the strike at a wicked angle on the rebound to come on back. 1-for-1 trade on the KO marks here, and so it's just the brawlers left online for both teams. Fudgy Waffles looking to try to take this one away as well here, and will be able to play enough of a makeshift goalie. There's a Fiery Flurry comes out again out of Apalmi, secures that one, and now beautiful core flip, but a nice save by BestieInSlot away from that corner, and Marco's able to dash forward to secure the goal.
Yeah, and I mean, Marco, no dash training, so he does not have that extra range, which Vintara very, very much likes, but still, you know, knows his distance, finds that dash to get a quick little strike redirect off of BlueFlu's redirect in his save, and just kind of, I mean, stuffs it. It was really as simple as that. And now, Marco looking a little bit vulnerable here with no energy, but we'll have to see if Goats Esports can take advantage of that, as he is taking a lot of damage now, but I don't expect him to be dying anytime soon, K-Bot.
Perhaps not. We'll see what happens here as you see all of those abilities used. Fudgy Waffles will be the recipient of all of that damage, and then we'll get staggered and sent off of the map. Power play opportunity. See BestieInSlot move forward, pretty far forward, with that enhanced speed from the Kai, and then immediately blink right back on that eject button as well. But they're only able to come away with 1 goal barrier for now. And I feel like one of the things we might get into here a little bit more, Borg, is just when these goalies decide to play a little bit more aggressively, when they know they can, for one reason or another.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that kind of with the Dubu trend going on recently, goalies playing incredibly aggressively, not just with their abilities, but with their positioning. You know, it's becoming a lot more popular as we see BestieInSlot run up here. Not the best core flip there out of him, but the idea was still there. The point being that goalies can move too. You know, let your goalies fly a little bit. Let them skate. Let them move. As perfect redirect there on Apalmi with the bounce off of the wall to get that bottom corner. But yeah, the point being, you know, with either with eject button or with just forward positioning coming back on that midfielder, you can let your goalies, especially if they have core flip, to go up and do some work too.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to imagine, especially when there's an eject button, right, out of like Best
Yeah.
Jelly here, right, makes that decision a little easier in order to actually try to do. But anytime you see that energy meter go to full and they have burst available, you'll often see them, especially if there's a goal barrier up, start to sneak on forward, try to get something. Nice KO here comes out, but Apalmi able to find one right back on to Marco there as well. And this core looking like it's mostly going to be handshook to the dead position, as we'll see the respawns come in just a moment. Apalmi tries to sneak a barrier out, but that'll still get deflected away nonetheless. Now the core flip comes out, immediately struck, but a barrage will still interrupt it. And so we're seeing things still stand for both teams, one goal barrier apiece.
Yeah, and as we kind of see the other goal barrier go down with that Emil, I was actually just about to talk about that. I think the difference in these comps, as Alpha Kiwi should score here. Yeah, bottom corner, kind of perfect pass from Marco, sets up the play. Bluefoo not quite in position without barrage to save that core. But, I mean, we kind of see it there with the Emil, with Amy being forward. The difference in these comps is just the pressure being put out, right? Centauro Amy has a lot more pressure in their abilities to be put out with that Emil and that stuffing power, with all of the abilities from Centauro, including the Stinger, you know, being picked up. There's just so much that you have to watch out for. It's hard to really keep track of. Whereas, you know, on the side of Juliet Vice, it's not too hard to keep track of it. You just got to make sure you don't get hit with the Supernova. You don't get hit by that, can't remember that Juliet ult name. I just call it Juliet ult, but you know what I'm talking about either way. As Juliet now goes down and Marco with the core flip, but low on stagger. We'll have to see how he turns this one into a goal here.
Luckily, I feel like Fudgy Waffles is a little lower on cooldowns, at least for the moment. So Marco will survive at least for now. Still has core flip and actually going to be able to steal the opponent's orb away as well. Now dashing out, going to try to use that energy burst to buy some space away from Apalmi. Forced to burn that out of the dodge. Not exactly what you want to do, but sometimes it's necessary evil. You'd probably rather stay alive rather than getting KO'd there. It'll be Apalmi rather low on stagger here. Supernova comes out, doesn't connect with the core there, as it seems like it slips by. And we are once again one goal barrier apiece. Overtime here. These teams are fighting tooth and nail for everything. And it feels like these goal barriers, you know, and actually the goals themselves, been a little harder to come by. Fudgy Waffles going to secure one with a core flip and send us to a set 5. But even still, I mean, this one feels like it's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, this is a long game so far. I mean, it hasn't felt too bad with, you know, how much we've kind of been talking about other things and kind of being more, you know, ranty on the side of what's going on with these comps. But I think this has been going on for 20 minutes plus at this point, I believe. You know what I mean? And we're still going into the last set. Now, Julie now with triple Spark of Strength, Spark of Agility, excuse me, and Spark of Resilience. So I expect, you know, with that peak performance as well, Julie's going to be running around like crazy. We're going to have a 700 speed plus Julie here. The only thing that might save this is the Kai with specialized training. The Giga Blast. Can Best Jelly be the Giga Goat of this game and just find these KOs? Because I'm seeing, especially last set, they're struggling to secure the KOs. They're getting the damage, you know, Alpha Kibi and Mark XO, but it's really hard for them to find that and secure that KO. They don't have a dash punch. They don't have a supernova, you know, as the Vice does to really find it. They kind of just have to snipe something.
Yeah, and just trying to snipe something is not exactly what you'd want to do here, of course. You'd really want to try to have those solid confirms, especially something like what the Juliet has, right? Or the Supernova, as it's able to put out so much of a presence on the map across the board. You see Marco actually go pretty far in onto Bluefoo there on the right side of the screen as well, trying to bully this goalie around. But it doesn't matter because Goldbear is going to fall on the other side of the pitch. Bluefoo going to start to move forward here as well, play a little bit more aggressive. Special forced out of Marco, but the Ivy turret's going to be able to secure that Goldbear. It doesn't matter. Apalmi's up on the top corner with Flip.
And as we're kind of talking about it, you know, Zentaro just... I will say, you know, Zentaro does have ways to secure kills. He has a lot of abilities to use. The problem is that he doesn't quite have that, you know, secure dash punch, you know, one shot, it's just over type deal. It's just a little bit harder. You have to use 2 abilities, sometimes 3 to really secure that kill. And Marco, you know, no knock to him. He's kind of a, you know, it's a harder character. It's a hard game to put out this pressure, but he's got to save up 2, sometimes 3 abilities to secure those kills instead of just dumping one on, you know, another person, because he needs to be doing a lot more here for them to win, because Alpha Kiwi is getting bullied right now and he needs some help.
see both goal barriers down here. Giga Blasts exchanged for now, but remember, Best Jelly will have it up again in a moment. Apalmi, though, now on a 4 KO streak and has the ability with all of this speed as well. And then the additional boost from Night Market. Just basically run around wherever he wants to. Fiery Flurry comes out, does not knock Best Jelly away. But now, actually, looks like the Glitch Pop sends Blue Flu the opposite direction, forward off to the side, as Fudgy Waffles will once again have to fill in for the goalie with that Supernova. Glitch Pop out again, Core Flip comes out, Marco dashes forward to put the goal in.
Yeah, one common thing we've been seeing with Otaku is kind of farming that core flip, and that's usually how they get the goals. Usually once they pop that core flip, they've had a fairly good success rate so far in actually scoring with it. And with all the pressure they've been putting in, it's not a surprise because half the time the enemy team's staggered. So definitely not the hardest thing in the world to find a goal with a core flip when everyone's staggered and running away from you. So that should definitely be what they look for here in the future. But the hard part here is, stopping Goats Esports from just wreaking havoc on them while they wait for those core flips to come up. So they're going to have to put something together here to tie it up, because really it's starting to close in. I think Goats Esports is really finding a lot of life here so far.
Tense moments of the match here. Only 2 more goals for both these teams. Have to go in order to find the victory. Now Apalmi able to use the dash, securing 1 KO while staggered. Wasn't able to get bullied around enough, and now Marco has that special up to disposal, sending Apalmi away, and there will use the dash in order to find the KO. Now it's a power play opportunity the other way. Will Blue Flu get stuffed? Looks like he will just barely. Core Flips exchange in front of the net, but it's not stricken back. Marco now low on that stagger is knocked. We forced to retreat all the way back, and it looks like it's alleviated a lot of the pressure here. Alpha Kiwi still trying to keep it up, trying to win some of those strike wars there with Apalmi, but now Core Flip out. Barrage already burned. Best Jelly still going to be able to send it on away with enough pressure that was around from Fudgy Waffles, who's still teleporting forward. Nice, the Zentaro ultimate come out again, sends things on a weird angle here, and still, that might even play to the favor for a moment of Goats Esports. No, looks like possession will finally change here as Marco tries dashing forward. That one won't quite connect now. We'll see what else happens here. Alpha Kiwi still looking to keep this up. Glitch Pop comes out. You see Best Jelly getting involved, but there's no one back. And it's Goats that are going to be up 2-1 on match point.
Yeah, the problem that we saw there actually was Best Jelly did go forward. He had the core flip. The only real move he had to do there was flip early, because his spacebar where the eject button was placed was actually out of position to where Apalmi actually sent that core flying into the top corner. So he did not hire. As we see both goal barriers go down 1-2, they're kind of backs against the wall here. They have to do something here, make an offensive play and get this pressure off of them. Maybe find a KO. They have core flip here. They have tools to work with, but can they actually secure anything for themselves as both their goal barriers are down and they're looking in trouble here, K-Bot?
Apalmi gets sent flying already. Still looking for a dash punch here. Core flip burned. Marco going to be able to find one as Alpha Kiwi is going to be able to find the KO into Apalmi. There's a core flip out of Blue Flu. It's going to send things north for the time being. And now it's a chase after the core. It'll be Best Jelly picking it up. Another IME turret comes out now, splitting the field in half for a moment. Apalmi looks for the KO. Doesn't find it. Core flip out. That'll still get stuffed, and it won't go in for now. Apalmi still trying to use this. Now Fudgy Waffles trying to get into position, but it's one member back, and Fudgy Waffles low on health. Still going to be forced to try to send this one away, but there it is. The turret is going to be what does the job, and it's match point now for both teams.
Wow. I mean, 2-2, 2-2, last point, last set. This has gone pretty close, so I'm not too sure what I expect from this last point here. What I do know is that Apalmi and Fudgy, you just kind of have to, they can't let that pressure consume them. You know what I mean? Apalmi has a lot to work with, a lot of sparks, a lot of stagger bar to work with. He can absorb a lot of that pressure, so he really needs to be getting the brunt of this pressure and find these dash punches, get these barriers, not let Marco do what he wants. As we just see there, then knock it away. Great save by Bluefu. But man, health bars are looking low here, and Otaku kind of listened to what I was saying, and now they're putting on so much pressure. We'll see if they can score here and turn it away. There's a great KO from Mark, and as we find the core flip from Best Jelly top corner. Yeah. Went into a little bit of play-by-play mode there. Sorry about that, but not to take your job away, but I was feeling it. I mean, they came in, and that was a great game from Otaku. They kind of faltered a little bit in that third or fourth set, I believe. Just kind of forgot how to play their comp, it looked like, kind of just getting a wrench thrown in their plans, but they kind of found their focus back in set 5, and I really like those last 2 points from them.
And I think, one of the largest things there overall, stat screen was like very quickly dodged.
There was 18 KOs from that Juliet there.
18 KOs from Apalmi, which,
Yeah,
by the way,
look at this.
explains why Apalmi had, basically first pick of the draft every single time that it was the set win for GOATs, right? And why he was consistently incredibly early on there. But 18 KOs the other way, too, actually, out of the forward duos as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Ohio boys do it, right? They might not have had 18 KOs, but they had 18 KOs together, right?
Yeah.
They were actually, I believe the kill difference was only 2. Or is it 1? No, it was actually only 1 difference in KOs here. It was 19 on the side of Otaku and 21. Wait, I'm
21.
Yeah, so it was 2.
2.
Okay.
That's 2.
Yeah, that is 2. I can count. I swear. Maybe I shouldn't quit Omega Strikers just yet. I'm not too good at math, but
it's all right.
kind of the damage there, as we saw. Otaku did do a little bit more damage, and they were kind of, as we kind of fast forward here to the second game, they were able to find those chances to KO. The problem is that they really just were struggling to find those KOs and find that pressure other than the damage itself. And as we get onto Oni Village here for game 2, I'm expecting a little bit different of a game, a little bit more passive, a little bit harder to find those KOs, as this map is notoriously hard to kill on K-Bot.
But you also have to imagine it's also going to be more difficult for the goalies to get more involved too, right? Especially if they're both sticking with those Kais. That Kai really wants to defend at least one of those goal barriers, rather than start going forward, let one of them fall, or control the core on one of those lanes, right? You're not going to see probably a lot of that advancement either here as we get into our draft and the bans come through. We'll see what adaptations are made now.
Oh, wow. So we actually see same comp from Otaku Esports here, but we see an Era Asher actually out of the side of GOATS Esports. They're kind of playing into, I guess, the fact that we're on Oni Village. We don't get to see the starting awakenings here. I'm sure we'll see Tab at the beginning. We'll look for that. But they're playing into that more, nullify the other team's potential to kill, with Asher being very, very difficult to actually stop, and with Era just debuffing on repeat, as we see Spark of Agility and built different. And so the bans also, if we saw, was a Julie ban and an X ban. 2 very good built different users, so not very surprised to see that there. As we already see pressure coming in from Fudgy and Apalme, and just we'll have to see if they can get the second barrier, but that was very quick.
Very quick here, but again, I think, Juliet ban is probably the reason why you see this adaptation coming out of GOATS, right? They were forced to kind of mix it up a little bit. And you have to imagine that Oni Village, extra speed is certainly going to help you, right? The faster you go on any stage, the better, but that includes here, even when that core is flying even further out ahead of you. And then you have to imagine the Asher still has plenty of stuffing tools at her disposal. So we'll see what comes out here as goal barriers are down on both sides. It looks like the goalie's just kind of slowly playing Pong back and forth for now. Okay, no, Glitchbot comes out. Try to keep up the pressure here for Otaku. Hideout still on the blue side. Best Jelly just going to get back in time in order to save that one and strike it away. Overtime now as Marco starts to go forward. Alpha Kiwi, though, knocked back. Apalmi is going to get KO'd off of the pitch as well. His damage still getting traded. Abilities out. Power play opportunity here. We'll see what they can find as Best Jelly starts to move forward. There's the core flip out. Core flip barely saved here for Blue Flu as well. And now the pass forward still keeps things up. Marco gets credit with the goal, but everyone gets involved.
Yeah, and then Blue Flu popping that core flip. I know I'd say a little bit early there. I do believe that he had an opportunity to strike and kind of stall out that core flip so that when the core comes back into his net there, he actually had no range and no abilities to save that. If he had the core flip there at the end, he possibly could have saved that, but that's all in hindsight. And this map, as we see both the goal barriers go down from Otaku, a lot of pressure coming out from them here. One reason that a lot of players, kind of an infamous map here, we not the biggest fans of it, is it kind of just feels like whichever goalie makes the mistake first loses. It's obviously easy, not easy, I should say. It's definitely doable to secure goal barriers and secure kind of a good play and have a good set. But there's a lot of room for goalies to kind of do what they want, as they actually proved me wrong there with a great tornado from Fudgy to kind of just, nullify all the opportunity that Best Jelly had, and then a great redirect into the top corner for Best Jelly, or for Apalmi there, into that Best Jelly side of the net.
That had to have been a Strike War win, though, out of Apalmi, right? Because, it
yes.
looked like it was interrupted by Alpha Kiwi there. But still, was able to find the connection there and win that Strike War. Again, folks, remember, striking second is important, as it turns out. And one of the other reasons, too, why you see sometimes a little... if we were to sit down and break down some of the micro plays, That would actually be like a really cool segment if someone just took like 3 seconds of gameplay and broke down every micro play that happened in like one specific play. Because those are the moments that matter, and those are the moments that you only get better at by continuing them.
Yeah, I mean, this game, pretty interesting because there is macro play to this game, but there's so much micro and so much, as we see a quick roll to the top, but nothing too crazy there. They were a man up, secured the power play, you know, not too much to talk about that, but I guess the point I was making there is there's so many micro plays and kind of just so many decisions going on. Everything counts, right? And so one person making one little lapse in judgment and then 2 people on the enemy team just making a really good decision could lead to a goal, lead to 2 goal barriers, lead to a set, right? And so very micro heavy game, but I do believe that with good positioning and a good team comp, you can kind of overcome being quote unquote worse players and find a couple goal barriers and goals of their own, as Goats Esports is doing to us right now, actually.
Yeah. I mean, tell you what, you talked about it earlier as well, but Fudgy Waffles, again with the Maelstrom out of this era, forces Best Jelly away, secures the goal barrier, but that one's exchanged right back. Giga Blast comes out of Blue Flu, doesn't connect either. Now waiting to stall things out. Core Flip used by Alpha Kibi, immediately exchanged by Blue Flu there, and now it's gonna slip right by him. Marco credited with the goal, sending Otaku Hideout to the victory of this first set.
Yeah, actually, kind of what happened there after, because Goats Esports got those first 2 early barriers, everything was looking good for him. The problem there was Apalmi actually got staggered, so he couldn't help out as much anymore, and Blue Flu, rather, overcommitted a little bit to both barriers. He kind of wanted to play for both of them. He didn't just kind of give one up, like, you know, got a little greedy there and lost both in response. And then when that net's open, I mean, the Zentaro is definitely dangerous on this map with the dash.
Certainly the case here, and now Awakenings, it's Stinger for Marco on that Zentaro. You see Stacks hotshot picked up here. Monumentalist on the IME probably also steals it away from Fudgy Waffles, who's forced to take Glass Cannon as the arrow.
Yeah, as we see a really good Maelstrom there. I don't think it will matter too much there, as we can see maybe, you know, a barrier or 2 go down, but barrier actually goes down for the side of Goats Esports.
Both
there.
sides.
That's unfortunate on both sides there, but Alpha Kibi should come up here. It should be fairly normal, but look at the health bar on Apalmi and Fudgy Waffles as we see the Stinger on the Zentaro and the Monumentalist on Alpha Kibi here. We should see this Amiel nuking people, and we should see Zentaro just nuking people in general with that Stinger. Like, as we can see here, every time you hit someone, they're losing 15% of that, of their health. Actually, I believe that might have been changed to 12% now. I cannot remember the exact numbers. Pro player, by the way, as we see 2 KOs here, and we'll have to see if Apalmi can find a good open net here.
Looking for this now. Blue Flu's starting to get a little bit more involved, but of course, still wants to protect that goal barrier. Best Jelly stalling for as much time as humanly possible on that save. Waiting to buy some time for the teammate to come back on alive. And now Marco forces the special, trying to knock some people around and back. Giga Blast comes out for Alpha Kibi, but still, possession kind of trading hands both ways. You see the turret gets set up. It won't have much of an impact there. His Best Jelly still able to find the clear on over to the corner. Now, over to Apalmi. Again, keeps going back and forth here. Maelstrom comes out. That one will get dodged around even still. Now, Cyber Swipe forward finally will secure that final goal barrier, and it's open for Otaku Hideout. Alpha Kibi didn't have the Cyber Swipe up that time around, but we'll see if they can try to find something here. As now, all of these forwards continuing to just rotate back and forth. It's exactly the thing on Oni Village board we're talking about, with how quickly this core moves in the side lanes. As Marco able to dash forward and secure the goal, again, utilizing the stuns at his disposal.
Yeah, one thing I definitely see that I personally am not a fan of on the side of Goats is that Asher on this map. The problem with Oni Village is that it's very, very difficult to actually control the core because of the speed boost, because, you know, especially in overtime when the core starts going crazy, it's really hard for melee characters to actually get their hands on the core without using their abilities, right? And every single time it feels like Apalmi has a chance, it just gets knocked out of the hands by, you know, a glitch pop from Alpha Kibi, or whether it's a barrage from Best Jelly. He just cannot control the core, so it's really all on Fudgy Waffles to just get him in the right situations for Apalmi to cook. But easier said than done, as we can see there. And with the Zentaro, you know, on the other side, he has that dash, he has that redirect, he has an ult with it, which is also a blink. He has a lot more ranged options to score on. And as we see Apalmi just get murdered, but Fudgy can secure the goal. That was very clutch play there.
I was watching Apalmi that whole time and was just trying to get in some kind of position to do exactly what we're talking about. Stand in front of the goal, start utilizing some of those things, which is difficult to do. It's difficult to procure the rock. for the Asher on this kind of a map. I say that, though. Nice double barriers, able to go down here. And now Otaku Hideout might be able to keep this one up. Best Jelly going to give away one barrier, but that's okay. No, you only need one barrier up to prevent these goals from going in. Now, core flip burn, little exchange on the top side of the map there. Looks like it'll still net to Otaku Hideout possession. As now forward is Marco. Dash, there's the ultimate, and there's a great use of that empowered strike that the Zentaro gets as well. It'll put Otaku Hideout up in this set as well.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing right there's a reason that Zentaro is pretty frustrating to go against, right? A lot of top players definitely do not, especially goalies, do not like going against him. He has a lot of, at least what it seems like, you know, a lot of abilities with that passive dash, with the multi-hit ult, with the blink, you know, with the multi-hit primary. It seems like a lot. And so when he dumps all of that at once, it's like, as we just saw there, he blinks forward with the dash, blinks forward with the ult to find that goal with that dash on the passive strike there. As we see a Palmy with the core flip into Fudgy Waffles for the perfect double goal barrier there. It's their chance. They have, you know, they've been having opportunities here, but we'll have to see if they can make use of it as a Palmy, you know, as I say, that goes down. So now they're going to have to play a little bit more defensive here.
Might have to play a little more defensively, but even still, core flip used by Blue Flu, trying to buy some time, send things away, at least for now. It looks like lower cooldowns here is going to allow a Palmy to just slip right up in that speed lane, get in position for that core, and send it right back in front of Best Jelly.
Yeah, so one reason actually that Asher can even work at all on this map, because Asher by itself, you know, pretty doomed on this map, but the reason that it kind of can work with this comp is with the era, right? If you shrink that core, it starts moving slower, especially when you're not in overtime. The Asher can actually dribble, right? As we saw there, you know, as I say, the Asher goes down, but ignoring what's going on the screen right now with that last point, a Palmy able to dribble with that shrunk core and able to find, you know, that goal barrier and that goal kind of with her passive and with that shield barrier break. So everyone up here. Yeah, we'll have to
see. Flip used by Marco. Fudgy Waffles low on health. Now might get bullied away by the Imi turret. Picks up the orb on the backside. Strike shot out of Blue Flu, trying to buy some space. A Palmy looking to stall out for a little while, but Best Jelly had core flip up just for that opportunity. Now possession still trying to be maintained by Goats Esports. It's Palmy trying to shove it back through the side lane, trying to find the connection over to Fudgy Waffles, but no, that'll get interrupted there as well. Marco starts to get in position here. You gotta be careful with as many dashes that this Centauro might have. And there you are, start to see some of them come out. Fudgy Waffles low on health, gonna be forced to use the dodge in order to get away. And now Alpha Kibi in position, maybe to try to put this one back. No, doesn't happen this time around. Now it's burned all of those cooldowns that the Imi has at her disposal. And it looks like it'll be possession back over to Goats, who now, Palmy and Fudgy Waffles, both really staggered and low. Gonna get sent out by Marco here. Alpha Kibi trying to keep things up. Can't quite seem to do it. Loses the connection to Marco, who's still getting in position here. Passes back and forth, but a nice clear from Blue Flu. Again, stalls for just enough. Keeps things moving for now. We'll see this come back, and oh no, again, you see Best Jelly try to go forward, try to get involved for the play, and gets punished for it there.
Yeah, the thing with this map is you really can't step too far out when you don't have those goal barriers as a goalie, right? We're talking about it earlier, you know, it's harder for goalies because they have to stay a bit more back on this map, because this is the only map where if you just send it down the side, even if it's slow, you send it down the side as the other goalie and no one touches the core, it's gonna go in the enemy net. It won't, you know, ricochet back up and turn around like it will on most other maps. It's just gonna go in. So you have to be ready for that, and that's just what we saw there. He was a little bit too far forward, and just paid the price for it. And as we kind of look in the draft here, nothing too crazy. The specialized from the Kai definitely gonna be good here for Best Jelly. Quick strikes on the enemy side Kai here definitely might help a little bit, but I shouldn't play too much of a big deal. And then the only other thing I want to touch on real quick is that stagger swagger for Alpha Kibi. He hasn't been taking too much damage, too much pressure, but that just base speed increase should help him a lot on this map.
Well, I was gonna say, it's a little surprising that it fell all the way through to Alpha Kibi as last pick. No, I would have thought that someone on Goats would have picked it up.
Definitely not, dare I say, it's a little bit troll to not be taking that, you know, at least in my opinion, you know, not a big deal here, I don't think, on this map, because it might just be a little bit of stubbornness, thinking, oh, I shouldn't be dying on Oni Village, but easy to feel like that. I've definitely done that before too, and paid the price for it, so we'll have to see how it works out for him, but man, they're really just taking a lot of damage here, and that stagger swagger would have helped them tremendously.
But even still, Palmy still trying to keep up the pressure here, and Fudgy Waffle is able to intercept the clear away from Best Jelly. Put that goal back, and again, trying to get Goats on the board here. gonna go ahead and take that first one, and now trying to start finding some kind of advantage here in this map.
Yeah, and I mean, there's definitely at a disadvantage here, but, you know, they're finding these KOs, or not, excuse me, not the KOs, these goals regardless, right? Any little miss-up that Otaku Esports finds, like right there with Mark XO kind of dying and getting that Maelstrom kill, they're really just not really, like, the Asher's putting out a ton of pressure, right? Excuse me on the stumble in my words here, it's hard to keep up, but the Era and the Asher just put out so much pressure when there's not 3 members on the side of Otaku Esports, so they really just need to watch out, you know, stay away from the side of the map here and stay alive, because if they stay alive, they win, as we've been seeing.
We'll see if they can do just that. Now, specials exchanged on the south side of the map as Apalmi still trying to send this one through, but still one gold barrier up. Fudgy Waffles now is staggered, forced to use the dodge in order to get away, but even still, the Centauro is relentless, still has abilities at his disposal. Start sending more and more away. Fudgy Waffles with the Maelstrom. They'll cover the north side of the map. That's not where the core is right now. And the clear comes out from Blue Flu. It goes right on over to Alpha Kibi in order to put that one away. Otaku Hideout finds a way to tie it up again.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Kibi kind of, like we've been saying here. Oh, wow, as we get a specialized training Giga Blast off the side of the map from what seemed like forever away. You know, that's just the power of that Giga Blast with the specialized training. It's just a little bit ridiculous as we see them play a little bit forward here. But whoa! I think the Maelstrom actually just ticked him there once. Yeah, I believe it was the Maelstrom that just ticked him there once, KO, and then now, you know, it's Otaku Esports. I don't even remember what I was talking about now. This game, it's going crazy. Take it away, man.
That's, you know, I mean, hey, welcome to One Village, right? Things start flying around all over the place, especially as we get later and later into the game where this core starts moving even faster, and the characters themselves start moving faster as well. And all of a sudden, it is very quick and easy to lose your own train of thought. But what will buy a little bit of time is a nice core flip, because that's Jelly going to be able to come up with one. And Marco able to use his, but won't be able to come away with a goal barrier there either. Now we see Barrage actually sends it right on over to the Maelstrom as well, but possession not kept by Ghost. Now it's a Palmy, low on Stagger, gonna try to find this goal barrier, but can't find Fudgy Waffles because, again, rotated all the way back there. And we'll see what else comes through now. Still 1-1 in overtime. And both goal barriers up as well for them. Here is now power play opportunity. Palmy off the map, still will be able to respawn and come back in here. Again, both these goalies keeping their final goal barrier now. They've been punished one too many times for going a little too far forward, and aren't doing that for now. Nice IME tournament out of Alpha Kibi, knocking that core right out of the hands of the Asher, and it'll result in the goal barrier falling for Blue Flu. Core flip comes out. That'll be a knockout onto a Palmy once more. Passing play coming through. The dash isn't quite timed at the moment that they need it most. Alpha Kibi tries to send this one forward. Special comes out as well as the cyber swipe, but they still can't find it. Quite the connection, and now Blue Flu finally gets sent off of the screen after taking most of his health bar down. The pass comes through, and there's the open gap. Marco finds it finally for Otaku Hideout.
Yeah, that was a bit of a crazy point. I mean, it was just, it felt like Otaku Hideout kind of always had that advantage there, just a kill after kill after kill, but just could not find the goal for what seemed like the longest time. Really good defense out of Blue Flu there, and Fudgy Waffles as well, to kind of keep it going for as long as they could, but kind of just futile at that point. And with Marco kind of felt like, you know, kind of rushing that core flip there. Definitely going to need that, but we'll have to see if he can use his ult there to find it. Taking a lot of damage from the Maelstrom, especially forced to use his core flip from it, and now we're kind of at an even standstill here.
Bit of a standstill, but hey, you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, especially when you've still got one goal barrier up on both sides on Oni Village. We've talked about so much so far, but again, Fudgy Waffles low on Stagger, going to be forced to play a little bit more passively, and Palmy won't be able to find the opportunity to get that core. And now beautiful dash forward, punishing that era for all that damage she took earlier on. Giga Blast comes out, though, as BestieInSlot tries to send this one away. Power play opportunity here that it doesn't seem like Otaku Hideout is fully capitalizing on. Now, finally, Marco comes through with the dash. Core flip, though, comes out, denied by Marco. And it's the bewitching beam out of Fudgy Waffles to send it away and save for now. Now the pass off the Maelstrom is able to connect with the core flip from a Palmy. Well done from Goat Esports to turn that around in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, that's something kind of we have been seeing here a lot, is kind of the almost over-aggression from the side of Otaku, just throwing too many abilities, or BestieInSlot, you know, moving up a little bit too far, right? And just getting punished for it. And whether it's with a core flip or not, I mean, they kind of, I feel like they just got to rein it in a little bit, and it's a pretty secure victory. I do believe they have the draft and the awakening difference here. They just, as we see in here, just a Palmy and Fudgy Waffles now keeping the pressure on and turning what seemed like, as I say that, you know, this game is crazy, K-Bot. I mean, both sides now, as it's a 2v3 power play for Otaku Esports, they can find a goal here, but we'll have to see if the Palmy not quite able to find that core flip, and now just on defense mode.
Defense mode, beautiful primary there out of a Palmy, just barely catches the corner of the core, and now sent away by BlueFlu, but you get punished by the glitch pop nonetheless. The Maelstrom on weak strength is able to send that one away, but now Marco looking for the shovel into the net, can't quite seem to find it now, and all of the IME abilities come out to send it back. The turret and the glitch pop combined there for Alpha Kiwi. That'll send Otaku Hideout up 2-1 in sets, heading on now to I was about to say like our final carousel, because spoiler alert, that's the way the game ends, and I've already got that in my mind. Sorry, chat, that's the way this goes. But at any event, we see the Awakenings come on our screen.
Yeah, and actually Adrenaline Rush Infinite, but I don't expect anyone, maybe the Zentara, I do actually expect the Zentara to be taking the Adrenaline Rush here. Might have been good for the, actually now they say that, I do like the Cast Last Deny there from the Amy, so that the Era cannot quite get back in the game with that amazing training on her. But now that, you know, the game's a little bit chill and we're kind of getting into here, I'm expecting Otaku Esports, you know, regardless of whether it's spoiled or not, to be kind of here. I do believe that they've kind of found the answer. They have a lot of pressure with Mark. They have a lot of, as I say that, Mark getting sent off the map, just getting absolutely annihilated by the Asher there. But either way, their comp, you know, has a lot more pressure here, and it's going to take a miracle for Goat Esports to really, I think, come back here and show their pressure, because all the plays that they've been having so far have just kind of felt like Hail Marys.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, Borg, like to that point, right? We're talking a little bit more about like the specific thing you need to do is try to find a way to get a Palmy the core, and it's much harder to have that amount of extended core possession when we're talking about Oni Village. We're talking about how fast this core is moving, and even later and later into this game is not going to help at all. So I wonder if it's just like the ease of execution on the composition, where Alpha Kibi on the flip side can throw down the turret, throw down the glitch pop. You've got Marco, who can just dash in with like 5 different dashes in order to try to send a core back, right? In all of these multi-hits to try to deny potential striking opportunities. You have to imagine that the ease of execution of the composition and the ease of being able to find a lot of these goals and potentially even a lot of these knockouts as well is the difference maker for now. But a beautiful core flip deny out of Marco there to secure that one. Trying to hold on there was BlueFlu with that core flip, but couldn't find it there.
Yeah, and as you're kind of talking about ease of execution there, I think you're pretty close on the mark there. The only thing I will say with that is, I do believe that technically the side of Goat Esports is a little bit easier, at least mechanically, to be playing, because, you know, it seems simple, right? You pass a Palmy the core, a Palmy uses abilities, and boom, you get a goal barrier, right? The only problem is that with Kai Barrage, with, you know, Amy Glitch Pop, it's not actually very doable of a thing to do, right? The only time they've really gotten these barriers or really gotten these goals are when BestieInSlot, as we just saw right there, has no barrage, is a man down, you know, not quite in position because he's overextending. A lot of the time, they can't really quite get what they need to do to get the barriers or get the goals without BestieInSlot kind of overstepping his bounds first.
Again, you see there, Fudgy Waffles walking up, looking for the strike to the net, but can't quite seem to find it there. And a Palmy was nowhere to be seen in that instant. There's the Maelstrom out again, BestieInSlot very confidently sends it away. Apalmi can't keep control of the core as now all 3 members of Otaku Hideout getting involved on the defensive side. Core flip comes out. Apalmi, that one's just high off of the corner. This one might start to turn around slightly, but Alpha Kibi low on health. Marco takes a goal barrier down. Here comes the Maelstrom again. That one was timed, didn't come up to full strength, but missed the core nonetheless. Then a bewitching beam will put it away finally for Fudgy Waffles here. It felt like they were throwing everything at the net, and it still wouldn't go in.
Yeah, I mean, it's just SMAP, right? The core's going so fast, and with Best Jelly, if he has anything up, it should just be a fairly free save for the most part. You know, I say free as in, you know, he played incredibly well there to just keep that core back, you know, not in their net, right? Like, Best Jelly just, honestly, MVP of this game so far, even with a couple of mispositions, a couple of mistakes. It's his barrages and his Giga Blast that have really set off a lot in motion for Otaku Esports here, as we see them hopefully try to close out the game, or I say hopefully for them, right? Maybe, you know, I think there's a chance for Goats Esports to definitely come back in here, and as we just see Marco kind of shatter the hopes and dreams of what I'm saying right now, with a beautifully timed dash, just predicts where that save of Bluefu is going to go. And match point, what are you expecting to see here, K-Bot?
I mean, I'm expecting one team to come away with the set win here and move us on in our evening. But nonetheless, you know, the other thing I want to talk about there on that last clear from Bluefu on that last point, not a lot of options you had there, right? Maybe there was a small angle down below, but that was so hard to find. Beautiful Giga Blast is able to save that one here out of the net for Best Jelly. And even though both Fudgy Waffles and Palmy are still around, they're still finding ways to send the core away from the net. Bluefu takes matters into his own hands, misses the core flip. It doesn't matter. Palmy is able to get that point on the board. And now we'll see them potentially try to claw this last set back. But again, you know, so much has to go right, and the goalie has to come all the way out in order to try to send that goal back.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing definitely we saw there on that last point is Mark actually used that Zintaro ultimate to try to help the save, but the thing with Zintaro is you can actually use any abilities or strikes and hit it through its own Zintaro ult. It doesn't actually stop the core. It only stops the core on that first hit, right? So one thing you can abuse there, and that we saw there, was just hitting it away back into the own net. As we see, you know, no goal barriers now, 2-2. Really close sets, I will say, this whole time, regardless of what I've been saying with the draft diss or the awakening diss, as Marco gets a kill with the power play, and we'll have to see if they can score here.
Giga Blast keeps things away for Bluefu for now. A few more. Now we see, there it is, finally able to interrupt that ultimate, but Marco still finds the KO nonetheless. Palmy, the last one back for a moment. Now Fudgy Waffles there to join him as well. Marco looking for the pass over to Alpha Kibi. Neither one of these players really want to be sitting in the net. Finally, Bluefu comes back online. We're in overtime, and no, can't find the connection with the core. That's not what you want to see if you're Goats Esports, but nonetheless, Otaku Hideout able to take it there. Able to punish even some of those mistakes that they were making in order to end up taking both games in the match.
Yeah, and I mean, trying to quantify a game like that to just one sort of, you know, oh, they're trying to do this and they're trying to do this, is so incredibly hard, right? As we saw there, so many times when me or you were trying to actually say, oh, they should do this, you know, we're about to see this here. It happened. The absolute opposite happened half the time.
Yeah.
So just, it shows you how close in skill this region really is, and close how these games are, is that a lot, and I've been seeing this a lot with West League in general, is so many times people are defying expectations or mechanically just proving everybody wrong and finding these solo plays, finding these kind of, like I just said, finding these outplays and doing what you don't think they should be able to do there. There's not really a better way to say that, if I'm being honest with you.
I mean, at the end of the day, when the teams are so close in skill level, it all comes down to who's going to perform better on that specific day and who's going to be able to find those connections, keep the nerves down, and able to secure those goals. So, of course, folks, as a reminder, that was a week 1 match that we were rebroadcasting for you all. And now we'll be heading into our final live match of the night between the Sundubu Strikers and Oxygen Overdrive. This will be a fun one, but before we do, we'll take a real brief break. Use the bathroom, grab a drink of water, and be right back here because you won't want to miss this match as we try to separate this massive tie in the West. Saya is not kicking us off. Cool. And welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League West Division. My name is K-Bot. I am joined by Borg. And Borg, we might have had a twist of the turn, but we have arrived at our final match of the evening between the Sundubu Strikers and Oxygen Overdrive.
Yeah, we have Oxygen Overdrive with Kilius in net, Naka, and Snake as the forwards, and Sundubu Strikers with Reznok in the net, and Grimilla and 3Z Breezy. And I don't believe there's any substitutions. Those should be the rosters for today. Everything's going smooth now, you know. Finally, back into the swing of things, and I'm actually really excited. I think this game should be fairly close. We have seen Sundubu Strikers, you know, falter a little bit in the season so far. Not quite finding the wins that we might have been expecting a little bit, but I think a lot of the games that they have played, including their losses, have been incredibly close, right? I still think they have a lot in them, and I do expect them to show up today. And Oxygen Overdrive, you know, thinking the same thing. They're both in the runs for playoffs. I believe they're actually coming in with the same score here. If you not, you can correct me. You know, they're battling for the playoff spot here. This is a serious game here. Whoever wins this game has an increased chance by a very high margin to make playoffs.
I mean, we just rewatched the Goats versus Otaku match. Both those teams currently sit at 2-1-2 with 2 more matches to play. Now we watch Oxygen Overdrive and Dubu, who currently both sit next to each other in the standings at tie for 6, right? Both looking to take the leapfrog over their opponents. You have to imagine here the loser might end up being mostly kicked out of playoffs. Depending on how some things shake out. So getting a win here would be an absolute advantage, and a tie might actually benefit neither of them, all things considered, as they both come in with lower records. So we'll see what ends up happening here as we'll be getting into things in just a moment. But you mentioned Sundubu Strikers might have faltered. I am still a Sundubu Strikers believer, okay?
Oh,
my argument,
too. Don't get me wrong.
My argument last week was they played their roughest week 1 of any other team in the West. They had to go up against both Best Western and Bounty Hunters as their week 1, and they might have lost both those matches, but then they were able to pick up the tie versus Aesop's Little PogChamps, and were able to pick up a win as well in the interim. So they're coming back the back half of their season. They're thinking in the back of their heads, feels easier probably than the first half of their season, even if a lot of these matches are coming down to the wire with terms of how the standings are actually shaking out.
Yeah, and kind of like you were saying, definitely pretty rough week 1 for them. You know, not the easiest of matchups, we'll say, with Bounty Hunters, and then off stream with Best Western, obviously, you know, both invited teams to the league, right? So definitely not the easiest, but coming up here, they, you know, against Oxygen Overdrive, and then their off stream game will be played against Otaku, we just saw in the previous recording as well. I wouldn't say necessarily weak teams at all, but not quite the same, you know, as we've been seeing as Bounty Hunters, you know, who are undefeated. But definitely, as we've seen, the league is very close. It's hard to really tell who the favorites and who not are. So I'd like to say, you know, there's a lot of upsets going on, but I can't really tell anymore. I don't know about you.
I mean,
so much going on, as we saw from the last game, and how chaotic all these games and all these series are. It's pretty hard to tell who should win, and I think this one is going to follow suit, to be honest with you.
So many of these have been so close over the course of the entire season so far. Even if, you know, not many of these matches have resulted in ties, still these teams are fighting tooth and nail down to the last goals in order to come away with some of these sets. Again, even in the Sundubu Strikers match versus Best Western, I think that one went the distance in 1, if not 2 of those maps, right? Where we're talking 4-set, 5-set marathons of matches that actually probably played to the favor a little bit more of Sundubu Strikers as well. Download, get a little bit of VOD reviews in and practices before they start turning around and coming back to things. But let's talk a little bit more about Oxygen Overdrive here, because this is another team still sitting about the middle of the pack. But we were talking a little bit ahead of time, Borg, and you thought these teams had very similar play styles in the matchup versus one.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much kind of quickly going into this, Grimilla and 3Z Breezy, and then Naka and Snake, right? Definitely not the same, but they have very similar playstyles. Snake and 3Z Breezy, kind of both similar, you know, playstyles. Definitely good and known for separate characters, with Snake being that Juliet and 3Z Breezy with that X. But Kilius being their goalie, with Naka and Grimella kind of being the curveball in them, and which midfield will kind of throw a wrench in the other's plan a little bit more. That's kind of what I'm expecting this game to come down to as we're getting into game here on Amy's app, actually. And so I'm expecting a Rasmus ban, and there we go. And the X ban, respect against 3Z Breezy, one of the best X's in the game in total. So we'll have to see what they kind of get going here as we see Era get locked in and Juliet get locked in on the side of Auction Overdrive, and Era get locked in on the side of Sundubu Strikers.
The Rasmus ban, I think, works double duty, right? Naka's pulled out the Rasmus in numerous instances and has been incredibly strong on that striker. And then you figure, of course, the classic IME zap. You want to be just not even have to worry about thinking about where the Rasmus is on the other side of the pit in the middle. But there it is, locked in here. We see an Atlas coming out, and it feels like, Borg, Atlas has kind of fallen off in popularity as a goalie pick as of late. Why is that?
You know what? I wish I had an answer for you, but I think, and I do have an answer for you if I'm being completely honest with you. I think Atlas is still incredibly strong. We see Barcode in the East League kind of still showing off with it, still kind of taking names with that pick. Incredibly good defensive goalie. And we have also seen the Dubu come in here too, which I think is a bit of a flavor of the month character. As 3Z just immediate level 2 now, dash punching off the map. And I'm expecting to see a good power play here from the side of Sundubu Strikers, and there we go. And we have the goal. And just to quickly finish my point, I think the reason is we like, with the meta right now, there's a lot of aggressive goalies that are coming into play to abuse a lot of these trainings like Stinger and like Adrenaline Rush. And so that's definitely coming into favor.
As a reminder, folks, the starter trainings were Castellast and Stacks on Stacks, which we got to see on the starter screen there. But those will also probably come into play. And hey, look, the Atlas gets a little bit of extra speed to start things off as well. And you have to imagine comes out with that healing as well, as these forward combinations are something there that we're known for. And of course, we've seen numerous instances across this league with Breezy and Grimella teaming up on this Era Juliet combination. Been a very staple composition for them, is now core flip in front of the net. That'll get denied by Naka. Beautifully done by the midfielder, rotating back and be able to cover all possible flip angles coming in there, but he'll still get punished for it as 3Z Breezy saves the dash punch for that moment there. Grimella buys some time, waits for the Maelstrom to come through, and still looking to get in position. A nice expanse used out of Kilius there, and it'll still buy enough time for Naka to come on back online, but again, the core flip comes through, and they pass forward to 3Z Breezy to send it back.
Yeah, and really kind of what we're seeing here is just the forward duo on the side of Sundubu Strikers is just completely outplaying Auction Overdrive. We have Grimella just getting those cast-slash shrinks on Snake, as we see right there. Every single time off of cooldown, Snake just cannot play the game. Whereas 3Z Breezy, on the other hand, finding a lot more space, finding a lot more KOs, as Snake completely proves me wrong, Caster's Curse, and just says, screw you, I can do it too, gets that dash punch right into the net.
Unfortunate there. Reznok doesn't have any get out of jail free cards. You see that energy bar so close to being there for Reznok to get that energy burst, but didn't have it that time around. And of course, doesn't have the expanse or something similar. And that Juliet dash is just going to come right down your throat if you're not careful. So while the Jakar very useful there to start sending that core forward back to the other side, also has potential to get stuffed if you get caught off guard without your cooldowns online.
Yeah, completely there. I mean, the strength of Drakkar is to kind of keep the core forward with that strike shot, with that shotgun, with both charges of that. As we see actually a KO there onto 3Z, so they're on full defense trying to keep it away from Snake as they do lose their barrier there. Great play there from Snake and Naka to find that core flip, perfect pass to Snake to just get it right in the net there.
The intervention as well comes out. Not that Reznok or Grimella particularly would end up going for the KO, but even to dissuade it further, right? As you imagine, Snake rather low, almost there close to the edge, might have been thinking for the KO, but still dissuaded and able to get in position, healed up just a little bit in order to try to come on back from that one. But now, immediate power play back the other direction as the Sundubu Strikers might be trying to strike right back. It's 2-2 here in this first set. The goal barrier is already down. Grimella looking looking for the forward on up here. Projection able to come out here, and Kilius, but now this is where Atlas is at its weakest. No cooldowns at his disposal for now, but a clear angle still comes through. Try to find the knockout on a Breezy. Now the weak Maelstrom buys enough time for the core flip to come through out of Grimella, and the soon-to-be Strikers will take the first set.
Yeah, beautiful play there from Grimella, actually, to dribble, kind of find those 2 redirects off the top of the map there, off those barriers, to just try to set up his tornado, gets the Maelstrom out completely, gives him enough time and space, farms up that core flip, and just puts it in the top corner. So beautiful play there, and he gets rewarded with the prime time on Era. I'm expecting Snake to just never be able to play this game. He's going to be shrunk after shrunk after shrunk. It's going to be very difficult for him to play here.
I mean, you have to imagine picking up the prime time, denying it from like every other striker up here. You see the chrono boost picked up by Reznok here as well. Sounded like you had a thought there with the ability for that Drakkar to start moving a little bit further and faster around the map.
So it's not so much as the Chrono Boost is good on Drakkar, which it is, don't get me wrong, but you're actually denying their Era the Chrono Boost. And with Cassilas being on the board, Cassilas and Chrono Boost both buffing those debuffs, on the side for the primary on Era. Grimella is going to be doing a lot more now with that side of the primary than Naka, I believe, with just the trainings.
Fortunate way the cookie crumbles this time around, as now Maelstrom comes out, and still possession mostly over to the soon-to-be Strikers. They might have given away a goal barrier, but now Breezy able to find a KO there onto Naka, and now Reznok's starting to get involved. There's a Bewitching Beam comes out, but Snake finds one into response right back on a Breezy. Might have been getting a little overzealous there, but nonetheless, now looking for this opportunity in order to find the passes coming through. Forward to Snake here. Reznok still able to send it away up to the top side of the map where there was no one there. Maelstrom comes through. Snake dashes forward. XDDD after the core flip. Unfortunately, not quite what you want to see, but the important part perhaps is having a little bit of humor about it, I imagine.
Yeah. And then as Reznok just shotgun to the face, just right onto Snake, no Atlas ult there to save him, I believe. And as we see Breezy kind of take the orb and get his health bar back up, we'll see the power play here. Grimella kind of keeping control of it with Reznok to try to get it to Breezy, but steps a little bit too far forward in that Atlas expanse. Just redirects it, finds the perfect bounce to the top corner of soon-to-be Striker's net.
Auction Overdrive going to be able to take the first goal there, and this Atlas can also get involved from time to time as well, starting to go a little bit further forward, especially when we're talking about just how far that primary is going to start going, which is considered a projectile, gets buffed there as well on that distance. So we'll certainly be looking out to see just how involved Kilius is going to get, especially when you figure that primary can cover a decent chunk of one of these halves of the map.
Yeah, and with this map kind of being so condensed, and as we see there, the Expanse kill, actually, rare Atlas KO into the middle of Amy's app right there. I mean, Atlas can definitely do things too. This map is definitely pretty condensed. There's a lot of, there's a lot of times where the Atlas abilities, especially if he gets hot shot or things that will increase the speed there, or being in overtime, finding that just the speed on the core or just the quick KOs, as we find 2 right there, quick KOs, as we say it. And I'm expecting kind of Breezy and Reznok and Snake to be at an advantage here, just getting rid of the abilities to stall out for their midfielder, as we see right there.
Watch Breezy's dribbling there, continuing to buy out time, realizes that there's probably a decent advantage here when Grimella is up, and now you see the Expanse down for Kilius as well, does still have core flip at his disposal as well, but neither goal barrier has fallen so far. Breezy tries to punch this core in, and finally will find the strike angle to do just that. Reznok is getting rather involved as well on the lower side of the pitch, keeping the pressure up and alive, but now looks like we'll be forced to retreat back as Breezy was dinged up a little bit much, but Grimella still there, capitalizing when that core falls right to his hands.
Yeah, and with it being overtime, just keeping the, keeping that momentum, that's what I'm thinking of, keeping the momentum of the core, that speed up to just get it right into the top shelf. Nothing, Kilius can do on that Atlas, just no abilities there to actually keep that out of his net. So definitely really good play there from Grimella to secure that goal.
I think now it's going to be rather low on Stagger, trying to get into position here, but continues to get bullied away. not going to have a lot at his disposal. You see the intervention come out, but it's not enough to save you there. The fiery flurry connects out of 3Z Breezy, and now this core drifts to the other side of the pitch. Dash comes through, doesn't quite connect with things, and now able to sneak it right around Kilius. Now waiting for the dribble here, but Naka's able to send that one away as well. Now 3Z Breezy, though, still trying to keep up the pressure and just slips it right by. That'll be another goal on the board for the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, beautiful shot there, and he actually stepped up a little bit and then feigned that punch onto Kilius to think, hey, I might be shooting up here. Kilius walks up that micro step, just one step, and it just gives Breezy enough space to hit it right through and just get perfect shot placement, honestly, right in the bottom corner. And one thing I'm seeing there, as 3Z gets just absolutely destroyed by the Snake dash punch there, is take a look at Grimella this set, right? Grimella's applying so much control, as we see right here, winning every single strike war, keeping Snake Shrunk off a cooldown, you know, dribbling, buying time for 3Z to do what 3Z does best. And just once he gets those cooldowns, as we see here, they're denying 3Z now, doing exactly what they need to do to not, you know, make Grimella's efforts in vain almost.
Power play opportunity here for Auction Overdrive, but they're not able to find necessary in order to find the goal here. Now core flip comes out of Grimella, but it still gets saved out by Kilius and Naka, who are still teaming up on the other side here. Core flips exchange. The core will get sent flying here. Now a weird bounce here. Might be back on over to the possession of the Sundubu Strikers. Grimella looking forward, trying to find 3Z Breezy, who gets shrunk in the interim. And the pressure might collapse for now, but there's Reznok with a Molten Bolt, sends it forward, secures the goal barrier for the Strikers. Grimella starts to pass it forward. 3Z going to get stunned by the Atlas Primary, and now there's the Expanse burned as well, but it's another power play for the Sundubu Strikers. 3Z Breezy is core flip as well. Going to be looking for this when the strike shot comes through. Naka's still back, but there's 3Z Breezy able to knock the rest of the members back with the energy burst and send it right on through. The Sundubu Strikers take their second set.
And they're cooking, man. They're really, I mean, like I was talking about earlier, Grimella is just keeping so much control with the help of Reznok in those Drakkar shotgun shots and just keeping control of the core, not letting Oxygen Overdrive actually be able to do what they want to do, right? And get control of that core. And they just can't do it. Grimella's getting so much value out of his strikes every single time he touches the core, just buying so much time for 3Z to come back, get the position that he needs to do to actually score. With right there as he gets the core flip, and it's a perfect shot in the goal. And as we look at this draft real quick here, I've seen the Stagger Swagger onto 3Z, which will help him live a lot more, and then aerials on that Drakkar. We see extra special on the Naka, so possibly Naka will have having some more, you know, more tornadoes. Maybe he'll find a couple more impactful ones. We'll have to see here. I should be expecting him to use it a lot more frequently, so we'll have to see how that plays out.
But look, Grimella takes both primary abilities, right? Now has both the prime time and the popcorn as well to boot. You got all of your movies and television there, but
you got the rapid fire.
Nonetheless here, that Bewitching Beam was going to be coming out so often. And you see even Snake probably hurting for a little bit of damage, wanted to take Stinger as the third pick out of that carousel in order to try to pick up something even a little more to make this game easier, find a few more KOs, and alleviate some of this pressure away coming out here. Now, Bewitching Beam comes out here. 3Z Breezy still able to keep up the pressure there, cause enough chaos in front of the goal for the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Snake was shrunk more than he was not that round. I'm not even kidding. I kind of want to look back at that after this cast. I'm going to rewatch this VOD and see. But it just seems like almost a huge draft difference with the Awakenings on the side of Sundubu Strikers. They're giving Grimella everything he wants. Literally everything he wants, you know. Didn't deny that rapid fire as he was not first pick, so they definitely could have denied it. But they didn't deny that rapid fire, and now they're going to pay the price for it by just being tiny every single 2 seconds. And you can see actually from Grimella's point of view here, as we had a loading screen bug, so we do get to see his point of view. Look how fast that cooldown is coming back up on that rapid fire. As oh my gosh, the KO onto Atlas from 3Z. Jesus.
Now in position, looking for the pass forward from Grimella, still trying to shove it forward, but enough the members are around for Oxygen Overdrive. Snake and Naka still sitting back there on the back lines. And now Grimella trying to send this one around. Grimella does have core flip at his disposal. Now 3Z looking to send the pass up. Nice, waits out the Expanse, but doesn't strike it away in time. The Fiery Flurry comes out of Snake. in order to save that one. Now 3Z Breezy comes over, collects the KO. Grimella down to 3Z. Now looking to pass this one back and forth. Interruption out of Naka just temporarily. And now the Bewitching Beam shrinks both Naka and Kilius in one go. Beautiful strike, though, out of Kilius to just keep this out of the net for a little while longer. But 3Z Breezy collects yet another KO. Expanse burned out of Kilius. Finally, the goal barrier is going to fall. Might not mean much, though. Strike Shot going to save things temporarily. Passing play is still trying to connect here for the Sundubu Strikers as they try to put this one back. But pretty soon, Kilius is going to have another Expanse at his disposal. But there it finally comes through. The dash for 3Z Breezy. And that'll put the Sundubu Strikers over to match point.
Yeah, and I mean, just it feels like every single time 3Z has Dash Punch up, someone is dying, or the core is getting the barrier. Someone, abilities are being wasted and being used on that. He's just so efficient with his abilities here. It's really scary to watch here, just KO after KO. I'm excited to see the stats after this game because this just seems like an absolute stomp here. Like, it's honestly kind of weird to see because I was expecting this to be a close one, but with the trainings and as we see just the power and the pressure that Grimella and 3Z are putting here, the Oxygen Overdrive can't breathe. You'd think they would with their name, but we'll have to see.
Now, you see power play opportunity here, though, as it was Grimella that was sent off of the pitch, down the pit in the middle. Snake trying to core flip, trying to find this barrier, but can't find the angle past Reznok, who's able to utilize the shotgun, lock and load to his fullest disposal. And now trying to dash forward even still. You see the energy burst come through with 3Z Breezy sends it right back the other way. And it's a quick 3-0 victory for the Sundubu Strikers over Oxygen Overdrive, taking the first map.
Yeah, that was not what I expected that game at all. I expected it to be a little back and forth. I think these players are very, very similar in skill. Playing them in solo queue, it feels like, from my point of view at least, it should have been a very, very close game, but I think with the training difference, with the 9 KO on 3Z Breezy, he had 3 more than Snake there. Snake finding KOs of himself, obviously, too. Still playing well. It's hard to play when you're getting shrunk by Primetime Rapid Fire era with Castellas as well. And the fact that their era didn't get Chrono Boost, didn't get Rapid Fire, didn't get Primetime, I mean, it just felt like an awakening difference there.
And Porg, I mean, I kind of brought this up in chat earlier, and I'm curious to hear your take as well, because the more I look at things where you see even forward mirror matches, where you've got the same forwards looking for the same awakenings, you have to imagine that picking yourself into a mirror matchup is kind of a flip of the coin in terms of trying to get yourself ahead early in some of these first few sets, getting yourselves the awakenings that you really want on some of those early carousels. Otherwise, it might be screwed and it might be over for you. I mean, what are your thoughts here as you start looking towards maybe the future of this game, as we start thinking about what compositions these teams are going for? I mean, the mirror match doesn't seem like it's the play for me all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the fact and how the awakening system works now, in beta, if people are not aware, you actually chose your awakenings. They were actually called trainings back then. You chose them before the game. You chose 3 of them and you go and load it into the game. So mirror matchups are really, really common. As the meta was figured out, it was pretty much the same comps over and over again. But, in release now, if you play, like you mentioned, K-Bot, the same comps being played, we're actually going to see a lot of awakening and kind of RNG almost dependent on these games, right? So if we see sort of like an infinite on a really strong awakening here, it's going to be very helpful for both teams there. So I think a lot of players actually like that for the fact that, make it so awakening or ultimate awakenings, don't actually mean as much, right? Because, everyone's getting the same thing. However, you still have to keep in mind the 7 other awakenings on that board. And if you get first pick and you get your best in slot, that's taking away the enemy team's best in slot as well. So I definitely do agree with you. I think as there more characters are released and as we kind of see this game grow and evolve, we're going to see a lot more, comp answers and counter picks rather than similar, play styles here. But I think a lot of players are still drafting kind of what they're comfortable with. And a lot of players, as we've seen, are comfortable with the same things. So we'll have to see how it progresses in the future. And as we actually see 1 pick difference here, we get the era instead of the Amy, instead of the era out of the side of, it's actually an Amy goalie here. And then we get
Amy goalie, Rasmus comes out.
Okay.
Of
Rasmus
both sides.
Yeah. This is going to be a little bit more interesting, I think, K-Bot.
Sounds like it. As far as I'm concerned, at least going back and looking at as many of the Sundubu Strikers VODs as I could find, 3Z has not picked up the Rasmus yet in NASL. So this will be a debut striker for him. We'll see if he's able to put on just as much of a showing, which, by the way, while the Juliet might have been panned away, the X was still up. Trainings were Bulk Up and Orb Ponderer there off of the start. But even still, I mean, both Gold Barriers down pretty quickly. While a lot of these characters are low on health, it seems like the soon-to-be strikers kind of off to an early lead in terms of asserting themselves and a lot of what they want to do in terms of trying to set things up.
Yeah, a lot of this game is going to come down to which Rasmus can find the KO confirm, can find that play to secure a goal, because, you know, Amy and the Drakkar are kind of both similar characters. Drakkar a little bit more focused on that control and focused on, you know, keeping that core forward, while Amy kind of more focused on that damage and on that pressure. As we see right there, you know, the dash could not quite, or excuse me, the Amy Blink could not quite hit that core as well as 3Z. Just hits 3Z. 3Z has the time to kind of hit that core right past Kiliast. And then, honestly, I mean, a good opportunity taken advantage of by 3Z there.
It was actually, I think, Reznok knocked forward and helped out with that goal as well with a shotgun.
Yeah.
So able to come in and again continues to play a little bit more aggressively, especially when you've got one of those gold barriers up. And now Grimella gets sent off the map. Very quickly going to pay the price here. And now Reznok again as well going to lose a gold barrier there. Now Glitch Pop beautifully placed by Kiliast in order to send that goal back here. And hey, look, if you didn't have as much forward presence with that Atlas, now switching over to the Imi, you're certainly going to have a little bit more tools at your disposal to start securing some of these goals and securing some of these barriers.
Yeah, and with that extra strike shot range from the Amy, you're going to be seeing that Glitch Pop go pretty much the entire map, right? It's definitely something that is being looked at by the devs right now as a very problematic thing, but we're going to see it being abused here by Kiliast to the best of how he can abuse it. And we'll see. I mean, they're set up for success. We'll have to see if the Amy will matter too much as we see Naka just get sent absolutely off the map, the enemy Drakkar. Reznok having, a little bit of a I'm the better Drakkar moment than you, and we'll see if the power play will mean anything here, K-Bot.
We'll see. Sometimes that's what happens when the gravity well spawns. It spawns, it catches you off guard, 5 people go flying off the map, and you're the one that gets sent off because you were lowest health. Ow, oh no! Gonna be another one flying off. That's Snake for Auction Overdrive, and a power play opportunity here for the soon-to-be strikers. They look for the passing play, able to find that last goal barrier. Core flip comes out, but the Imi turret still able to send things away. Snake snipes it through, though. Not able to get with the right angle in order to redirect that one away. And it'll be the soon-to-be strikers getting back on up here. They're looking to go ahead and go forward. Head again with some earlier awakenings onto this first carousel.
Yeah, and I mean, this first set is really going to matter here because as we see, amazing Maelstrom here. 3Z hits the stagger off, puts him in the corner of that map, and that Maelstrom just absolutely takes him off completely. And now a little bit more XP on the side of Grimella. So if they do get this next point, we will see Grimella the era with that first pick. And I think, as I was saying there earlier with that point, this first set's going to matter incredibly as we see, not complete the same comps, but fairly similar comps and fairly similar awakenings are going to be helping them. So we'll have to see who can actually secure those awakenings with that early pick.
I mean, you figure, right, both Rasmuses is going to want the same thing. And Reznok and Naka might want slightly different things, the forward versus the goalie, but realistically, come on, it's still Drakkar. He wants his shotgun to go as far as it can and be as large as possible as well in the interim. Now, you see, passing play backward will misfire, as it looks like the Glitch Pop was able to interrupt things and now just barely bounces off of the wall, sending us to overtime. Soon-to-be strikers get away with one here, as now pressure starting to come forward from Auction Overdrive. Naka trying to send this one back, but again, shotguns and members traded as it's a 2-for-2 out of the gravity well. Snake's gonna sneak up though and slip that one by as well. It's another 2-2 set, goal 5 here. And again, this one's critical as we start looking towards this first carousel.
Yeah, Grimella runs right into that black hole. Not sure if that was intended or not. You'd think, maybe I'll run in, get a trade kill on the Naka, and it'll be a little easier for us to, stall out as they were lower on health bars, but not quite, what he was looking for there. As both goal barriers actually go down for the side of soon-to-be strikers, this is perfect opportunity for Auction Overdrive to finish, and as they do, Snake with a beautiful pendulum swing to secure that goal in the top shelf. I don't believe Reznok had any shotgun charges left to save that, so definitely beautiful, beautiful play there.
Well done, and now we head on over to our first carousel. You see both the Drakars coming in first. Probably looking to deny something away from Reznok. It's going to be heavy impact gets picked up, but Aerials still left up for Reznok here as well. Got to be pretty happy with that trade.
Yeah, I mean, both very, very good. Heavy Impact going to help him with those cooldowns. Aerial's going to be helping with that range. I honestly think the Aerials is a little bit better for the goalie because he can walk up a little farther. But, you know, I'm not personally a Drakar player, so I'm not sure which one is valued a little bit more. They're both, on the end of the day, very, very good. Another thing to look at here is actually Grimella with that Stagger Swagger. So I'm expecting him to honestly run into the black hole a lot more than you'd think because he can take that damage, deal damage to other people, and then just heal it right back up, as we saw right there. He went down to 1 HP, and he's already back to full.
I'll be looking to try to make a play up here, but Breezy also low on health, doesn't have Stagger Swagger, and Reznok actually getting involved. It's like Naka's going on a mission there with that Drakar, trying to get Breezy down and potentially knocked off of the map, but Grimella still has possession of the core, at least for now. Reznok able to send that one away as Naka's not able to capitalize. Breezy still really low, doesn't want to go forward, and now is staggered. Not going to be able to go forward here and make a play. It's all Grimella. Reznok looking for the pass forward, but can't find it there. This era doesn't quite have that stuffing tool until this Maelstrom comes back up, but a nice glitch pop dodges the bullet from Kilius. And now you see the patience. Both these players waiting for their opponents to strike first. And it looks like it will be sent away by Kilius nonetheless. We are now finally, by the way, Breezy was taken off the map after all of that happened. And now that Gravity Well will burst. Members on rather low health on both sides. Molten Bolt comes out as it looks to take these players even further lower in health. And now you see Grimella start to move forward again. Breezy also looking to get in position, but they still seem to find the connection here. Imi turret comes out, doesn't find it there. Grimella barely saved by the corner now as the energy burst comes out of Snake to try to find this one, but he gets KO'd in the process as well. Grimella with that Stagger Swagger is back up to about half health here and has both energy bursts at their disposal. Those will get traded back and forth. Glitch Pop again comes out, disrupts, interrupts for a little while longer. The Gravity Well comes out yet again, and these players are still flying all across the map, and they're so spread out. They haven't been able to find these tight coordinated passing plays, and now it's Grimella's turn to go down. Breezy also still incredibly low. Potential power play opportunity coming in here as the passes up off the top wall, but Reznok with a core flip trying to send it back. Kilius has to stay alive back there and will do so, but the strike shot comes in from Reznok to secure the goal. Finally, it comes through.
An absolute carnage there that round. I mean, black hole after black hole. Every time it spawned, someone was getting KO'd. Absolutely every single time. And you saw, you know, Grimella surviving as long as possible. Only went down once that time. You know, everyone else was dying a few times. Grimella able to survive for the most part. And I think that's kind of, in the end, what made the difference. You know, pretty random goal, I'd say, at the end. A little bit of a slip up from the goalie, a little bit of slip up on that positioning. But just absolute carnage here in that round. And we'll have to see, you know, as Grimella and Breezy are now at a man advantage and see if they can secure that power play to get the second goal of the set. Great save from Kilius. Great shrink onto Snake there. And Breezy, perfect opportunity to find a shot here. We'll have to see if they can get the goal. And as now, everything's looking a little bit cooler as the Drakaro hits 3 people. This round is crazy. I can't even pass it over. And now Breezy with the core onto Reznok. Should be passing it down here to Grimella. Snake and Naka, excuse me, just low, cannot get themselves a part of this play. And Breezy trying to look for a KO here.
Gravity Well, bubble, burst. Grimella looking to pass it forward, but Breezy can't find the pendulum swing this time around. Still trying to keep up the pressure there as now Grimella still down there. Imi turret in the way, preventing the pass to come through. And now it falls back to Reznok, who still has both barriers, will concede one for now, but will be looking to keep the second. As both Snake and Naka are up here, they're just playing ping pong off the top corner. The Imi turret comes through, slips out of the Gravity Well there. I haven't seen that interaction, and now it falls right through. Reznok credited with his second goal in this set, as now the Sudobu Strikers looking to take a set right back despite how close that first one was.
Yeah, and actually I think what happened there was the glitch pop from that Amy actually with the overtime speed hit it right back into his own goal there, obviously with the help and the momentum of that Molten Bolt from the side of the Reznok there on Drakar. And then already finding the first barrier here. Grimella looking a little worse for wear, but has that Stagger Swagger to heal up. Snake actually the one taking the brunt here. Finds the KO, or 3Z, excuse me, finds the KO onto Snake. A man-up advantage, and we're kind of seeing the same thing again, over and over again, you know. Sundubu Strike was able to find these more consistent kills, more consistent barriers, and get these power plays, and actually convert off of them.
Trying to convert here, but not this time around. It might, though, very quickly be back to the side of Oxygen Overdrive as 3Z Breezy gets sent back to the red pitch. Grimella looking to step forward, though, and finds the Bewitching Beam. I was not expecting that with how many people were around, but Grimella takes the shot anyway, puts it back. The Sundubu Strikers have equalized the set score.
Yeah, and I mean, perfect dribble off the top part of the map there to get it back, finds it through 3 people with the shrink. You know, they all kind of converged onto one spot, and no one was there to back it up. And I mean, honestly, beautiful play by Grimella. And as we get into the draft here, we'll get Reznok with the hot shot, kind of denying it as well from anyone else that would want it there. Monumentalist on the Amy goalie, very strong awakening here. 3Z with the ad rush. It actually is going to be infinite here, so I'm expecting the Snake takes it as well, and the missile prop for the Tornado as well with I'm not sure. I believe, you know, honestly, that was probably the best he could have taken there. It's definitely, you know, fairly guaranteed value he's going to get there. I don't think he wanted the Adrenaline Rush, as it's fairly rare to find these Tornado kills. So we'll have to see how well each Rasmus can find these Adrenaline procs and what will who will make use of it better.
One goal barrier going down on both sides, but the other thing I want to point out, right, Grimella takes away the missile propulsion from Naka, right, as that last pick on the Jakar as well. Does now hit, like, I think that is probably about the tiniest you're going to see the shotgun out of a Jakar. Not going to have the full map presence that you really want there, especially while you're trying to play forward on this Jakar. Now, we see things slow down temporarily, get stalled out in the top corner as these teams are fighting for this. Kilias, though, forced to burn the core flip in order to save that one. Wouldn't have gotten there in time and definitely wants to keep this barrier on up. Snake and Naka trying to pass it to one another. Keep possession of the core as 3 of the members of the Sundubu Strikers are all around. Snake starts to lunge forward, trying to find a little bit more damage, trying to find even a knockout onto 3Z Breezy, but it doesn't happen that time around. And even still, Reznok able to keep the defensive pressure up here. Not buckling as of yet. Now, here comes the Ivy turret, met with the Maelstrom, going the other direction as well. Back down over to Snake here. Core flip comes out. Reznok still disciplined, has so many tools at his disposal to send the core right back away. And another Ivy turret comes out, but it doesn't prevent the goal barrier from falling. Now, Reznok up to 3Z, looking for this one. Doesn't quite get it with Death's Grasp, but gets it with the pendulum there. Sends it on back. And again, we're going on like a 4-goal unanswered streak for the Sundubu Strikers. Auction Overdrive's got to find something. They've got to find it soon.
Yeah, Sundubu actually just finding their momentum here, finding their footing, you know, getting that forward pressure here. I think the big difference here, like you were kind of talking about earlier, is the fact that Naka doesn't have any shotgun range, right? So they're kind of just keeping it away from Naka, keeping it away out of his shotgun range, and Reznok just beating him to the punch every time, as we kind of see here. Both using their core flip here, kind of keeping it 1-for-1. Reznok and 3Z gonna probably get it out of here. Grimella just healing up with that Stagger Swagger, and Snake looking a little vulnerable here, Kaba. I'm expecting him to get focused down here very, very soon, as we see the core flip by Grimella actually to secure it. 3Z will not be getting the adrenaline rush, proc from it, but they're still a man up. Naka is still broken, no energy. This should be kind of wraps here. We'll have to see if they can secure the power play.
Haven't been able to yet. 3Z Breezy, though, able to extend the power play for a little while longer, as now it's Naka taken off of the map. Looking for the pass here. Good interruption by Kilias, and now the turret comes out as well. Reznok looking to keep the pressure here and does just that. Bewitching Beam doesn't connect this time around, but Kilias is rather low on the back line. Cyber Swipe coming in. You have to imagine just one ability would send Kilias back, and that's probably what 3Z Breezy is looking, but it's still rather low on his own health bar. Tries to lurch forward here, but a nice Imi turret sends this one on away. And again, those two continue trading as the goal barrier still stands for Reznok on the blue side of the pitch. 3Z Breezy now with possession of the core. Grimella looks to send it back, but that one also gets sent on away with a little help from Naka as well. Finally, this goal barrier falls. Naka looking for the pass forward here, and the Ivy turret trying to come in as well. Core flip sent right on over to Naka to keep up the pressure, and now this one's going to go right on back around the gravity well. All of that pressure is going to be for naught for now as it drifts back on over to the red side of the pitch. Reznok now on over to Grimella, but 3Z Breezy's rather low, trying to retreat, trying to stay alive. Can't quite seem to find the exact angle that he wants, but it doesn't matter. The pendulum swing comes through. 5 unanswered goals.
Yeah, and 3Z with that build different, actually, with that size increases the range of that pendulum swing to find that kill. If it was not for the build different there, the size, he definitely would not have gotten in range of that. So definitely very good, very well played by 3Z there. But, I mean, we're seeing the same thing, right? Grimella with those era debuffs, with that stagger swagger, they're not able to find very many kills here, as 3Z is the only real target they can really see. So Naka and Snake, I keep mixing their names together. Maybe that's their forward duo name. But, they're kind of getting outpaced here, at least in terms of the stagger bar, excuse me, and the health. You know, not really able to find a lot of leads here and a lot of power plays. So we'll have to see if they can actually get a power play here, as they're getting a lot of pressure on. Both Go Bears already down for the side of Sundubu Strikers, and Auction Esports kind of looking like, you know, finding a little bit of a lead here for the first time all game.
Grimella had to be the one to send that one away for the Sundubu Strikers. That would have gone in otherwise, but the final strike came through. Now, strike war right there. Reznok opts for the shotgun, but doesn't send it out in time. And Snake finally breaks the streak here for Auction Overdrive. They've got to try to crawl back in this one now.
Yeah, and I mean, Auction Overdrive needed that goal. They really needed to find their footing back in this game, and now, you know, hopefully that gives them a little bit more confidence to come back, apply that pressure, maybe get 3Z off the board, find those kills, find those barriers. And as I'm saying that, they're just kind of getting plowed here through by 3Z and Grimella, just keeping control of the core. Both goal barriers down, and now Kilius kind of worse for wear. Not much energy, not many cooldowns here as the Amiel comes out, so keeping it stable for now, but they're going to have to find a goal barrier here soon.
Come on, man. Reznok should not be allowed to keep hitting things at the midfield line and have that much of a presence on this Drakkar, but that's exactly what he's doing with the aerials and with that strike shot as well, continuing to keep up the pressure here. Now around the gravity well, on up to Grimella, looking for the pass over to 3Z, but Grimella also has to play to his own life. Doesn't want to go down now as the Ami turret comes out. 3Z can't seem to find an angle to put it past there, and now pulls it back on in. That's Snake looking to try to turn this one around. Naka can't quite seem to find the angle there against Reznok, and now finally, oh, what an angle to pick up that one, and a beautiful shot to try to send that one back from Reznok, but no, it's not going to be able to get cleared away, and there it is. Finally, 3Z Breezy sends it back. The Sundubu Strikers will still win the set. Auction Overdrive took a goal there. Got to try to find some confidence if they want to try to stay alive here.
Yeah, beautiful play there from 3Z, actually, to ult, get that hook on that core, and with the hot shot I believe he has, and with overtime as well, it doesn't even matter. Finds it, the bottom corner, no one's there, no Amy abilities as the Amy ult just went down. And looking into the draft here, we actually see Reznok deny the Timeless Crater. He's not getting anything out of that training, but he is denying it from the Amy. I'm not sure if that was quite the right play, as Amy still has Stinger up, but I do think the Timeless Crater is very strong on Amy there. Definitely, you know, a little bit scary, and we do see Naka denying the Castellas from the Grimella as well. I think, honestly, Auction Overdrive had the advantage there on that, on that draft there. I think for the first time this game, actually, really this series, they finally get a little bit of a break, find some good trainings, and we'll see if they're able to convert it into some goals.
It feels like so many of those picks were takeaway picks, right? It was, you didn't want another player to have the Stinger. You didn't want another player to have Castellas. You didn't want so many of those awakenings to fall in the places where things are. And to some extent, that might, you know, kind of benefit Sundubu Strikers. If they've been winning a lot of these points so far, then might as well keep things exactly where they are and try to deny a lot of those awakenings away. And now weird little interaction here as the ellipse orbit of the core, and nobody wants to be the one to set it in. Finally, action will resume here, but it's up to the favor of the Auction Overdrive. No, couldn't quite seem to put it away. Naka trying to go up the Snake and trying to pull it back in, but no. Now Kilius also trying to get involved. There's the Ivy turret as well, and all three members get involved in the goal. Snake gets credit for it, and Auction Overdrive gets ahead in this set.
Yeah, and actually we saw there, as they were watching the core dance around the gravity well, the black hole, whatever you want to call it, Grimella actually taking that advantage to hit it into the black hole and break it. but that in turn putting a lot more pressure onto Reznok there. So not quite, you know, what we wanted to see there as Grimella gets broken here, has to play his life, has that stagger swagger, will be able to stabilize here soon as we see Snake trying to find the kill. A little bit risky there as it goes around the goal barrier. Reznok just barely being able to save that.
Keeping her alive for now is the exact important part of this. Kilius doesn't get the energy burst out in time, and one gold barrier will fall there. Naka able to find a KO onto 3Z Breezy, though. Power play opportunity here for Oxygen Overdrive. Snake able to use the pendulum swing, passed right back to himself. And now the glitch pop tries to come out, but it's intercepted by Grimella. Gravity Well comes out, Naka incredibly low. It'll just take one tap here. Forced to use a dodge, and now going elusive to try to get away. Will retreat all the way back, and all that pressure is lost. Molten Bolt comes flying across the pitch, and it'll be what secures this goal barrier in large part. Grimella trying to keep this up, now trying to get this on over to 3Z. It'll be the energy burst used. The glitch pop comes out, hits the core, but it's the pendulum swing once again from 3Z. You cannot deny the power of this Rasmus primary as well.
Yeah, and I mean, beautiful shot and beautiful use of the pendulum swing from 3Z there, but I want to kind of look back to the Reznok, that core flip there. He waits it out, perfect patience for his shotgun to come up, so he can actually use that to secure the pass to Grimella. Grimella straight to 3Z, and just finding that pendulum swing was key there.
Now Bewitching Beam out of Grimella will secure that last goal barrier. 1 for 1 on both sides of the pitch. You see that turret come out, defends things, splits the map in half for a little while, and now this one slips right around Reznok. Naka looking with a pass over to Snake, but no, can't find it. Kilius trying to use that glitch pop again, the side of the explosion to send it back forward, back to the hands of Snake in Naka. But it doesn't happen this time around. Naka has core flip at the ready, comes out of the movement ability, comes out from the cloak, and pops it right on back. Oxygen Overdrive now to set point to try to equalize things.
Yeah, and I mean, we're kind of seeing it now. After that draft, it seems like Oxygen Overdrive has a little bit more life in him. I don't know if it looks like it to you, but I mean, they're getting goal barriers faster. They're finding, you know, good glitch pops on the side of Kilius and good ults on the side of Kilius as well to just keep Naka and Snake focused on those barriers, keep it away from their own goal. And as we see both of them go down there, beautiful core flip there from Snake, and they're going to have to look to convert and get this set to tie it up at 2-2.
3Z Breezy forced to burn the core flip just to try to send it away and buy some time, but with Reznok so staggered and sent all the way back to the other side of the goal, it's an easy one to the top corner for Snake out of Oxygen Overdrive. Kilius gets the MVP, and we are heading to our final carousel in our 5th set. Again, folks, a tie here, probably what neither of these teams want, but if Oxygen Overdrive wants any hope of staying alive, they need to tie here.
Yeah, and Era actually with the last pick gonna get that chrono, that prime time. You know, those two key that need to be on Era. I'm expecting, yep, the chrono is actually taken up by Rasmus there. Kind of denying his own Era, but I think the Drakkar was going to get it anyway, and it's definitely better on the Drakkar forward there, so we definitely don't want him to have it. However, we do see Reznok with the big fish, so definitely going to help him get a lot more saves, get a lot more presence in that midfield as well with the larger hitbox. And we'll have to see, you know, Grimella kind of getting a little bit screwed over here with these awakenings, but 3Z, I think, looking prime and ready here to keep Sundubu strikers in this game and not get reverse swept here. Actually, excuse me, not reverse swept, but kind of felt what feels like a reverse sweep almost, as Oxygen Overdrive is really kicking it into overdrive here and giving it to him.
Right on into high gear here for the O2 squad, but now you see the power play come out as 3Z Breezy sent off the map, but oh no, it's Naka sent off the map as well, and now this one will be all null and void. Core flip comes out. Actually, Grimella slips it right in front of the Imi turret before it gets a single bullet out. Snake pulls it right back into the gravity well, and it goes right on over to 3Z Breezy off of the respawn. It'll be the first goal on the board in this set for the Sundubu Strikers. They take an early advantage.
Yeah, so beautiful pendulum swing there from 3Z as well to stun Kilius and actually just get that perfect shot into the top corner. Nothing he could have done there, really, as he had no abilities, I assume. And early KO here on the side of Sundubu Strikers. And great core flip on the side of Kilius. Good save from Reznok to stall a little bit longer, but kind of even matcher. I was expecting him to get a barrier there, but not able to find it as 3Z goes down. And now a power play on the side of Oxygen Overdrive.
Kilius on the 4 KO streak, and now core flip comes out, exchanged here by Reznok, but it still goes down nonetheless, and now Naka able to stuff it through Reznok. Well done there in the Drakkar mirror matchup. It's a 1-for-1 here. Next team to win 2 goals will take this game. And again, as we talked about, both these teams really want this one. At this point, Sundubu Strikers looking to separate themselves, heading into the last few matches of the season. And Auction Overdrive needs this to stay alive, or else they might fear falling to relegation.
Yeah, I mean, a tie here definitely going to put both teams at a little bit of a scary place. They're going to have to find 2-0s on their next 2 wins in order to actually find a place in there. But if this goes over to the side of Sundubu Strikers, they will be able to, you know, battle for that place, get in that mix, in the soup of teams battling for that that third place. And I say that as 3ZBZ finds a really, really nice KO. Snake now low as well, and a beautiful Maelstrom there from Grimella. They're not done yet, K-Bot.
Well done there in order to send it back. And again, the Sundubu Strikers now on match point. If they win here, 2-1-2, pair up with a bunch of other teams sitting right now in a tie for third between 3 different teams where the top 4 make it to playoffs. It'll be all on the line for them if they're able to come away with this one. But again, neither team wants to tie here. Nice core flip, though. Able to come out of 1 and now use that. Now you see the energy burst out of 3ZBreezy, and look how fast this Rasmus goes on the adrenaline rush along with that secondary, able to sneak it right by Naka. And it's the Sundubu Strikers that'll take the victory there, advancing themselves even farther and setting themselves up for playoff hopes.
And I mean, you just cannot stop 3Z. He said, enough of this. Enough of this nonsense. We're taking this game right here, right now. Absolutely core flips, energy bursts, Kiliast out of his own net into the side of, into the north side of the map there. Nothing he can do to stop it. Just absolutely amazing play there from Grimella and 3ZBreezy and Reznok as well. You know, Auction Overdrive had some life in him, found some good trainings, found the Stinger and the Primetime on the Amy. But with that Amy dead, you know, kind of the place of, kind of the cornerstone of Auction Overdrive, that whole comeback just felt almost killed there.
By the way, so far in the season, 3ZBreezy has been 2nd in KOs per minute and 2nd in damage per minute. It still finds ways to put in the work on Rasmus. Sometimes you consider this Rasmus a core control character, but even still had 11 in that last one, 4 for Grimella for the Sundubu Strikers. And again, able to capitalize on some of those power plays, but also be there with those pendulum swings to stuff things back. I mean, Borg, that did not look like a first-time competitive Rasmus player out of 3ZBreezy there. But again, he hasn't shown it so far to us in this league, still showing that he can play it, and maybe it's not all about the Juliet and the X.
Yeah, I mean, Rasmus and Zintaro, kind of both newer additions on the roster at the release, you know. Both very, very good brawlers in their own right. Kind of Rasmus has that, you know, has those abilities and has that versatility, just kind of like Zintaro, but a little bit more core control focused, I would say. But you can definitely still pull someone, especially on that Amy Zap, or even not on that Amy Zap. You can pull them into the black hole on that Atlas Lab, as we saw a few times there that game. Or you could pull them just straight off the map if you stand right on the edge there. So definitely a lot of options there. We saw 3Z kind of show it off beautifully there. I have seen him play it a lot on stream, so I kind of in the back of my mind was expecting it here as, you know, the X is getting banned against him almost every single game. Respect ban onto 3Z, and rightfully so, but it feels like now it's almost useless because he can pop off on whatever character he wants.
And even still, it's also looking like a little bit more of a well-oiled machine if you leave that out, because you've got Reznok, who's able to put up so much pressure and keep that core forward. Then you figure Grimella also able to come up with a lot of those buffs and able to build to success there on the era as well. And folks, I'm sorry, I was wrong. As we take a look at the West standings, it's Bounty Hunters with 4 wins and 12 points overall, followed by Aesop's Little PogChamps, and then a 4-way tie for 3rd place down across the board. It's Best Western, GOAT Esports, Otaku Hideout, and the Sundubu Strikers, all going to be vying with 2 or 3 matches each left to play for those like 2 spots, really, for all of them to come together. But no team is safe. I mean, who knows? Aesop's Little PogChamps could even find their way out of playoffs entirely. Things are so close here in the West as we enter our final week.
Yeah, and one thing to look at here, as with that Bounty Hunter versus Best Western game, that was unfortunately not canceled, but postponed to a later date. Hopefully we'll be able to watch that one on stream. But either way, when that plays, if Best Western can secure a tie or even secure a win, Best Western secure a win on the Bounty Hunters, that would be huge. you know, that puts bounty hunters at a risk, you know, if they don't play as well and they don't keep it up, to possibly even drop out of playoffs themselves. You'd think that they're a surefire win, but anything can happen at this point, as you were saying, K-Bot. So we'll have to see how that game goes. That will kind of decide if Best Western can separate themselves from the pack a little bit with a tie or a win there.
And one more comment, by the way, on this current, you know, 4-way tie for third place. One of those teams falls to relegation, right? We're not thinking about that aspect. It's 2 teams advance to playoffs. One team is just cruising to the next season, and another team falls down to relegation out of all of that madness. And of course, as we're talking about, who knows, maybe ASOS Little PogChamps gets bumped down as well, and some other chaos ensues there. Anything can happen, certainly, as we look towards the last standings. And you also see, of course, on your screen, looking at the East standings, feels a little bit more clear-cut. Everyone's got their own place up there. No ties as of quite yet, but of course, still exciting stuff. Of course, Borg, got any comments for where your team sits? I'm sorry, I've got to put you on the spot. I kind of have to.
I think it technically is still possible for us to get 5th, but we're gonna have to 2-0 both times, and then Prod is gonna have. With Prod 2-0 there, it's definitely going to be very hard. I think they'll have to 0-2 next game, and then CBK they'll also have to 0-2. And then we'll have to 2-0 Finesse and I believe PPL our next game. Not looking the greatest for us. You know, I subbed in, you know, I'm trying to get it done. Showed up a little bit today. It wasn't enough, but I'm trying. The East League, either way, I mean, whether we get into playoffs or not, or excuse me, whether we secure 5th place or not, I believe it's impossible to get 5th place now for us there. But
yeah,
either way, East League, West League, I'm gonna be excited to cast it or play in it, whichever one happens. I'll probably be doing both regardless, so we'll have to see how it goes. But it's tight on the East League for sure.
It's a tight race really on both sides with so few matches remaining. Many of our teams have 3, 2, maybe even only 1 match remaining. And of course, we'll see the season's finale next week. So plenty more Omega Strikers left to play. Of course, after the regular season, we've got playoffs, we've got the open qualifiers, we've got the relegation event, so much more Omega Strikers to continue playing. But of course, that'll do it from us here today. Borg, any other comments to close out the night?
Not really. I mean, thanks everyone for bearing with us here. A lot of intense games, kind of losing the voice a lot too. So I appreciate everyone sticking with us even through that unfortunate rescheduling on the Bounty Hunters game. And I mean, thanks everyone for being here. I might shout out myself, you know, Jord_OS on stream. You know, I'd stream a little bit, you know, once or twice a week, and check me out. And then K-Bot, feel free to shout yourself out too, I guess.
Yep. KBot_273 on Twitter. You can probably find a lot of what I'm up to. Sometimes it's Splatoon related, though more recently it's more Omega Strikers related. And additionally, Twitch, where I probably won't stream for much of the next month. But eventually, when I come back home in July, you'll be able to see me stream some gold level gameplay, I guess, if you really find that interesting. But who's kidding? You want to see more high level Omega Strikers action, and that's why you're going to tune right back here next week. But of course, before we go, we'll send off the stream with Kaz, the host, standing by to conclude things for us this evening. Of course, have a good night, everyone, and we'll see you next week.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, guys. It was a great games day we had, and I'm really excited for next week. So we'll be here at the same time here at KMDR TV. This was the North American Striker League, sponsored by Odyssey Interactive, of course. And I'm Kaz, the host, signing off.